Okay. What about the same thing? What about the same thing for do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
This guy just lost himself.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit. It doesn't mean it's just.
Everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon, and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store, about to fuel their fires in the office, and then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
I'm going to talk about a mind virus, and I'll describe it to you in a way so you can understand. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions. If you can just respond to me in the most honest way possible, and we'll see if you can understand what I'm talking about here. So first question would be Flat Fact 64. Are we talking on Discord?
To my knowledge, we are, yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord?
With the reality of this world, no, I'm not 100%. We could be talking on flaming goo for all I know. I mean, the reality, I don't know. No, I mean, I cannot, I don't know. I cannot definitively say to anything 100%.
Okay, so the mind virus has reached you. Now let me explain. I'm gonna, now that you said what you said, you answered honestly, and I appreciate that. But I'll tell you how the mind virus is still latched onto you. This mind virus that you can't know anything to be 100% sure is going to keep you from the truth. It'll stymie your critical thinking. It will stop you from looking into things.
Send in the clowns.
Like, if I was to ask you, Sirus, right? Go ahead and tell me what you're doing right now. Just, and I don't mean exactly... generally, what are you doing? Like
sitting on my computer chair.
Okay, if I was to say you're 100% sure of that, what would you answer?
No.
You're not 100% sure that you're sitting down?
Not 100%. Like 99.99999999999%.
Oh, okay.
Bomb has been planted. Let me get a question in for Riverboat. Hey, welcome to the server, by the way. Can you for 100% guarantee that you're sitting down in a chair talking on Discord?
Nothing's 100%, man.
Bruh. Oh, okay. That's all I needed to know.
What kind of shit is that?
So let's go to the second follow-up question, which is only 2. There's nothing really big. Are you 100% sure you're talking on Discord? I know that's redundant, but please answer the question.
Am I 100% sure? No.
There you go. Audience, that is it. Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked. What are you doing right now? Just tell me what you're doing. That's simple as that. What are you doing right now? Be honest. Like, I don't have to know, but
I believe I'm sitting down on my chair, and I'd say that's yeah.
But just, sir, you're not going to tell me, and that's, yo, I believe. Okay.
He just said he believes he's sitting in a chair.
Yeah, he said that.
Can I defend myself here? Is that okay?
Please.
So I don't use prediction a lot. So I don't interact with the world in absolute facts. It's all based off assumption. Those assumptions have a degree of probability as to whether they're correct or not. So I assume I'm on Discord talking to you guys right now. I can't 100% say that's a fact because I might not exist at all. I've got, I'm that type of person, but I can pretty much say it's 99.999% sure that I am here talking to you guys. That's what I mean by nothing's a fact, things are a presumption, but they have a degree of probability attached. If that makes sense.
We get that. You're not 100% sure of anything.
Correct.
99.999999999%. Let's find out real quick. Let me just ask this. Punjab, what are you doing right now? You can tell me. If you're not, we'll use another example. What are you doing right now, Punjab?
I assume I'm laying in my bed.
Okay. What? I was just going to ask you if you're sure you're laying on your bed.
He just assumes it. He's assuming it.
Just assume.
But wait! There's more!
Listen, did you or did you not say you can't be absolutely sure of anything? Did you say that? Okay. Are you absolutely sure of that?
No.
Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
You can get really close. Like I can be like 99.999%.
Well, yeah, we're not saying
about
any sign. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten food before?
Very likely, yes. You can't say I'm not consistent.
Bruh. Also, like whatever you're doing right now, are you sitting down, standing up? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm sitting down.
Okay. Are you 100% sure you're sitting down?
I hope so, yeah.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Are you 100% certain that you are speaking with us on Discord right now or not? Holy fuck.
Tough one.
No, it's not. It's not tough. So you can say you're talking on Discord, right, Crepuscule?
Yeah, I suppose I'm talking on Discord, yeah.
Suppose? Wait. Well, why was there hesitation, and why now is it you're supposing that you're talking on Discord? Tell me about why you think that.
Because I could be just a dream in the mind of God. Who knows?
You're doing something like if okay. I'll ask you this: what are you doing right now, Crepuscule? Standing up, sitting down, laying down? What is it?
I'm sitting down and I'm about to eat some bread.
Okay. Can you tell me that you're doing that 100%? With all certainty.
No.
Hello? What did you say?
No. I said no.
Why?
Because I know that I can't fully trust my senses because I'm somebody who's literally delusional. Okay. I've literally had false memories. So I'm the wrong person to ask that.
Shut up, bitch!
I'm not 100% on anything. Right, but I am more than 100% sure.
Excuse me. You're not 100% that the Earth is a globe. I'll tell you
nothing's 100%. Nothing's 100%.
What?
Nothing's 100%.
What are you talking about? Okay, so let me ask you a question. Just because you said that, you need to answer this question. This next one I'm going to ask you. Have you ever eaten anything?
Oh yeah. I might have eaten something, right? Okay, and then now I remember eating that. Now what if there's a very small possibility? Let me finish. There's a very small possibility that my memory has been altered. I'm a schizophrenic. I'm suffering a psychotic episode. Yeah, I can introduce factors that I'm completely unaware and oblivious to. So, if I ate something, there's a high probability that I'm correct that I ate something, but it's not 100%. Nothing's 100%. Right?
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
But let me finish the point here. Quantum mechanics, the most technical field of science currently, is not 100%. They use probability.
Why would I talk to a psychopath? You just finished saying you just finished saying you could be schizophrenic. Why would I want to have a conversation with a schizophrenic?
I was making a hypothetical situation.
No. You just said I could be schizophrenic. It's not.
Yeah.
To tell you, are you 100% sure that you're sitting down watching your screen?
Well, nobody knows what's outside their perception.
No, that's not what I asked. What I'm asking is exactly what you told me. I'm just repeating it back to you as in, are you 100% sure that what you told me is exactly what's going on?
No, because you don't know what's going on outside of your taste, your smell, your hearing, your sight.
Okay, so this is the issue that we have.
Are you swimming in an ocean?
Probably not.
Probably not. Well, that's
He's
that
not
guy.
even sure of that.
He's whispering in your ear again. That professor.
You would have to define what an ocean is and what.
No. You know. Like, no, we don't have to get into semantics. So for the reason of this conversation, we both understand each other in a way we know what we're saying. So you know what I mean when I say ocean, right?
Excuse me. You can roast me for saying this, but I don't think I can touch a ball before, so.
He probably is. Hey, man, are you talking on Discord right now?
Yeah, I think so.
I didn't even get the second one. You're already caving. What the hell, bro?
I think so.
This is madness, man. Yeah, all you guys, you live in your own fantasy. Have you ever eaten before?
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at this guy.
I don't think he remembers his last meal.
You don't remember when he's eaten? Or if he has.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
I can prove that.
Oh, he can't.
How big is the jar your brain in?
Are you a brain in a jar sitting on some shelf somewhere?
No, I don't think I have one of those.
I don't have one of those. Listen to this guy. Not if you have one. Are you one? In one? Are you in a jar?
I think he's just a jar. He's not even in the.
Are we?
I just said I believe I'm on Discord.
Are we talking?
I
on
believe
Discord?
so. Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
I can't be necessarily.
There you go.
Could be plugged in to a simulation, something like that.
There you go.
Are you sure about that?
How about what are you doing right now? Are you sitting down, standing up, Deck?
I'm sitting down right now.
How sure are you of that? Are you 100% sure you're doing that?
I'm pretty fucking sure. As sure as I can be about anything else.
There's damn good evidence, isn't there?
Guys, it's not that fucking hard of a jump to understand that if you don't know if the world is real, then you can't know if anything's real. Like, it's not surprising.
Stop the cap. Stop the cap right now. Stop the cap. No bullshit, bro.
Are you staring at a computer screen or a phone?
Computer screen, yeah.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that you're sitting down staring at a computer screen?
I mean, that's a pretty philosophical question.
Not really. No, it's not really. It's not really.
Definitely folding for the globe.
A few moments later.
As a logically thinking human, you would then tell me, well, I'm sitting down and I'm staring at my computer screen, right? And then if I was to follow up and tell you 100% certainty, do you know that you're doing this? Without the professor's voice in your ear, what would you tell me?
Sure. I'm 100% sure.
Right, and what would give you that inclination to tell me that?
In my defense, I'm a social sciences student, so again,
right,
my inclination would be to say that based off my conception in my mind of reality, the way my brain interprets its sensory input.
There you go. Because of your senses, you start to realize the world around you, and you're able to navigate. So you're telling me exactly what's going on.
Ego, are you 100% sure that you're speaking to us on Discord right now or not?
No. Bruh.
Oh,
there you go.
Fuck.
Yeah.
There you go, Levelist.
These fucking people, dude. These relativists, dude. What the fuck is going on?
I'm telling you, bro. You don't know until you know, and now you know.
That in my epistemology, I don't believe you can have absolute knowledge.
What epistemology is that? Shit for brains?
No. Let him finish. Let him finish. You don't think you can have absolute? Your epistemology is what?
I'm a fallibilist.
Oh, okay. So you don't think you can have absolute knowledge? There's no objective truth.
Well, I think I can know that I exist. And I think I can know that certain logical truths are like. True.
Have you ever eaten before?
I think so, yeah.
What? From 1 to 100%, how sure are you that the Earth is in fact a spinning globe in a vacuum with a radius of 3959?
I'd say 99.2, something like that.
Shut up, bitch! Oh my God!
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear? 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
This week, Dude Perfect, a YouTube channel famous for making sports trick shot compilations, has made their ultimate trick shot, turning our flat Earth into a globe. So as they go up in the rocket, the first thing to notice is that the horizon is flat and rises with the camera all the way up. If the horizon was actually the physical curvature of a globular Earth, as claimed by NASA, then the horizon would stay fixed where it was as the craft climbed, and you would have to tilt your head down further and further the higher you climbed to be able to even see the Earth out the window. But that is never the case. They go all the way up, supposedly to 200,000 feet, and the horizon is right outside the window, climbing with them the whole way up. You'll notice the horizon remains flat for most of the video as well, until he brings the camera close to the window, and it becomes obvious that this is, as usual, a fisheye lens camera, and not a normal lens. Fisheye lens cameras warp everything, convex, so as to appear globular. It's able to fit more into the image. But it produces an incorrect image, and it curves the horizon, and if you film the Earth, it makes the Earth look like a globe. So this is the main method used by NASA and other space organizations to trick people into thinking our flat Earth is a globe. The other method is straight up CGI. They just use cartoons. If you investigate any globe image or video with a critical eye, you'll notice that every single one either uses a fisheye camera or is completely a CGI creation. So he brings the fisheye camera to the window, and you can see clearly that the curvature of the Earth changes drastically as he tilts the camera. That is, of course, because you are not looking at the curvature of the Earth, but rather the curvature of the lens, which, just like this, will always change drastically depending on how you tilt it. The same thing happened with the Red Bull dive. That one tilted so much that it went inverted at points, and the convex Earth became concave. And so that's just how fisheye lens cameras work. Then the next part of the trick shot is the zero-G effect, in which they unstrap their seatbelts, and for a short period of time they are free-floating within the aircraft. And to the average globe zombie, they think this is because they have reached a high enough altitude that they are beyond the reach of gravity, and gravity can't grab them anymore. And so they're in the floaty vacuum space, where they can just float infinitely. And again, that's what your average globe defender believes. They think these people here floating around for 1 or 2 minutes. Remember, this whole flight from takeoff to landing is only 12 minutes. So this little part here where they're floating around, people actually think that's because they're at the edge of space and there's not enough gravity to hold them to their seats right now. But meanwhile, people do understand there's such a thing as zero-G planes, right? Zero-G flights. What those are is planes that do parabolic maneuvers so that you are free-falling within the plane at the same speed that the plane is falling. In other words, they're just skydiving within a plane. This Blue Origin capsule does the same thing. So zero-G planes doing so-called zero-G maneuvers produce this weightless effect at any altitude by doing aerobatic maneuvers called parabolas. What they usually do is climb with a pitch angle of 45 degrees using engine thrust and elevator controls. Then, at a maximum height, they point downward at high speed. The period of weightlessness begins while ascending and lasts all the way up and over the parabola until reaching a downward pitch angle of 30 degrees, at which point the maneuver is repeated. So that's how they do it with zero-G planes. And that's how the people in this footage are achieving weightlessness. And it's no different with this Blue Origin craft. From a period before they reach their peak, through the peak, and onto the downturn, the period during that parabola is the zero-G period, where weightlessness is achieved. So that's what these Blue Origin fake space flights are doing. When they get to the desired altitude, they release their seatbelt, experience weightlessness for a couple minutes, take some video of the Earth with a fisheye lens camera, then strap back in and parachute back down to our level plain Earth. And because of the popularity of the flat Earth subject, when he lands down, of course someone has to ask him, "So is the Earth flat?" And he says, "No, it's round."
Is the Earth flat? Not flat, I can confirm it's round.
Round like a coin, or round like a ball? Both are round. For those of you not so gullible to fall for fisheye lens trickery and zero-G antics, there is abundant actual proof of the shape of the Earth beyond these fake trick shots. My book, 200 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Ball has been translated into over 30 languages, has been made into a documentary, has been read and viewed by tens of millions of people, and is available for free. I invite you to watch this documentary, or my recently updated Top 20 Proofs Earth is Not a Spinning Globe.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now? You lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl. We follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
Astronauts to the moon.
Ignition sequence start. 2, 1.
What's going on, everyone? It's Jaronism back with another video for you today. Just a few things. Mostly wanted to point out a little Twitter exchange I had with everyone's favorite professor, Mr. Cryan Box. Or
this is what it is, okay? I said empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now you put water into a cup. It becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
The Earth is flat. Look, I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globe-tard. You're a globe-tard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe-tard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
You don't see shit.
I do, I see the curve.
Tell him more proof. More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once. Why don't they?
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all
Studios.
manipulated
Studios, yeah.
images, yeah. You're a globe-tard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek.
I'm gonna start calling him Lord.
Lork.
Lord.
Lork the globe-tard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globe-tard.
You're in a spacesuit, you can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking got
It's
one.
not
And that's
flat.
why you're Lork the globe-tard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake.
You're Lork. You can't drink your
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and
We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
It don't matter. Say the sky was not the limit. We fly to the moon in another second. But we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew. Except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun, it's the darkest light you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
It's all just part of it.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
Chemist and proponent of intelligent design James Tour wasn't a fan of the
You know that I have not been a proponent of intelligent design.
and proponent of intelligent design James Tour.
I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona. You know, Professor Dave. It's just a little name.
You know, I don't have a PhD in chemistry or anything, but I, you know, did work in, you know, I took courses with laboratory components as an undergrad, and then I did most of a master's in synthetic organic chemistry.
But I didn't really last long. I dropped out in my second semester. I wanted to move up to San Francisco and play music, and then I moved down to Los Angeles again for music opportunities. And but I eventually got this teaching job for organic chemistry at this little trade university. It was a pretty lucky break because with a bachelor's degree, I was only supposed to teach the laboratory portion. But on the first day, the lecture instructor had this freak out. He just took off. And so my boss came up to me and he said, look, you got to go teach the lecture. There's nobody here. They offered me the job permanently, but contingent on me getting a master's at the same time. So I went over to Cal State Northridge to give a second shot at a master's degree in chemistry,
and found that I really hated it. I really didn't like it at all. Do not enjoy doing chemistry.
But through a bunch of bureaucracy, quite frankly, I lost that job, so I had to withdraw yet again from the master's program. A lot of you ask very incredulously, "Are you a real professor?" I sit literally in this room like 60 to 70 hours a week, and I chose the name really without much thought. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest. I just thought it'd be fun to have like a little persona, you know, Professor Dave. It's just, you know, a little name. They offered me the job through a bunch of bureaucracy. I lost that job. I chose the name. It was kind of tongue-in-cheek, to be honest.
So, and even at that time, I had no interest in being a chemist. Do not enjoy doing chemistry. I really hate it.
Professor Dave, it's just, you know, a little name.
This is what it is, okay? I said, empty your mind. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Now, you put water into a cup, it becomes the cup. You put water into a bottle, it becomes the bottle. You put it in a teapot, it becomes the teapot. Now, water can flow, or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Discord.gg/flatearth.
Open people's minds up. It just allows them to be more open.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just invite a new person that's joined our group right now. Just real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, we got Donald C that just joined our group. Donald C, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh my. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in.
Yes, I'm here.
So
hello.
Just real quick, Donald, and we like to introduce new people to our forum. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on that you found here? How did you find us? And then tell us what your position is on the topic that we have with the server, the shape of the Earth.
Well, I think the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Also, I heard about you guys from FTFE and MC-Tune and the other debunkers and stuff.
Ah, excellent. And we also, in case you, just before you engage or whatever, if you want to know, we have a debate forum here called The Arena. And if you ever want to do that, you could schedule. We already have one scheduled, debate scheduled between Kosho and Jim Waterworld. So if you do want to have a debate that's scheduled, let us know with any one of us in here that are a part of the server, and we'll oblige. But that being the case, I just want to open up the floor to any questions that you might want to ask, and then maybe perhaps some conversation we want to engage with you on. So go ahead, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really have any questions. I'm just curious about what's going on in the server. I mean, I see the debates online on YouTube between you guys and the debunkers and stuff, but I've never actually been in engaged. I'm curious.
Well, welcome to the fray, and so may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm an atheist too.
So whoa, okay, that's a wallop. Is anybody? Because I don't know. I guess from the standpoint of it being an oblate spheroid, if you don't have any questions, we do have some for you. How about that?
Sure. I'll see what I can do about answering some of those questions.
Sounds great. Okay, so what evidence do you have to provide that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
I've personally measured the circumference of the planet.
Sounds great. I'm going to give you some rolls here before you continue. I'm going to give you globe Earth roll, if that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
And I'm also going to give you links permission. So in the live stream voice text, which you can probably now see, make sure that you post all relevant information there so that we can address you in that text channel.
Sure.
I gave you links permission. So now you can go ahead and post any relevant information there. And also we're going to post relevant information there as well. So oblate spheroid, you're going to put some demonstrations up because you said you've actually measured it.
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago, but I don't have any like. I mean, it was 20 years ago. I don't have anything left from that.
You don't have any information to post in live stream voice text?
Well, not about me personally measuring the circumference, no. Like I
but
said,
you just finished saying you did, right? Didn't you just say
20 years? Yeah, 20 years ago.
Could you tell us what you did?
Did you forget the method? Like you don't know what you
No,
did
I did
now?
the same thing as Eratosthenes.
Oh, and just run us through real quick exactly what locations we're talking about, so we can just kind of get a gist of what you did.
Well, my first measurement I took from around DFW area in Texas, and then I had a buddy from Oklahoma who did a measurement from his latitude.
Where was your buddy at?
Oklahoma City.
So Oklahoma City to what was the other place in Texas?
DFW, Texas.
DFW.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what did you guys get from that shadow measurement there?
I got within 8% of the claimed radius, and he got within 10%.
Okay.
So you got the wrong answer then, and you saw you got the right answer.
I didn't get the exact answer because I was using large margin for error equipment.
Equipment.
It was a stick and a shadow.
What type of equipment were you using, Donald?
A stick and a shadow, and taking an angle.
What was he using?
Same thing. We did it the same way as Eratosthenes did.
Okay.
But he didn't actually measure curve, though, did he? He assumed it.
Well, he only had the one measurement. We had two. Once you have two, it makes it much more clear.
Yeah, good, Wolfgang. If you want to take point.
No, sorry. Well, maybe you go on. Unless you want me to.
Okay, so if anybody wants to take point of this convo, and if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
I took measurements about 20 years. I took measurements about a year ago, and I assumed presuppositions, reverse engineered, Texas sharpshooter, that we lived on a stationary plane, and I did sticks and shadows too, and I got the exact same thing as that Greek guy 2,300 years ago, if he even lived. So I got measurements very close to you, and I went in assuming that we lived on a stationary plane, but you went in thinking we were on a spinning space ball. Is that correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just took an angle to the sun and measured it, and my buddy took an angle from the sun and measured it, and then we compared, and it came up with a curve.
And if I have a close and local sun, I will get the exact same measurements as you did.
Not on a flat plane. Doesn't matter where the sun is.
I know. On a close and local sun, just as the Greek guy 2,300 years ago that somehow by camel made it to his buddy 500 miles away. If I have a close and local sun on a stationary plane, I get the exact same measurements. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you measure anything on
Demosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
just if you only have the one measurement, but we took two.
I took two. I doubled.
Hang on. I was just responding to the recording thing. I wanted to say the other thing too. Shit. Now, whoever played the thing made me forget what the question was that you asked. I apologize.
You don't want to hear that he has a.
Oh, you took the assumption. Oh, the flat. Okay, so with the local sun.
Only one break. You don't want to hear that he repeated also 2-3 times. That doesn't matter.
No, I remembered. I don't need anybody to repeat anything. I remembered.
But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, Sasha, let him get his thing out.
Okay, doesn't matter.
On a flat plane, if you take an angle to the sun and then you move a distance away, it will not have the same angle as if you were on a globe and took an angle measurement and then moved a distance away and took another angle measurement.
Have you ever tried to do that, assuming a stationary plane and not assuming a ball?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just made the measurements. But yes, I did it both ways. Whenever I plotted it out, I did it on a flat plane and on a curved surface.
20 years ago, when you and your buddy, one in DFW and the other one in Oklahoma City, did your little test.
You can call him Jason if you want. That's his name.
Jason. When you went into the test, Donald, with Jason, did you have any assumptions that you lived on a spinning space ball?
Well, no. I just took an angle measurement to the sun. That's all I did.
Now be honest now. 20 years ago, you may have been, what, 15, 20, 25, 30 years old, something like that?
I was 20.
Okay, so you would have had 15 years of indoctrination since kindergarten. When you walked in, you saw a tilted spinning ball by your teacher's desk, and she or he would never lie to you. So
I don't accept that. I don't accept that education is indoctrination.
So okay, that's a subject for another day. That's a really now remember that, everybody. He doesn't consider schooling indoctrination. So
education. I don't consider education indoctrination.
Okay. What's the difference between schooling?
Well, obviously, they're different words, right?
It depends on what school you go to, what kind of education you get. So schooling is like you can go to a Christian school and get a Christian education, or you can go to a secular school and get a secular education.
And
you can go to atheist school. Atheist education.
I can only understand one person at a time.
Let's keep it to the earth.
Yeah, you literally just contradicted yourself, but that's okay. Let's move on, dude. Because if it has some qualifier, Christian school, atheist school, whatever school, obviously they're teaching. So they're teaching. We call it secular, whatever. They're teaching a certain perspective. That is indoctrination.
Well, I mean, at the Christian school, if they teach anything other than what science is, what accepted science says, then that would be indoctrination.
Oh, so if you just teach just science, that's not indoctrination.
Stuff they have
because that's some higher form of knowledge, right? That's just immune from everything else, right?
Stuff that you have evidence and demonstrations and experiments and
okay,
facts
so let's go with your evidence. So I have some questions about your angle measurements. Where did you measure the angle from? Where's your zero?
Well, the zero.
What's the origin of the coordinates for your angle measurements?
Zero would be straight up. That's your 90 degrees.
So you're measuring down.
No, you measure up.
Well, from where?
From the ground.
From the horizon?
No, from the ground.
What do you mean from the ground? What are you talking about?
The thing that you're standing on top of.
Oh, so you're measuring from directly under your feet. So you had a plumb line or something?
From the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a plumb line. Yes, I had a plumb line. I had a tripod with a plumb line.
You had a tripod with a plumb line. Don't you mean a bubble level?
I don't remember if I had both, but it doesn't matter.
You don't even know what you did you? Yeah, it does matter because how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, how do you measure an angle from a curved surface?
It's called a quadrant.
Yeah, fantastic. So, but you're down, right? You're down. You're measuring off a horizontal.
You know how to use a quadrant?
Dude, it's irrelevant. You're measuring off of a curved surface. You cannot take an angle off of a curved surface. What don't you understand?
It's called a tangent. You can. It's called a tangent.
Okay, so where's the tangent?
There are an infinite number of tangent points along every...
Which one are you using?
The one that was directly beneath me.
Okay, so how did you measure that? How did you get that value?
You said it, a plumb line.
So isn't a tangent a straight line?
Yes, tangent is...
Okay, so like I said, how do you measure off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You said a tangent, which is a straight line.
Sure.
So you measured from an imaginary straight line.
It's a straight line from a curved surface.
Yeah, so you measured off an imaginary straight line that's touching an imaginary curved surface. You didn't actually measure from the curved surface. You measured off of a straight line.
I measured from the angle of the shadow to the sun. I measured from the end of the shadow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I measured from the end of the shadow to the angle of the sun. Off with my quadrant.
So you did Eratosthenes. What are you talking about?
That's what I said from the beginning. That's what I said from the beginning.
This is what we're talking about, Eratosthenes? Jesus Christ. I thought you were talking about.
That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about like something else, like degrees per latitude or something. This is even worse. We're on Eratosthenes. Like, this is even worse, bro.
Well, I was 20. I was a kid.
Well, what makes you think rays of light are parallel?
Because I understand how light rays work. Photons travel in straight lines.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
Okay,
No, you don't.
So photons travel in straight lines. So when we see, 50 miles too far, what does that mean? So they're not
vacuum, dude. In a vacuum, they travel in straight lines.
Donald, your buddies who argue this, your anti-flat Earth friends, are gonna.
I gotta get my cookies over here.
They're gonna tell you you're wrong on this. They don't say that they're coming. They say that the light rays are coming in nearly parallel. They don't say they're coming in parallel like you just stated.
I never said they came in parallel.
They're gonna correct you. Yes, you did.
I said that light travels in straight lines through space-time.
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying.
That's exactly what physics says.
No, it's not.
I've been studying physics for 30 years. This is what physics says about photons.
So when they hit you up in the DMs, they're gonna correct you on this because they're not saying that when they come in here. None of them are. They already know they've been debunked on that.
I never said that they traveled parallel. Y'all said that they traveled parallel. What I said was they traveled in straight lines. What I said
they have to be parallel, though. They have to be parallel.
They're nearly parallel. They're nearly parallel, just like this dude said.
How close to parallel are they?
Less than like 0.00001 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So who measured that, dude?
I mean, we can measure single photons. Science does it all the time.
Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do with it. It's a red herring.
How is that a red herring? You asked me.
Because it has nothing to do with a measurement of the divergence of rays. It has nothing to do with it. But you can measure a single photon or not.
There's nothing to do with measuring light rays.
Yeah, we want to know what the direction they're coming from. We don't care about their existence.
What are light rays made of? What are light rays made of?
Okay, there's no such thing as light rays. That's a model. And a photon is a description based upon the dual properties of light, right? Particle and wave nature of light.
That's also a model. The dual properties.
Yes, you're right. They're also a light, and you're trying to deflect from the divergence of the rays. How is the divergence of the rays measured?
We can measure single photons, so we measure two single photons. Would you let me finish?
And we can measure the angle of arrival, because that's what we're Listen, dude, you're not going to do it, dude. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. But listen, you know you fucked up, and you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. Just kick you the fuck out. I don't care. You're either going to be honest or you're going to leave.
To answer the question you asked me.
Dude,
I'd really love to.
How do we measure the angle of arrival?
Did somebody mute me while I was talking?
Yes, I muted you because you're talking over me.
You interrupted me, buddy.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You're not answering it. You're trying to give some.
I was trying to answer it. I was trying to answer the question.
So here's your chance.
You interrupted
angle
me.
Of arrival.
No.
How?
This is how we measure the angle of light. We take two separate photons because we can measure individual photons. And we measure where they are in space and time, and then we compare them, and we take the angle, and that's how we find out the angle.
Okay, what device did we do that with?
You can do it with anything that detects photons.
Yeah, I love it when you guys just make something up, dude. Who did this? When was it done with? What equipment was it done with? How was it done? Where was it done?
Film. You can do it with physical film.
Yeah, I want when someone actually did do it, not some theoretical notion in your head.
All the time. There is this thing called the SDSS, or I think that's what it is. Anyway, but it's a telescope that is continually mapping every star in the sky.
Okay, 1 second. So here we go. Now we're talking about stars and not the sun. We're talking about the sun. Try to focus. Dude. Are they mapping the sun? Is this device mapping the sun? Is it taking the angle of arrival of photons from the sun? Yes or no?
We're not focusing on the sun.
Yes or no?
I said no. We're not focusing on the sun.
Okay, then yeah, we are because we want.
Oh my God! Would it be possible for me to finish a single
No, you're not going to spew a fucking goddamn narrative, dude. No, we're going to stay on the topic, bro. We're going to stay on your experiment. We're going to stay.
Any of the sentences I'm trying to say, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me every time I try to speak?
I'm going to keep interrupting you till you get back on topic. Your experiment, your claim that the angles to the sun are parallel. What's the evidence for that? It's really fucking simple. Give us the evidence for it. Device, how it was measured, what it was done, because I have evidence to the contrary. So I want to see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. Come on, Donald. Don't fucking cower. Told you it wasn't going to happen.
I'm curious, what are your measurement devices?
Range.
No, you can. I'll tell you. I'll even tell him. But he wants to spin a narrative. He don't want to actually put up. He wants to talk. We don't care about claims here. We want evidence for the claims. So he can talk about some future thing that's going to happen or could happen or would happen or should happen. We want what did happen, right? What did happen in reality. So he claimed that first he tried to deflect this, just say we can measure photons. We don't care about their existence. We want to know properties of it. The properties we want to know is, what's the divergence of the angle of arrival from the sun?
Exactly.
He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer because he doesn't have that information. He knows goddamn well it's an assumption. He knows goddamn well his sticks in the fucking ground don't mean jack shit. He knows this because he did it when he was 20 years old. That was years ago. Eratosthenes has been frickin' ran over, trampled, stomped on, thrown under the bus, and every other goddamn thing in the last 5 years. To even come in here with that is almost an insult.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
He's replying with an off-topic thing. You are he's making a claim from his idea, and then you're reading from his book saying, okay, where is your evidence? He's saying, no, let's talk about this else. Let's talk about something else. He's not on the same page as you, India, for some reason. Is it a language barrier?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Don. You're playing stupid.
I've never actually gotten to finish a single sentence yet, so you guys don't even know what the hell I have to say. So
listen, Donald, you either be honest,
my 2-year-old students,
Donald, shut the fuck up.
And just
you
let
honest,
you
or you get
knock
booted.
yourselves out.
No, just India.
We can hear you lying. You're a lying motherfucker, and we can all hear it. Now you either be honest, or you get the fuck out.
Doesn't even know how he measured.
Let's see if we can get Donald and India to discuss.
Yeah, listen, I'm just asking questions, Donald. It's your experiment. You should be able to explain it. Why should we reach the conclusions that you reach? Right? You should be able to elucidate. You should be able to elucidate to us all the parts of it. Right?
I would be very capable of doing that if I could finish a single sentence, but I have yet to be able to finish many sentences.
Because we're still on the question I asked you.
No, you haven't let me answer it. That's why we're still on it. You just keep interrupting me because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, because you don't have anything. Yeah.
You don't know what I have because you haven't.
The only sentence you're saying is I can't say a sentence. That's the only sentence you're fucking saying.
Hold on.
You just
guys,
keep
let's do
repeating.
like this. Indio, you re-ask your question, and then Donald, you answer the question. Yeah? Let's do that.
Okay. Two sticks and shadows, Eratosthenes has a presupposition. That is that the rays of the sun are parallel. Photons are parallel. They arrive in parallel to within, whatever you said, 0.00001%, which is theoretical value. It's never been measured. I asked you how they measured that. So, how was that measured? Okay. Not how it can be measured, how it was measured. Thank you.
So what you do is you take any device that detects photons and you measure two different photons in space and time and you compare the angles at which they hit the device. And that's how you get the angle of impact for the photon.
Okay,
quick moderation here.
Oh, go ahead, Shibi.
No, I'm just not sure. Donald just wanted to make sure you got the question. We're looking for
how it was done.
That's
I
how
appreciate
it's
you
done.
kind of telling us how you could do it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
but looking for
how it
was
is
done.
done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay,
That's how,
so
that's how
who did
everybody
that?
does it.
Oh, how everybody does it. Who did that?
Every time, anytime photons have been detected from the sun, that's how it's done.
Okay, so who did that? Who measured the angle of arrival for the sun? Where's that data?
Oh, gee. Are you serious?
Oh man, I got evidence for my claim. Jesus Christ!
That's valid, Donald. Donald, just say someone did it, so there must be a paper.
It's not common knowledge. If I
It's
Google
common
it,
knowledge that there are devices that detect photons. Yes.
yes, that is fine, Dora or Donald. Right? That's fine, Donald. Right? We don't care about a device that detects the existence of photons.
Not the existence of.
That's what a photon detector does. It detects the existence of a photon.
Spectroscopy is.
Yes, I understand what spectroscopy is. This is another red herring that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Spectroscopy has nothing to do with photons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude,
No.
that's it. Every time you try to rephrase my question, a strong man inevitably follows. You've done it like 9 times now. That's why you're getting a bad attitude.
Do you think that the light from the sun is photons?
What the fuck?
Donald.
Listen, we can call light photons. That's not a problem.
We can call light photons? Okay.
We can call light photons, yeah.
So whenever we detect light, we're detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes you can detect light using other devices. So, yeah, you can use it as detecting photons.
No. I said whenever we are detecting light, we are detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes they're not detecting photons directly. Sometimes that's not the mechanism. There's lots of devices out there, Donald. I know you have like a 10th grade education, but there are lots of devices.
I'm asking about light. I'm specifically asking about light.
There's lots of ways to detect light, Donald.
And I wasn't asking about any specific way. I was asking about every time we detect light, are we detecting photons?
No.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, because there's something called near-field radiation. You're just ignorant. So stop.
That's photons too. Radiation is photons too.
Near-field radiation is not photons because they're not transverse.
It's not light either.
You don't even know what near-field radiation is. You don't even know what it is.
I do.
Okay, tell me what near-field radiation is. Near-field radiation. I said very specifically, near-field radiation. What is that?
Is it a field of radiation that's quite near you?
Oh, Jesus. I just said you don't know what it is. You said, yes, you do. And now you're asking me a question. Okay, that's fine. You don't know everything. You're just saying what you know, but you're at your limit.
I knew everything.
Okay, I'm telling you. Real simple. We know photons can be detected. We know there's photon detectors. We know we can detect it. Technically, they're called singlets, right? When you detect a single photon, it's called a singlet. So that's what they call it in physics. I know you don't know none of this. Stop trying to pretend that you know shit and we don't. You don't. Okay? You're underwater here.
You don't know. You don't know what I do and don't know.
You're telling me by you talking. That's what you're. That's what you're doing. I'm discerning what you know by you talking.
5 minutes. We've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Look, okay, this is just off topic. This is just a fucking dumpster fire. I only want to know one thing: how did they detect? Right? What's the evidence that they measured an angle of the sun? Where's the data? What was the device that's used? I don't want to know how they could do it.
NASA as a source.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Give me the data. I don't want to claim. I don't want you parroting somebody else's claim. I want the actual data because I want to know what the devices were used. I want to know how they were calibrated. What was done? Because I know something you don't. It's never been done. And you know it's never been done. That's why you're gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping, dude. I'm trying
to. Okay, Donald. If you don't have that,
and you
you are
a
what
very
gish gallop is?
hard person to talk to. You are a very hard person to talk
to. Of course, because I'm not going to be steamrolled by you.
Where's the live chat? That's voice.
Right above the voice channel that you're in.
Cars talking.
Paste. All right, there you go.
Oh, don't fucking post shit like that, Bearded Dora, man.
Sorry.
It's just because the algorithm and shit.
So
there's no data in here.
There's no data.
There's no data in here.
There's
no data in here.
There's no data in here. Chapter 4. This seems like a textbook.
You're just randomly Googling shit.
Yeah, I did. That's how you find shit. It's by Google.
Really?
You don't do that after your claim, though. You do that before you make the claim.
I don't know what claims were going to be. I didn't know what claims I needed to defend
He's
yet.
randomly Googling on the fly, Indio. He doesn't know.
But it's the source that's important. It's the source that's important. Google doesn't matter. Google is just how you find the source. NASA is the source.
Oh my goodness!
I asked you if NASA.
What you're missing, sir. Oh, go
It
ahead,
doesn't have
guys.
the citation.
So what you're missing is that you're just copy pasting a link. You don't know what it says. You don't know how it works. You don't know the methodology, the cause and effect relationships of what you don't even know if it's there. You just
you didn't even read this. It doesn't even do what you. It doesn't even do what you thought it.
No, I didn't read it. I just Googled angle of this.
There you go.
So you're going to tell us. So Donald, do you realize that you're trying to tell us something you believe, but you don't
It's
know
all
what?
about how the angle of this. This is all about it, man. Are you kidding me? This is a textbook page about how we figured out how the angle of the photons comes in the way it does. That's what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15
It
degrees.
means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun, and you know what? So we have the evidence that they're not. But we have. Well, I'm gonna just skip over this because we have the evidence that the angles of the sun are not parallel. And you know who did that? Yeah, we do. You can claim we don't, but we do.
Put it in the chat. I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a sec. So ever see that YouTube video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Ever seen that video?
I'm just waiting for the evidence in the chat.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, have you ever seen that video?
This is your evidence? Is
wait a second. Wait, no. Yeah, that's my evidence. You know why?
I don't accept YouTube videos as evidence.
So what?
You need a credible, peer-reviewed source for me, just like I gave you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, NASA is a peer-reviewed, credible source.
Dude, now you're just fucking lying.
That you don't accept it does not.
You obviously don't know what peer review is.
I do.
Oh, you do. So what journal and who were the reviewers of NASA's information? Who peer reviewed that?
Well,
tell me.
NASA has 30,000 employees that peer review.
Okay, they peer reviewed themselves. That's not peer review. Peer review is when a peer reviews your shit, not when you review your own shit.
The people who did the peer review are not the same people who did the experiments.
Okay, so who was that?
It was
Donald. You're just digging a hole. You hit rock bottom. Now you're just digging and digging, dude. You're just making shit. I'll let you answer, but you're just lying at this point.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, because you're not spewing a narrative, dude. That's right. Now you're going to complain. Now you're the victim again. Okay. So here's the evidence: the sun rays are not parallel. You see this? You see these 2 sticks? They did the same test you did. These sticks are 3 feet apart, and the shadow lengths are different. How'd that happen? They're 3 feet apart in the video, but you have different shadow lengths. How'd that happen?
Donald's fucked right now.
Hey, Donald, you said a few minutes ago that there was 15 degrees latitude difference between Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that correct? Donald, you said there was 15-degree difference latitude between DFW and Oklahoma City a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Okay. I just want everybody to know that the difference in latitude between Oklahoma City and Dallas is 2.75 degrees. So he said 15, it's 2.75. He was off by 12.5 0.25 degrees. No big deal, though, right?
It doesn't matter when you just make stuff up.
Yeah.
Donald, you're on mute if you didn't realize.
You can tell Donald is a disciple of Loon McToon and Weird FTFE. You can just tell.
No, well, I mean, yeah, probably, but I can just tell that he's here to spin a narrative. He just isn't good at it. Because we've been through this before. We go through this all the time. The gish gallop, the red herring, the straw man, that nonsense, dude. Dude, if your so-called heroes on YouTube can't come in here and prevail, what chance does someone like you that is just a lackey to these people? What chance do you have?
You got
zero chance, bro.
I knew Indio. I knew we had him in light rays being parallel. I knew we had him right there. We didn't even have to go any farther.
All right, so would it be possible for me to actually finish a sentence?
On that one point. You have been, dumbass.
I've been interrupted every time I've been asked a question to answer. Every time I've tried to answer the question,
you have been having
interrupted.
You have been having the time to say whatever you wanted to say. You have not been interrupted. It's just been you and Indio.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How many times have you said, "Can I not be interrupted"? At least 40 times. Somehow you got that out.
I'm the victim.
He jetted.
He left.
I know.
But this was a good example. I typed it out in the chat. He didn't answer the question. We asked him, please provide the method, who did this, not just who can or how you could do it. Please. Then he complained, I need the room to speak. We gave him the room to speak. He still didn't answer the question. So
Spartans! What is your profession? Old friend, I brought more soldiers than dead.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
For just a moment. Donald, I'd like to introduce you to somebody that is a person that comes often here to this channel. His name is Quantum Eraser. So we're all going to step back. Everybody in this channel is going to have, you're going to have only the one-on-one. Talk to him about Flat Earth and see how that goes. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to mute my microphone. No one else is going to interrupt. Thank you.
Damn, I just walked in. What do you want me to do? What's the...
You're on the clock, sir.
Jesus. All right.
You'll know what to do pretty quick.
My name's Donald. It's nice to meet you.
My name's Quantum Eraser. It actually isn't. It's John.
John, nice to meet you.
All right.
So, I mean,
have a great evening.
Have a good one.
All right. Subject matter is the Earth a globe? Donald, go ahead and present your information so that Quantum can actually hear where your stance is and your position, and then we can move forward from there.
It's pretty simple. The only shaped object that can possibly possess a horizon is a curved object. You guys were playing it just a second ago. It's my favorite one.
Is a curved object? You got proof of that?
Yeah, it's called geometry. You guys were just playing it.
It's called geometry. You got big problems with geometry with your globe there, friend.
Not a single problem.
Not a single problem. Let's talk about elevation angles.
All right.
That's geometry. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So with celestial navigation, not only with celestial navigation, a lot of people take elevation angles. We're going to couch it with celestial navigation. And in order to successfully navigate the Earth, and this has been going on for a couple hundred years, and the classes are still ongoing in the Navy and the Air Force with celestial navigation. We didn't do too much in the Army. We didn't need that nonsense. But the classes are still going on, and we're going to keep it within celestial navigation. So do you know what a sextant is?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So a sextant is an elevation angle measuring device. Correct?
It's an angle measuring device.
No, it's an elevation angle. Well, it can be, but in this particular case, it's an elevation angle measuring device. Correct?
It cannot measure the elevation of a star.
What?
It cannot measure the elevation of a star.
We're
They
not
are
measuring the
millions.
elevation of stars.
Well, you're talking about celestial navigation.
Yeah, we're not measuring elevation of the stars. We're trying to find our position. It has nothing to do with the elevation. You don't.
I agree, because the second cannot measure elevation. Huh?
See, the stupidest. Are you retarded?
Well, it can't measure the elevation of stars. That's what it sounded like you said.
I said elevation. Do you know what an elevation angle is, sir?
Okay, so you're just talking about from the observer to the horizon.
Oh my God.
So what are you talking about then?
Elevation angles. It takes an elevation angle between you, the horizon, and the star. It's an elevation angle.
It's an azimuth angle.
It's, oh my God. Define an elevation angle for me, please.
I've never heard that used.
With citation. Of course you don't.
I've never heard that used. So I can't give you a citation. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, let's see. From radartutorial.eu. And it's 52 minutes after the hour. Are you in live stream voice text?
Me?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
You never heard elevation angle. Okay. Is the angle between, you see this horizontal plane bit? And the line of sight measured in the vertical plane.
Line of sight to what?
To the star.
You can't measure the elevation of a star with a sextant.
We're not measuring elevation. We don't give a fuck on how high the star is. We want to know where we're at. Holy shit.
Angle, that's an azimuth angle. Okay, sure. You can call it an angle of elevation. I know what you're talking about now. You're just using a proprietary definition, that's all.
You're fucking retarded.
All right, we can call it an elevation angle. Let's
You're
go.
retarded, man. So, okay.
But that says angle of elevation, not elevation angle, just so you know.
Let's get it over quick. So, in order to get an elevation angle, right?
Angle of elevation.
You need a triangle, right?
No, you don't.
You don't need a triangle for an elevation angle.
Because that's just one angle. A triangle is three angles.
Oh my God. He's a retard.
Wow, so insults. You know that.
No, that's not an insult.
It is. If you had said that I was.
That's called an assessment because you don't know your ass from a pipe wrench, son. An elevation angle is a fucking right angle triangle. Did you know that? Obviously you didn't because you're fucking clueless. I mean, I don't know what to do. Maggie, what do you want me to do here?
Shit, I thought this was going to last longer, dude. I was eating. I wanted dinner in the show. What the fuck? Donald's super disappointed.
Here you go. Here you go. Oh, hold on. From Q Math, the angle of elevation there, Donald. Do you see what's in front of you?
He said elevation angle, not angle of elevation. Those are two very different things.
Oh, you really?
But nonetheless, if you assholes mute me again, I'm just going to leave.
Citation, please. We want you to show the difference between the angle of elevation and an elevation angle. Please. Floor is yours. Go fucking do it right now. Citation.
You guys have a wonderful evening.
Fuck
I don't
off.
like to get muted in the middle of my sentence.
You should be muted the rest of your life.
Well, mute yourself.
Mute yourself. So that's pants.
That's about the
Thank you, sir.
citation I expected from him.
Donald, stay focused. Elevation angles.
Let's get a citation. He says, "You guys have a wonderful night."
TOS, go ahead and clip it right here.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
Oh, how is everything? Did you get my chats yesterday?
No, you're coming. Your mic, Donald. You got to fix that mic.
Is that any better?
Way better.
Okay. So, did you guys get my chats yesterday?
No.
I put a couple of
your
chats
club.
in the live stream.
Bro, we're not gonna go to Clubhouse. This is our house, so we're building this up to be a brand.
Oh man,
24/7 is a brand.
700 folks that came and visited me at Clubhouse yesterday. It was awesome.
Oh, that's great. Good for you. Hopefully you prosper, live long and prosper. In the meantime, well, you should.
No, I don't want to.
Well,
Then
don't.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying,
Did they bring any proof of
fuck
the
it,
globe?
don't then.
Just get stuck
Did they
in the
bring any
mud.
proof
Keep
of the
spinning
globe?
your.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry, Timbo. Go ahead.
No, you're right. I was just asking if any of those 700 people brought proof of the globe.
Oh yeah, every single one of them that believed in the globe brought proof of it. Every single flat earther had nothing but insight.
Can you share it with us?
It's 7 hours. The stream was 7 hours long.
Oh, just one proof will be all right. Just,
sure. The horizon demonstrates the curve of the planet. No problem.
How so?
What about when the horizon changes?
Only a curved object. It's only possible for a curved object to have a horizon.
Okay.
What about when the horizon changes?
It's not though. There's no other shaped object that can.
No, that's
possibly
just your
possess a
incredulity
horizon.
speaking. That's just your incredulity speaking.
That's geometry.
It's not geometry. It's your lack of comprehension of geometry. If there's a horizon because it's a curved object, then it would have to occur at a certain geometric distance based on the rate of curvature of that object, right?
Unless there's refraction involved.
Oh, so that's already a no.
How did
unless I said yes unless there is refraction involved.
You're already jumping straight to a caveat.
It's not a caveat. It's just reality.
No, it's not.
Equations must match reality. Your equations.
So let's see. You started with a baseless. You started with a baseless assertion, and then went to a caveat.
Or there's no reason to use them because if your equations don't match reality, they're useless.
There you go. The globe equations don't match reality, so they're useless.
But they do every time.
Oh, they do. So the horizon's at 1.2 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet plus whatever refraction calculations you want to add to that.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds kind of close, sure.
So what refraction calculations do you want to add to that?
Well, I mean, you have to take the measurements of the area that you're observing to find out what kind of refraction you need to apply to the picture.
Yep. So what measurements are you using?
I don't take optical measurements because they're very unreliable due to refraction.
You're going to need to start with the measurements of the thing that you're saying has been refracted, i.e. the curved surface of the Earth. Got any of those?
I have a quadrant. Does that count?
No.
Oh, well, do you understand what a quadrant is?
Do you understand what a measurement of a curved surface is?
I do.
Okay, can we get one of those? Because we're going to need that, because you're saying that the curved surface of the Earth is being refracted so that it doesn't actually appear like the curved surface of the Earth that you say it is. So the first thing that you would need to no, not at all. The stupid straw man. Of course, what I'm saying is that the thing
I'm just trying to understand because you're being unclear. You're being very unclear, so I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, it's unclear because you're talking through me. It'll be clear.
Well, no, I haven't.
Yeah, that's exactly what you're doing.
You're sermonizing. I don't like to be preached.
Yeah, you don't get it because you're not listening. You're just talking, bro. You're just talking and talking. And you don't even listen to the replies.
Yeah, exactly.
So just listen and do less. You gotta.
You're really not listening at all. You really should listen more.
No, dude. I would already.
You should take this guy's advice and listen more.
I would already be done by now if you would listen. So it's the curved surface which you say has been refracted that is in question, not refraction.
Everything.
So that is the measurement of the curved surface that you say has been refracted. Do you have one of those?
Well, I mean, have you ever looked at a video of a time-lapse horizon? It changes all day long. That's refraction.
Okay, so it's changing all day long. But how do you know that that's a curved surface that's refracting?
Well, because refraction on a flat surface would not change like that.
Okay, and you know that based on measurements of the curved surface that you say is changing?
No, because of the Snell's equation. Snell's law.
Okay, so that invokes two separate media. Which two separate media are you talking about?
Well, it's not two separate media. It's a density gradient between two measurements. So, like, if you take a temperature measurement at the ground and it's very cold, and then you take a temperature measurement a meter above the ground and it's warmer,
it's not Snell's law.
Yeah, that's not Snell's law. That needs two different mediums.
Oh, it is.
And also, you're getting away from the fundamental basis of your claim already, which is the curved surface, which you said was refracting in the first place. So before
We're
you
talking
can
about
move on to
refraction, not the
claims
curved
of
surface, but-
refraction, yeah, no, we're talking about the curved surface
See, you're
first, because that's what
dish-gouging
you're
all
saying has
over the
been
place.
refracted. No, I'm on the
All over
same
the
point this entire
You're
time.
not.
I'm on the same point this entire time, which is the curved surface that you're saying has been refracted.
then
That's
you
the
talked
very
about
first
refraction,
thing
then
that
you
we'll
talked
need
about
a
this other
measurement
stuff.
for before you go on to say it's been refracted. If you don't know it's there, you can't make a claim that it's there but refracted. The refraction claim
measure it.
thus just becomes an excuse, right?
I can
so
measure
the first thing, yes, measure the curve, right? Then tell us it's been refracted. Who's done it?
I don't have to rely on I can use a way of measuring the surface of the planet that does not that takes refraction out of the equation.
Okay, well then do that. That's what I'm asking for. What is the measurement of the planet you're begging the question of?
Well, I mean, I did it 20 years ago. What do you want me to do?
Oh, you did it 20 years ago when your house burned down or got robbed or whatever?
My
Is
house.
that when they stole your angles?
So you had the proof seats, but they got robbed by an evil flat earther. Is that it?
I never said that. Now you're
okay. Yeah. Okay. But what are you saying though? You had the proof seats, but they got robbed.
Well, no, I didn't write down the measurements. I didn't.
Oh, you never even wrote them down, so there was nothing to even steal.
Can you allow me to finish? I misspoke.
No, you're
I was trying to clarify. I misspoke. Can I clarify? Would it be okay with you?
No, motherfucker. You can get us the measurements that we asked you for. We don't care about your
clarify. Can I clarify?
No, I don't need your clarifications. I don't need your qualifications. I need the measurements.
I don't care what I have to say. You're just going to make up something that I said and say that's what I said.
Yeah, because you're just going to tap dance around the point. The point is the measurements of the curvature that we're looking for, which you said has to exist, right, if we're seeing a horizon. So get us that.
Well, I mean, you can go and do the measurements yourself. Why do I have to do your homework?
Because it's your claim, idiot. You do it.
Were you the bully on the playground that said, hey, nerd, do my homework, I'm going to kick your ass? Was that you?
It's your homework. It's your homework, doofus.
I've done the homework, dude. I've done it already. I don't need to do it again. It's your job to do your own homework.
You said you never
wrote it down. I'm not your tutor. You want to charge?
You never did it.
You want me to charge you $300 an hour and I'll be your tutor, but I'm not your tutor. You can do your own research. Dude, you need to do your own research like I did. Do your own research.
No curvature measurements were found here. Go ahead, Gemsy.
Oh yeah, because that's the thing, bro. The guy's been asking you for the measurements, and you have a bunch of
let me ask you a question. If I had,
the middle of my sentence interrupted.
Listen. May I please ask a question for clarity? Ask a question for clarity. May I please ask a question for clarity?
After I'm done.
May I please ask a question for clarity? If I did have the original piece of paper with all of my measurements on it, and I took a picture of them, and I uploaded them to the chat, what would you say about it?
If I would say that's the problem with everything you just said. The word "if."
But that's why it's a hypothetical, because I don't actually have the original notes.
We know that your proof C's are imaginary and hypothetical, and that's the
proof C's are imaginary. Yes, you're right. Proof is imaginary.
Well, yours is.
So where is the measurements today? Right now,
math is imaginary. Dude, you got issues over there. This dude, Jensen, you got issues, man. You got real big issues.
Let's say we're gonna play chess. Where is the pieces? Where is the table? Where is the chess board? Do you have that?
Yes, I have many chessboards and chess sets.
So what about the measurement of Earth's curvature? Do you have it?
I have made that measurement, yes.
Okay.
Wait,
taking that measurement.
Same thing you said you did like 20 years ago?
Yeah, it was like 20 years ago. The shape of the planet hasn't changed since.
Planet? What planet? That's what we're trying to establish here with your measurements that you lost.
Well, I threw them away. I didn't keep them.
Oh, geez. So I guess we don't know it's a planet yet. Dang.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh, my God.
A planet?
Okay, so what is the thing that we're on right now?
For NASA?
What is the thing that we're on right now?
What lost that data?
What is the thing that we're on right now? What is
the thing that you believe?
Gen-Z, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Gen-Z.
The thing. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
You're interrupting my conversation with this dude.
No. Don't interrupt me, okay? So you're the one making the claim for.
I will see you people later because you don't even care about listening to others.
Let it be noted that no curvature was found here.
Talk.
Bye. Go away.
Sure.
Guys, hold on, Donald. Relax, bro. Hey, we're talking, man. Just simmer down.
I'll mute. I'm muting. Gemsy's muting.
See, Gemsy's muting. Cannot shut his mouth.
Yeah, he's muting. All right, Heretic, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I'm just waiting on the curved surface measurements that you claim that.
Dude, I have taken them. If you want them, go get them yourself. Do your own research. Do your own research.
Oh, I don't need to go do my own research into your claim.
Oh,
that would
so
be
you don't
your
need to do
job.
research.
No,
you don't need to do any research.
I don't need to go and find the evidence for
So you're
your
advocating
claim.
for ignorance.
Right? That
You're
would be
advocating for
your
ignorance.
job.
So you're
No,
advocating for
I'm advocating for you bringing us the evidence to back your claim. If it exists, I want to see it.
Me taking a measurement is not evidence for you. Me taking a measurement 20 years ago is not evidence for you.
What were the measurements 20 years ago?
Yeah, you never took the measurement.
Fuck's sake. Okay.
You told us you don't have it. You told us you didn't write it down. You told us you lost it. You told us it got stolen, blah, 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 blah. You never brought it. All you brought us was a claim of a measurement. You never brought us a measurement.
Would you mind
I do mind that you keep fucking talking while I'm talking.
You interrupted me. I was the first person talking. You interrupted me. I was just trying to finish what I was saying in the first place.
Okay, go on.
So me taking a measurement 20 years ago is not going to convince anybody else of anything.
You didn't do that, though. You just said that you did. And then when we asked you for it, you didn't have it for one reason or another. So
but even if I did have...
hold on. All you have is the claim of a measurement. You don't actually have the measurement part. That's the part we needed, not your claim.
If I had a page full of numbers and I uploaded them to your chat, what would you say about those numbers?
I would say that the problem right now is that you use the word would, and before you use the word if. So right now it's just an imaginary hypothetical measurement, right?
Is?
Yes,
My
I do.
point is that even if I did, listen, 1 second, please, 1 second.
You want me to answer your question? Yes, I understand what a hypothetical is, and that's the problem. I'm not looking for a hypothetical measurement. I'm looking for an actual
I'm trying to get to a point. I'm trying to get to a point. Can I get to a point? Can I get to my point now?
I don't think you can, and I think that's on you.
The point is that even if I did have that page full of measurements that I took 20 years ago and I uploaded them to your chat, you would still reject them. So what's the point?
Okay, so mind reading now too. All right, so you don't have the proof.
You don't accept anything that contradicts your worldview.
How would you know that? You haven't provided me with anything.
Because I asked you a minute ago and you said, yeah, your proofies are silly or something like that. Your proofies are fake.
Yeah, your proofies that you don't have are imaginary. Yeah.
You said your proofies are imaginary. So what's the point of me offering up a boatload of measurements on a piece of paper if you're just going to say nuh-uh anyway?
Well, the ones that you don't have and haven't offered up?
It's irrelevant because you would reject them. You would reject them.
Oh, how do you know that? You haven't offered any.
Because you just said that my proofies are imaginary, so that means you would reject them.
Because you haven't offered any, so as yet, they're imaginary.
They were numbers on a piece of paper. That they wouldn't mean anything to you because you don't understand that.
No, they're not numbers on a piece of paper. They're just words out of your mouth.
No, they were numbers on a piece of paper when I took the measurement.
Okay, show us that piece of paper then.
What difference would that make?
Are they drop over distance measurements?
It would make the difference.
I did it like Eratosthenes. I took an angle to the sun.
Oh, so just you measured shadows.
Well, no, I took an angle to the sun.
Oh, an angle to the sun, right. Okay.
Okay,
so the angles to the sun diverge, do they?
Not appreciably so, no.
Oh, they don't diverge.
No, they're all
so then how did Eratosthenes measure diverging shadows then?
Shadows appear to diverge, but they don't actually.
Oh, they don't actually diverge.
It's called perspective.
Okay, so the shadow's not actually getting longer, it's just perspective.
Yeah, see, like when you see crepuscular rays up in the sky, if you were above those crepuscular rays, they would look parallel. They would not look like they're like...
Yeah, that's another story, and that's not even true, actually.
No, I have pictures of those.
Yeah, we have pictures of that, too. We can draw the lines and show you that they're not parallel. So I guess you have trouble with... yeah, I guess you have trouble with what parallel lines are, too. Maybe you just need glasses.
I've got no problems with... Well, I'm wearing my glasses.
Okay, good. Yeah, you might want to use those. But
I do.
Shadows diverge, right? So what's your point?
They appear to diverge because of perspective, but they're actually parallel.
Oh, because of perspective. So the shadows are parallel. They're not getting longer the further away from the light source they are.
Well, that's not... Well, I didn't know that's what you meant by diverge.
Well, that's what it means.
Well, all of the shadows on Earth are approximately the same distance to the light source.
Okay. So if I have an object that's right directly underneath the sun, or a light source, right? I'm not going to get much of a shadow, am I?
A light source? No, probably not. Not much of a shadow.
And then if I put another object sort of off to the side from that one, I'm going to start to get a shadow, right?
It depends on which way you angle it, which way the shadow's going to be.
Just off to the side, so it's not directly underneath the light source.
I just answered the question. Let's go move on to the next one.
Right? No, you didn't really.
I did. I said... It depends on which direction you move it, which way the shadow will go.
If it's not, yeah, okay, but that's not what the question
was. Relative to the object.
Right, yeah. So you're going to start to get a shadow, right? And I'm going to get more and more of a shadow the further I move away out of the direct line of light from that light source, right?
Sure.
Okay, cool. So I'm doing this all on a flat surface. I needed a curved surface for this. Where?
Well, it's not that you need a curved surface. It's just that the surface is curved.
Okay, but that's an assertion now.
No, I've measured the curvature of the planet, so it's not an assertion.
Okay, how did you do that?
I used my quadrant.
Okay, what did you do?
I took an angle to the sun.
Okay, so you did exactly what I'm just talking about right now. You have different angles to the sun from different locations. You choose to interpret that as the Earth having a curved surface, and then you
It's
go,
not
there
an
it is, the curved
interpretation,
surface.
it's an output of the calculation.
Even though you should know, based on what I just told you, that exact thing is going to happen on a flat surface anyway.
Not though. It cannot happen with
it
the local
is.
sun.
This is just Eratosthenes, sir, with extra steps. That's all it is.
Yeah,
You've just replaced shadows.
are the important part.
Shut up. You just replaced shadows with a photon detector. That's all you did. Who cares?
Well, your eyes are photon detectors.
So?
You can't detect anything without photon.
So?
You can't see anything without photon.
Okay, that's a really nice non sequitur. Now tie it back to the
you
point
brought
that
up
you're trying to
photons,
prove,
not
which is
me,
Earth
so it's
curve.
your non sequitur. You're admitting a logical fallacy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, yours. That's the one I'm admitting.
Well, no, you're the one that brought up photons, not me. So it's your logical fallacy, not mine.
I heard this conversation yesterday. You said you're using a photon detector, right?
Sure, yeah.
Right, yeah, sure. Okay, so you're doing the same thing that Eratosthenes has claimed to have done, but instead of using shadows, you use a photon detector and go, there, now we know the surface is curved. It's the same exact circle jerk, either way. The only thing that you're doing is you're choosing to interpret the results as being due to the curved surface that you're trying to prove. So it's textbook begging the question, can you try something else?
Output of math. The curve is an output of the math. It's not anything that I put into it. It's the results of the calculation.
You already know that the angles to the sun are going to diverge. You already know that the angles to the sun are going to diverge regardless of the surface of the Earth.
But all right, so you just don't understand what you're talking about. Okay, so I don't understand.
Yeah, that's me who doesn't get it.
Okay, I need clarification. So I don't understand what you mean by that the shadows are going to diverge. What do you mean by that?
We already went through this, right? If you have something right directly underneath the light source, you don't get much of a shadow. You put something sort of off to the side from that light source, you start getting a shadow. The further out you go, the longer the shadow you get. We already did this. Nowhere in that example did we need a curved surface. So we have the exact same thing that Eratosthenes did, except this jerk off using a photon detector instead of shadows. Who cares?
Jeez, your eyes are. Oh my God, you don't listen. You just. Okay, I'm done. I love you guys, and I cannot talk to this man anymore because he does not listen. So I'm going to leave. You guys have a great day.
Well, you can talk to someone else if you want.
You can talk to Jamesy.
All right, show's over.
You're not his type, Jamesy.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify and get involved with the conversation about our Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
Donald C. is a glutton for punishment. Stop rage quitting, bruh.
All right, so I guess Donald is in here. Alexa, put yourself. Hold on, Donald. Alexa, excuse me. Thank you. Go ahead, Donald.
Well, hello. Can you guys hear me?
What's going on, man?
Not a lot. So you guys had a room open. Thought I'd stop in and say hi.
Yeah, man. Go ahead.
Anybody been convinced of the globe yet?
Are you a disc in space believer?
Oh, I'm a globetard for sure.
So you're a disc in space believer then?
No, I'm a globetard.
All right, but isn't the picture that you have in your icon of a flat galaxy basically a disc in space? Isn't that what that is?
Spiral galaxies are disc-shaped, sort of, but yeah. I mean, that's an artist's rendition of the Milky Way galaxy.
Of course, because we can't see our own ass, right?
Well, we can't take a picture of our entire galaxy from inside the galaxy.
Exactly, but you believe we are in a disk floating through the vacuum of space. That's correct.
Well, we're in a spiral galaxy.
Which is a disk floating in the vacuum of space, correct?
Spiral galaxies are roughly disc-shaped, but no, they're not discs. They're on a plane mostly, but not completely.
Oh, a planar disk-shaped spiral
But
galaxy.
you understand that galaxies are not planets, right?
Yeah, I understand that the artist's rendition is disk-shaped in the vacuum of space.
It's not a perfect vacuum, but yeah.
Whatevs. It's called the vacuum of space. I don't know why you're being pedantic.
It's called space-time.
No, space-time is a concept invented by Einstein.
No. Space-time is very, very physical.
No, space-time, the idea was invented by Einstein.
All right, but is length physical?
I don't know about that, but check this out. I just was asking about your spiral galaxy disk in space belief, but you can go on. Take it away, Miggy. You're there.
Yeah, I was just going to open it up to the panel. I think more people that haven't had interactions with Donald, so that's cool. I guess if anybody wants to chime in, Donald is here, so he's also the belief the Earth is a globe. So anybody in here wants to interact with him?
Just still waiting on his globe measurements is all.
Did the guy say that space and time are very physical or something like that?
Extremely physical.
Can I have some of that physical stuff, put it in a cup and paint it purple? Can I do that?
Sure, paint any cup purple. There you go.
The stuff that you were talking about, space and time.
It's inside the cup.
It's inside the empty cup?
It's inside. Those cups aren't empty. They're filled with space-time.
So can I grab that physical space-time and paint it a different color so I can look at it?
Well, space-time is transparent.
Also, it's not as physical as you were saying, or what is it? Which one is it?
Just because something is transparent does not make it not physical. I mean, glass is transparent. It's physical.
But is it there, like you're saying? Is that thing that you're saying very physical? Is it actually there? Or you're just saying a certain is there, but is it?
Is length there?
Is space-time there? Were you saying inside the cup? That's what you're saying?
This is what I'm trying to explain to you. Is length there?
Length.
It's a conception.
No, length is not a conception. Whenever you cut a board to 6 feet long, is that conceptual?
The board is the board made out of what? Wood or, I don't know, a stick made out of silicon, right? So is that's what it is. And then you conceptualize references in word about speaking or putting it in language or math, and you talk about it with that stuff. But is the figures, the numbers, the thing?
Doesn't matter what you call the unit of measure. The thing that you measure is real and physical.
Yes, it is. The thing you're measuring. So can we measure the space-time?
Listen, I wasn't quite done yet. So space-time is length, height, depth, and time. That's all it is. Those things all exist.
And those things are causing those things are causing something in physicality. You're saying the space and time that is there inside the cup is causing things to happen. Like what?
Well, sure, everything. Everything happens in space-time. And you can leave out the and. It's not space and time. It's just space-time.
How do you manipulate it?
How do I what?
How do you manipulate it?
Which?
The space-time. How do you manipulate it?
So you move in space and then you move in time. That's how you manipulate it.
Can you show me the physical space-time being manipulated?
Yeah, sure. No problem. It's called
you move the cup.
It's called gravitational lensing.
I didn't see any space-time.
Well, the smears of the gravitational lensing is the curvature of space-time.
I'm hearing a story about something you saw, but I still didn't see any space-time.
Well, that's just because you misunderstand. That's a very you thing. That's not my problem. That's your problem.
It's my fault that
why would we be embarrassed why would we be embarrassed about misunderstanding or not even caring about thought experiments?
I never said you should be embarrassed. I never ever said. Hang on 1 second, please.
Oh, my bad.
I never.
This is this
You
kind
asked
of
me a
guy.
question. I want to answer. You asked me a
Don't
question.
worry. Don't worry, Donald. So you'll be heavily moderated. It's no big deal. No
Well,
big deal
y'all
at all.
need to be moderated.
So that's the thing, Donald. That's very interesting. That you would think that we care about misunderstanding people's thought experiments, which aren't real experiments. I don't go around giving a shit about my understanding or lack thereof of everyone's explanations of everything ever. But if you have any evidence to provide for, like, you know, the direct claim about the curvature of the earth or something like that, that would be nice.
Yes, please.
Yeah, he's gone.
He left because he wanted to be able to interrupt these very pointed questions. I wasn't gonna have it because I don't have the patience for that. Oh well. Sorry, guys.
Well, he'll be right back, probably. He did this the other day. He rage quit like 3 times.
Elijah, don't apologize for being with him, my guy. They can't stand the test. Run for the hills.
Can I have 3 minutes and 15 feet, please? And paint it black, please.
You don't understand the minefield that is Einstein. So, so what?
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room and someone will come along to VC verify and get involved with the conversation about our Earth. Now we have time for a meeting with the real flat earthers.
Donald C. Part 5.
Oh wow, we got Donald C back in the back in the house, guys.
Donald's back to try again.
I'm sorry, I had to go.
He's server muted though, so just a heads up.
What is that sound?
Oh, yeah, he is.
So you're back.
There we go, Donald.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay,
So
this is
so
like
people typically don't believe in the globe. Specifically, what I mean by that is when we start talking about the geometry that this object called the globe has, people don't believe in it. Specifically because there's no evidence of it.
Oh,
but there's mountains of evidence.
So do you know what drop over distance is?
Yes.
All right. Where's the evidence of that?
I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
I'm getting a. Jesus Christ! I have to come back later.
Oh my goodness.
What?
What
That was that. No, that was that Zach at the bottom again. He came back in and was hot micing.
It
Just
could
mute
be
him
like
if
a
he comes
LARP.
back.
It's like a LARP when they come in and they pretend like they're getting yelled at because they're talking to flat earthers or something. Like he's like a Muslim girl hiding, you know, like a conversation with like people they disagree with.
Well, just wait.
Yeah.
Donald will, start talking and, not let anybody else talk, and then he'll have to be muted so somebody else can talk, and then he'll leave. It's just another cycle.
Nothing new. Yeah, nothing new under the sun. He's doing it already. He couldn't help himself.
I thought everybody was
Donald,
talking.
every day you do the same thing. You're like Pinky in the Brain. Okay? You're not going to take over the world. You're just an idiot with an internet connection. As soon as you learn that, then you'll be able to actually understand something presented to you, so then you'll be able to make a case against it. Until you have some level of understanding, you're never going to know what you're against. You're just pissing in the wind, and you're upset because it's something you added. No one's talking about space pizza,
Jesus
dude.
Christ,
No one's talking about space pizza. No one's talking about a pancake. So as soon as you get that part down, the flat is an adjective.
All right, so show me a measurement of flat.
Show you a measurement of flat.
Sure, take a measurement of flat.
Sea level.
Level means curve.
But the question is, who thinks it's flat? Who do you think that is?
Do you want the direct measurement of it?
Listen, I don't care about what people think. I care about measurements. I have measurements.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, when people talk about the globe, right, you're the guy that I have to mute when I'm talking because you can't.
You interrupted me, just so you know.
That's right. Okay, so are you ready? Are you ready? Yes or no?
If I get muted unwarrantedly,
yeah. I muted you, so you're either going to leave or you're going to answer yes or no. Are you ready?
What's the question? What question? What is the question you
read? Can you read what's in the live stream?
Sure. Is this Donald? Yeah.
Yeah, read it out loud.
Is this Donald? That's what I see.
No, that's my meme. He's asking about something else.
So are you talking about? Are you talking about?
Sorry. One second.
So are you talking about the
No, 17 minutes past the hour.
17 minutes past 5:17. Can you see it? Is that what you're talking about?
Yep.
Okay. Look out your window. What do you see? I see a horizon which can only exist on a curved surface. Is it flat or round? What?
Can you read without inputting what? Because what you're saying right now contradicts what this is saying, and this is what's in the books of our children to begin to understand this concept.
So if you look out your window, you will see land for a distance that is flat. Maybe you might see a hill or a mountain. You could probably make your own map of what you see. What you don't see is anything round like a globe. So how were globes invented? More than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. They invented globes. But it took hundreds more years before most people believed that Earth was round. That's just incorrect. Everything in there, except for more than 2,000 years ago, the Greeks used observation skills and math to figure out the shape and size of our planet. That's the only true statement in there.
Why they're teaching it to children?
Well, they're not. That's not from a textbook.
When you look out into the world, when you go outside, do you see anything round like a globe?
Yes, I do.
So, can you take a picture and send it to us?
Sure, no problem. It's called the horizon. Just take a picture of the horizon. Only a curved object can possess a horizon.
Well, I know that's an assertion of yours, but the real... I'm sorry, don't make me mute you when I'm talking. Okay, I don't want to have to do
You
that.
misrepresented me. I don't like that.
Like I said, or like I began to say, if the horizon is geometric, which is actually the claim that you're supposed to be representing, then we would have evidence of that. So the horizon being a geometrically verified consequence of a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance should be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You agree or disagree?
Plus refraction.
Do you agree? So you disagree, huh?
No, plus refraction. Everything you said plus refraction. Yes, I agree.
So you don't agree?
No, I do agree with everything you said plus refraction.
No, plus refraction makes the statement a contradiction because
Refraction is not contradictory to the statement you just made.
No, because if we're going to say that 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height gives us the distance of the visible blockage of the Earth.
No, you're geometric horizon. No, geometric. That's the geometric.
Oh, my bad. I warned you. So when we're talking about that's right, geometric horizon, that's the Earth measured distance between you and the land that you can see. Everything else you can't see. So when you say except for refraction, basically the statement is, well, we have an Earth measured distance to the visible boundary that we can see, except we can't see it, is ultimately what you're saying. I gotta unmute him, but my phone is blocked. Sorry.
He left us, Elijah.
No, he got detention. He put potty words into the live stream.
Yeah,
he
but
triggered out.
He has to leave the chat. Like, detention won't take him out of the VC.
Yeah, I'd like to pick him up on a couple of assertions he's made that are just factually incorrect when he comes back. But yeah, when he comes.
Yeah, we have like a 18-minute clip of him saying all this stuff and getting destroyed on it the other day. He's just doing a classic respawn.
Yeah, it's like nothing new under the sun. You say, at least just remember something told to you. That's all I need to... I said this. Do you remember what I just said? He's like, comes back, refraction, horizon, ball. Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's funny because it's like when he says refraction, he's accepting the 1.2 based on the rate, like the 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is based on the radius value that refraction changes. So when he says plus refraction, he is therefore disagreeing with the formula you presented, and he doesn't realize it.
Yeah, bye-bye geometric horizon.
Correct. If it's refracted, it's not geometrical anymore.
Yeah. So if it is 1.2, it has to be 1.2, like, that has to be factoring in his
all
refraction.
The time. Yeah, if it's a measurement, it cannot it cannot change.
Yeah, or else he's making his radius unfalsifiable, which of course he's doing.
He's double speak. He's saying like, oh yeah, it is 1.2, but it's actually not because of this caveat.
Yeah. Well, it's 1.2
it's within 5%.
Yeah. But he said something that was factually incorrect.
How long's this guy been floating around? I've only really heard him over the last week. Have you known him for longer, Crit?
No, he's a new one. I haven't heard him. I don't think it's a sock or anything.
He's a bona fide anti-flat earther at this point.
Yep.
The last time he was in here, he was like, "Space-time is real. It's in your empty cup." Oh gosh.
Yeah, June 4th he joined. Yeah, how much time is in a cubic meter?
Yeah, can I get a box of height, please?
He's on the verge of a spurg out at any given moment, and he wants to blame you for why he can't control himself.
Oh, Elijah, he's back.
Yeah, he's server muted.
Crypto, you want
Really? You really want to give him another chance?
I'll be in literally 2 minutes, and I want to have a chat with him if that's all right. But
As
give
long
me
as-
2 minutes.
You just gotta refrain from using potty words, and the bot won't. I mean, at this point, the impartial moderator, a bot, muted him the same as you for everyone else, and he spurged out. Even with a bot set up to auto mod.
That is a very insulting pejorative.
So feelings. We were looking for globe proof, hopefully, instead of feelings.
Well, now we know this guy's
You guys have
offended by
nothing
words.
but feelings. You guys got nothing but feelings.
Why do you care?
I don't.
Yet you make an observation about it.
I don't like being muted for no reason. That's why I leave for no reason.
So you're triggered out because you used potty words and the bot muted you, and you flipped out.
I don't give a fuck about potty words.
Donald,
Just
how
told
old
the
are
live
you?
stream to F off, Donald.
Shit this fucking cocksucking motherfucker and tits fart turd and twat. It's my favorite quote
How old
ever.
are you? How old are you?
I'm 43. What difference does that make? How old are you?
How old are you? How can you be 43-year-olds and not understand basic mic etiquette of finish their speech before you start talking? You're an adult.
I have different etiquette than you. That's all.
No, you don't have any etiquette. You're an adult.
Bullshit.
You behave like one.
Different etiquette as in no etiquette.
Come on, guys. Let's drop the attitude. Come on, let's have a civil conversation.
So, I mean, I don't like being muted for no reason, just because I disagree with you. So every time you guys do that, every time you guys do that, I'm just going to leave.
We don't want to talk about your feelings.
We don't care, Donald.
No one cares what you do. You don't even care what you do. Why would I care what you do?
I do care what I do.
Donald, that's not
You're
what
not
happens.
even in control of yourself. If you get muted by someone else, even a bot, you leave when it was your own damn fault and you didn't even care. So think about your own actions and how you impact yourself. If you don't want something, if you say, I don't want to be muted, you know what to do. You were given feedback on how not to get muted.
So I got simply for...
Wait, did you rejoin to talk about how you got muted and why you...
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Okay, then let's just get past that.
That's right. Let's leave that. Let's leave that.
I think
Let's
Crypto would like to have a word with you anyway, so welcome, Crypto. Crypto, this is Donald. Donald, this is Crypto.
Crypto, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. You made a statement about Horizon can only exist on a curved surface, right?
Yes.
So on a flat surface, what would it be? All sky or all ground?
Well, it would be a fuzzy little edge that where the sky and the ground met would be very, very fuzzy, and if you got a big enough telescope, you could see as far as you wanted. You'd be able to see all the way to the edge.
So if I was to try and recreate this on a smaller scale, for instance, like a table.
How about a cup? Let's do a cup.
Well, no, I want to do a table because it's.
I want to do a cup. Let's do a cup because
I want to do a table.
Well, because
Again, you're interrupting. Let him finish speaking.
No, I was still.
This is why you get muted. No, he was speaking. You interrupted him. This is why you get muted.
Do you know what the conversation is?
A table is.
It's not. No, mine.
So, can everyone agree that a table is a flat surface?
Yes. Not a cup.
Fantastic.
Yes.
You bring your eyes down to the level of the flat surface, maybe an inch above it or whatever. You look down it, and there's a very sharp horizon at the end of the table.
No, there's not. There's an edge.
That's what your horizon is.
No, very different things.
Why?
Because an edge has nothing beyond it. A horizon has more stuff beyond it.
But that's just the edge of your vision either way.
Your vision does not have an edge.
You can see forever?
Yes.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Go on then, can you prove that?
Yes.
Sorry, hold on. Everybody sells binoculars and telescopes. We've just been put out of business. Now think about what you said.
Binoculars and telescope. You don't need those.
Oh, hold on, what ships at sea to see further? I can't see that boat. Hold on, if I get my binoculars out there, it fucking is. Do you know what a telescope is and why they were brought into fucking existence? Now think about what you said and return to the conversation with Crypto.
Yeah, I don't care about any of that.
Forever.
None of that is relevant to what I said.
You can't see forever.
You can.
Was your claim?
You can
see. Hold on, let's get this right. Did you say you could see forever?
Yes.
Right,
Yeah.
so then you don't need binoculars then, do you?
No.
Right then.
As long as the light is bright enough. As long as the light source is bright enough, you can see it for as far away as possibly be.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. I have to apologise to Crypto. Sorry, buddy, for jumping in, but for fuck's sake.
I mean, just read a physics textbook, that's all.
You don't understand. Sorry. You don't understand that we see in angles and with distance things
Don't see in
reduce
angles.
in angle.
No.
Hold on.
No, we
hold
don't.
on.
That's wrong.
Listen.
That is
You don't
infactual.
Why?
That is infactual because we don't see.
Do you understand? Do you understand what perspective is?
Yes.
Awesome stuff. And do you understand that things reduce in angular size with distance?
Yes.
This house is big when I stand next to it compared to the one that's down the fucking street. It appears to be smaller.
I do understand.
Yeah. So eventually you will understand that that house down the end of the road that's too far away for you to see is too far away for you to see because your eye can't resolve that angle that it has disappeared into, as in that angle is too small for you to see. And then, hold on, and then you get your binoculars out, and then you see the fucking house.
Well, it depends on a lot of stuff.
Hold on, Mister. I think I can see. Hold on, Mister.
Preaching.
Hold on.
I don't like being preached at.
Listen.
So mute me if you have to, but I don't.
Stop interrupting, Donald.
Fuck off. I'll interrupt. He's preaching.
This is why you get muted.
Why'd you have to
irony of the
interrupt?
Globus saying that you're preaching.
Yeah. Sorry, Crypto, again for interrupting and going on for a little bit too long, but this man kind of deserves it. He's preaching that you can see forever, and when demonstrated that you can't because you need binoculars, for example, or telescopes, and understanding angular size, I'm hoping he takes it back because it's fundamentally ridiculous. I can understand why he wants to interrupt me because he doesn't want me to point that out to him. But what he said is stupid. We can't see forever, or better, because forever would be time, infinitely.
Yeah, I mean, look, Jenna, you can crack on if you want. I just wanted to get him to say something ridiculous, so my job is done. You crack on.
Yeah, he's gone.
No, that's fine. I do apologise, man. He said something ridiculous, and I had to jump all over it because it was fucking stupid.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Donald C., Part 6.
That's her answer. So now
no one has ever demonstrated.
The tokamak reactor demonstrates that.
Next to an open vacuum, show me. Post it in the live stream voice text right now. No physical barrier. Hold on. No physical barrier. 10 to the negative 17 torr right next to gas pressure. Post that in the live stream voice text. Only using gravity. No physical barrier. Using right next to the open vacuum. Put gas pressure. Post that in live stream voice text.
Unreasonable.
No one has ever done that. No one ever will.
That is unreasonable.
Thermodynamics. No one will ever be able to demonstrate that because it's
that's unreasonable. We use
he just admitted that his claim is unreasonable. For
Exactly.
No, that experiment is unreasonable
because you can't prove
your
it.
claim is.
Well,
You
no,
can't
that
prove it.
experiment is unreasonable.
Because your claim is.
Maybe that's listening is getting confused. We're trying to just simplify it first. Yeah, like
it's not a simple thing. You can't just simplify it.
Well, the thing is, why do things fall down? See, that's easy to explain.
Oh, no, wait, bong. You're going back to the whole, like, that's just a whole separate thing. Like, let's stick to gas pressure. So again, let's focus here now. There's the X value in gas pressure when we're measuring gas pressure, just gas pressure by itself. It's measured in the X value form.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
So like you take for instance, do you know what the X value is in your typical car? You know, like your typical economy car, American economy car. You know what the X value is inside the tire? Tell me.
Can I ask a quick question, please?
No, come on, tell me.
There's a question standing at the moment. You can answer that one if you want to speak. Go
Come
ahead.
on, what is it? Come on, Mr. Smarty Pants. What's the X value in your typical economy car, your typical American economy car? What's the X value, PSI, inside the car tire? What is it? Tell me.
45 PSI.
Well, that's a little high, but 36 psi to 45 psi. Yeah,
depends on whether or not you have a low profile.
Maybe your trucks might have 45 psi. But yeah,
no, the smaller the tire, the shorter the tire, the higher the psi. The taller the tire, the smaller the psi. So it's your low pros are going to have the higher psi. Your low profile tires.
What's her name?
Yeah. Anyway,
the name of the...
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you think that gas pressure is the same as atmospheric pressure because they're not the same?
Well, atmospheric pressure is not. No, they're not the same thing because atmospheric pressure is a fictional term. So gas pressure is a fictional term.
I mean, in that,
it's a fictional term. It's like Harry Potter, Wingardium Leviosa. You know, it's a fictional.
So why do you think that atmospheric pressure is fictional?
Because first of all, there's no atmosphere to begin with, so that's why.
What are you breathing?
Clear it up.
What do you breathe?
So here, buddy, here, listen. So atmosphere is technically a misnomer of a term. So atmo is Latin for air, and then sphere is a shape. Now, air is a gas, and gases have no inherent shape. Thus, atmosphere is a misnomer. It's a nonsensical term.
And that's why it's fictional.
Yeah, it's also fictional too.
That doesn't make sense at all.
Yes, it does, Donald.
What's the name of the young lady that
gases have no inherent shape? He said it. It was clear. There was no
shape has nothing to do with whether you can breathe or not. Come on, guys.
Holy shit. So what is
it? Yeah, okay, holy shit. Yes, I'm here now.
So what
the fuck are you guys arguing about? This is
this guy is claiming that
I was listening. You know, go ahead.
He's saying that gases take shapes like spheres and stuff, and Orion is addressing that. That's what's going on.
Oh, spheres! What spheres of air? No, we're not talking about spheres of air. Bong's not talking about that. What the fuck are you arguing about?
Okay,
what do you breathe?
We're talking about how gas and a vacuum can't be next to each other, right? And then she says,
"So you
it must be
disagree?"
gravity.
So, who's she?
Right? So she said.
I appreciate being unmuted. I was muted unwarrantedly.
Oh my gosh!
Straight to concern trolling. That sounds like
Don't come in, dude. You're unmuted. Don't talk about why or how. Just say what you're going to say, and then we'll move forward.
Don't get unmuted to say things that get people muted. Good one, Donald.
It's like, why would you go somewhere and say, you unmuted me, and we're going to talk about for the next 5 minutes why you were muted? What the entire fuck?
Thanks for unmuting me. I have no idea why I was muted, but thanks for unmuting me.
All right, Donald. So why do you want to talk to us? What do you have to say?
Somebody mute him again.
Well, I mean, I'll talk about anything related to the shape of the planet.
Sure, go ahead. Do you have questions for flat earthers?
No question.
What's your strongest argument?
The horizon. Only a curved object can possess a horizon.
Bullshit.
Okay, show me a shaped object other than curved that possesses a horizon.
How about your fucking table?
Yeah, the Earth.
It has an
That's
egg,
not a curved
not
object.
a horizon.
There you go, the Earth. That's not a curved object. Done. Now what do you want?
Well, except it has a horizon. Only curved objects can possess horizons.
That's a nice assertion. Have you measured the curve that you say is necessary?
Your statement is illogical. Okay, go look that up, please. Thanks.
Oh, why is it illogical?
Because it just is. That's just the way life and things present themselves. You know, not the way you're talking about.
Well, it's a baseless assertion, so there's that.
It's not a baseless assertion. It's geometry.
Yeah, no, it's not. That's another baseless assertion.
Geometry.
It's baseless assertion. Now it's baseless assertion stacked on top of baseless assertion. So really illogical.
I assume you have to assume a non-rotating plane in all fields that have to
personally measured rotation.
Listen.
How'd you do that? Long just made a claim. He just said that he personally measured rotation.
How'd you do that?
Okay, wait, man. The horizon. Hold on, man. If you have to know where the stars are to navigate, okay, you need a flat, non-rotating plane, okay.
Well,
if you want to do anything that uses the horizon, you need to assume a non-rotating plane. Okay,
that's just not true.
What are you talking about? You don't know anything. You haven't even taken a course in anything to do with the horizon. Do you know what photography is?
There are
Do you
no
know what surveying is? Hello? Do you know what celestial navigation is?
Yes.
Do you know what
I do.
celestial? Okay, do you know what the sextant is?
Yes, I do.
All right. So a sextant, okay, requires a flat, a level surface from you, the observer, from the observer to the horizon. Okay, you have to assume that is flat in order for you to look up at that star, to aim at that star. And let me finish what I'm saying. There's a triangle. There's a star up there, and there's a horizon, okay? And then there's you, the observer. That's your triangle. Okay?
No, you don't need a triangle to do celestial navigation.
Oh my god.
You need a single angle, one angle, not three.
Okay. How do you get an angle?
Well, you use a sextant or a quadrant. You can do it with a quadrant, but you can only find your latitude with a quadrant.
Well, take your angle, okay, and make the bottom of that angle curved, okay? I don't care how curved it is, just make it curved, and then tell me what your angle is.
That's not how it works with celestial navigation.
Okay, exactly, that's not how it works. I agree.
Yeah, that's not how it works.
It has to be flat, right?
Well, no, you don't need flat. No. You need a tangent.
You're trying to say that ball, right?
A tangent. Okay, so that means that there must be a curve somewhere then, right?
That's the point, yes.
Okay, show us that curve. Can't have a tangent without a curve, so show us the curve.
The horizon can only exist on a curved object.
There's that stupid fucking assertion again. Now show us the curve that you say you need to have a horizon.
Well, only a curved object can possess a horizon.
You're just repeating the same assertion now for like a fifth time. Show us the curve that you claim is necessary for a horizon.
That is the curve, so refute it. You have to disprove it somehow.
It's a baseless assertion. So far, there's nothing to disprove, idiot. So show us the curve that you say is necessary in order to have a horizon.
Sure, no problem.
Wait, everybody
give us a measurement.
I'm going to try and moderate this, so hold on. First, let's get some things. Clear some things up. What is the radius of the globe? Okay, can you answer that?
Almost 4,000 miles. It's like 3960 something.
3959. Okay, 3959. Do you know why we need to know that? Do you know why we need to know that?
Well, because a lot of calculations rely on it.
No, it's because of the horizon. That's why we need to know that, because you're saying
more than the horizon relies on the calculation of the radius.
Wait, because you're saying that somewhere on this ball, okay, the horizon, okay, that's where your tangent line is, right? A tangent line is a straight line, and you're going to put it on a ball.
No, the horizon is not a tangent.
Look, a tangent line is a straight line from you, okay, to the horizon. Okay?
No, well, yes, well, no, that's no. A tangent is just a tangent is just a straight line that intersects with the sphere at a single point.
Okay, show us the sphere it's intersecting with.
I'm talking about looking through the fucking sextant, buddy. Like, you're looking through the sextant, okay? You're establishing your tangent line. You're looking at the what?
Well, you don't need a tangent line. What you need is the angle from the horizon to the star that you're measuring.
First, you say you don't need a curved surface, right? You don't need a curved adjacent. Now you say you don't need a curved adjacent. You need a tangent line. And now I'm saying, all right,
either of those things.
You don't need a tangent line. You need
either of those things.
Listen, no, stop. How are you going to get an angle without a tangent line? Without that bottom line adjacent, bottom line that you're looking.
You can get an angle without
the horizon. Then you have to look at the star. That's your angle that you're trying to get, right? But you're trying to avoid the flat surface. You're trying to avoid celestial navigation. Why?
Tangents and angles are not related.
Man.
Then why are you using a tangent line to get an angle, dumbass?
You're not, though. That's the thing. You're not.
Oh, yeah, I know you're not, but it was your claim that you are. Okay, but good job throwing that under the bus. Thanks.
Yeah, you go learn about this and how to do it. Okay, then you come back and you tell us how to do it
I know how
properly.
to.
Okay. Okay.
I actually own a quadrant and know how to use it, and I know how to use the sextant. I've used one before.
So basically, what you're doing is you're just avoiding using words like flat, horizon, looking at the horizon, right? I asked you what's your strongest argument. You said horizon, and now you want me to say you got to look at the horizon to establish a tangent line.
Well, no, that's not what you're doing. Is you're not establishing a tangent line. You're establishing an angle from a star to the horizon. It's not necessarily a tangent.
Oh, right, no tangent line. Well, that's our point. You don't have a tangent line because you would need a curved surface. Yeah, that's the point. You would need the curved surface in order to have the tangent line, but like you just said,
you can establish an angle. Listen, you can establish an angle without a tangent line. But
oh, really? Yeah, I know you can because that's exactly what you're doing in reality. You have no tangent line. You would need a curve to have a tangent line, so you don't have that. So obviously, we're getting these angles without that.
But the only
you're avoiding saying, okay, you're avoiding saying that the horizon we're looking at is where the curve of the Earth is. You're not saying that for a reason because you know that you have to assume it's flat.
I'm asserting that absolutely. I'm asserting that that's the horizon can only hang on. The horizon can only exist on a curved object.
That's just retarded because the horizon would be a tangent point. You just told us that you don't have a tangent point.
The horizon is not a tangent. Stop saying that, please.
Yeah, okay, so then it's not a curve. There's no curve aspect to it then.
Horizons only exist on curved objects.
Oh my God, you just said it's not a tangent point, which it would be on the curved object
is
that
not
you're
a
saying it
horizon.
must exist on.
Yeah, we're not going to argue about
Tangent
this.
is not a horizon.
You just completely contradicted yourself from one sentence
I
to the
didn't
next.
because a tangent is not a horizon.
Stop talking.
I know it's not a horizon. That is the point,
have a
little
tangent
Donald.
on a two-dimensional
That is the point, little Donald.
You have a tangent to a circle. A circle has tangents.
On the curved
you have
surface,
another argument?
the horizon would be the tangent point that you just said it's not. You
horizons are not tangents. Stop saying that.
Yes, that
Please
is our fucking
stop
point.
saying that.
Oh my
Please
God,
stop saying that.
dude.
Please
Do you
stop
have
saying
another
that.
Do you have another argument? Do you have another
Please
argument?
stop saying that.
Sure, I have many.
But Bong, he just
have
wrapped it
another
up for us. He
argument,
just told us. He just wrapped it
All
up.
right, give us another argument.
Okay,
I'm real
I can
quick.
measure.
Yeah, he just wrapped it up for us because when he said it is not a tangent point,
don't bring that
stop
argument
saying
here
it's a tangent
again.
point. Yeah, I just want to make sure this is clear. When he says that it's not a tangent point, what he does is throw his claim that he needs to have a curve in order to have a horizon under the bus, because with the curve scenario, the horizon would be a tangent point. He obviously doesn't know that. Anyway, what's next now, Donald? Now that you threw your claim under the bus.
Muting me.
What's the
There
next?
was no reason to mute me. No reason at all.
The reason is so
If
that
you
the
mute
audience
me, hang on. If you mute me,
no. The reason is so that the audience can hear your blunder, so that you can't just steamroll through us. Yeah, elucidating it. Okay, bye.
Did he leave?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like he was crying, man.
But that just blew my mind. Sorry, I couldn't help but jump in because he said that it can only exist on a curved surface. Then he says it's not a tangent point, which it would be on the curved surface. That guy is just, I don't even know if he's insane. He's probably just stupid.
I think he's like 15. Oh no, 14 maybe. I think he's something like that.
Spartans! What is your profession? The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Donald L., who is Donald C., Part 7.
I'm going for a spacewalk. You mean a water walk?
Hey, you do understand that the success rate for spacewalks like exponentially increased once they started training in the neutral buoyancy pool.
Oh boy, story time.
It's not a story.
Yes.
Story time. How many spacewalks have you been successful?
How many what?
Spacewalks have you successfully completed?
It's irrelevant.
Oh.
They have been done.
Welcome back.
Okay, well, how many have you done?
It's irrelevant. They have been done.
Well, how do you know that? Have you done any?
Well, I've seen video.
Oh, you've seen video.
Would you
say that movies are video?
You've seen videos.
Movies are
Come on, man.
But yes, they are
right. Okay, so how do you tell the difference?
Well, when I see something live streamed, then I kind of think it's not fiction.
Okay, so how do you verify that it's actually a live stream?
Oh shucks. Well, because I mean that was the only way to do it back in the 60s.
Okay.
Back in the 60s.
All right, so
are you sure about that?
Wait. What? In the 60s?
69.
Right.
Yes, that's when we went to the moon. It was in 1960.
Spacewalks.
How sure are you about that?
Wait, well,
I'm fucking sure.
So
100%?
I don't accept certainty.
So he's not sure.
Wait. What is? I don't accept certainty. What does that mean?
It means that uncertainty is the thing that has been measured in the universe. Uncertainty is the thing that exists.
Okay, so you just threw everything.
Never been a measure of certainty. There has never been.
Certain.
Hang on.
Yeah, you don't know.
Hang on. There has never.
That's why I said it was story time with Donald.
One sentence. There has never been a measure of certainty.
Yeah, we know that you're not.
So that being the case, if that were true, that means that people did walk? People did walk on the moon.
Who said that?
In their
Wait a second. Can I ask Donald a question about that? Donald, you said there's never been a measure of certainty, right?
Yeah.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
Are you certain about that?
Uncertainty is the thing that we measure.
What's your level of certainty about that?
Uncertainty is Heisenberg's uncertainty principle is the thing that describes uncertainty.
Oh my gosh.
How certain are you of that?
Uncertainty is the thing that is measured in the universe.
Uncertainty and tendency.
Hey, keep doing it. I want you to keep doing it, Heretic.
Come on, man. You're starting to sound like a robot.
How certain are you? Yeah, I want you to do it. Like I want to hear you do it.
Do you have any thoughts of your own
over and over?
So
yeah. Are you absolutely certain, Donald? Are you absolutely certain, Donald, that nothing is certain?
I don't require certainty.
Do you have any opinions of your own?
Are you certain of that?
Yes, many.
Do you have opinions?
Yes, many.
Yeah. Are you sure you're not going to give other people's opinions but yours?
What?
How sure are you, okay, that they couldn't have faked live streaming? Do you even know if it was live streamed? No, look, I can record something, okay, and then play it and live stream that recording. Like, are you sure you know what you're talking about?
No, so there are only two ways to slow down the jumping up and down that they did on the moon. It's either to do it by wires or do it by film. There were no wires, and there is not enough material that film is made of.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Are you certain?
Please.
Are you certain?
Finish. Well, I was almost done. There is not enough material on the planet Earth to make the amount of film that would have taken to slow down.
The story begs the question.
That begs the question, man. We're gonna bring Heisenberg.
Hold up, man.
Needs to be involved here.
Hey, check it out. 1968, a film called Space Odyssey came out. Space Odyssey, it won the Academy Award for special effects, broke all the records, and set the aesthetic for space. What you see today is space. So you were saying,
I don't care about aesthetics.
Yeah. So see what you just said, that there wasn't enough. Nah. A film won an Academy Award for it, and that's 1969. 1969. Listen, the 1969. The year later, the moon landing was aired on TV. Okay, so there's your explanation.
So we have photos from.
Are we getting? Are we getting away from the Heisenberg uncertainty principle? Let's get back to that.
Finish. I'd love to finish.
No, we're not talking about that.
Won't let me finish. Okay.
No, I'm talking to Helio. No, I'm talking to Helio.
I'm just fucking around, but you got let's
go ahead.
Okay, so we have photos from a Chinese satellite that orbits the moon of the landing sites for all of the Apollo missions. Yes.
Really? Are you certain of that?
Yeah. Well, I mean.
You are. So there are certainties.
Yeah. Okay. Satellites.
Are you certain or uncertain about that?
I do not require certainty.
Oh, so you're not certain of that?
Exactly.
Okay.
So
basically, whatever the government shows us, right, we have to accept it, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, not at all. Fuck off. No.
Well, if we're suspicious that it's not real, can I be uncertain about it? Like, I don't think this is real. What do you think? Yes?
No? Do you have any evidence that it is not real?
We have plenty of evidence.
I mean, if I was racist, I would say it's because it's from China. How about that?
Well, Russia has a lunar orbiter that has pictures
of... China has a lunar orbiter.
Would it be possible for me to finish an entire sentence, or will you guys just interrupt me every time?
Well, because you started with uncertainty, so we can just freaking be uncertain about everything.
With you not letting me finish sentences.
I'm trying to respond to you. The movie Interstellar. Hold up, man. The movie Interstellar. Okay, can you prove to me that
fiction?
Listen, wait, I know that. But let me ask you the same question.
No, I don't care about fiction.
Wait.
No, I don't care about
you can't prove.
No, I don't care about fiction.
You cannot prove that that's not fake. You can't prove it to me. You can't show me how they did it, can you?
It's a fictional movie. It's a fictional movie.
How do you know that?
Because of the people who made it know that and tell them.
Why does it? Listen. Why does it look more real? Why does it look more real?
No,
why does the fictional movie look more real than the real thing? Why does the real thing look fake?
Ultimately, where can we find the non-fiction version of this? Where can we find the non-fiction version of the story? Where can
there goes your evidence. There goes your footage. There goes your photos and your footage evidence. Okay, because you're saying you don't care, then you can't use that as evidence.
I don't care about fiction.
Because you can't prove that it is real. You can't verify. You can't falsify. It looks fake. You can tell it's fake. You can see how it was fake. All the evidence and artifacts are there. No, you haven't looked into it. You haven't looked into it.
He just told you how he tells the difference between truth and fiction. People tell him which is which.
No. The thing is that the people who made that film say, the people who made that. Wait! Oh my God!
Let him speak, guys. Come on. Go ahead, Donald.
Thank you. The people who made that particular film said that it was fiction.
There you go. My point exactly.
So that's why I was asking, where does a nonfiction come into play? Why do you believe this?
It's generally supported by evidence.
Generally supported.
Oh boy.
Well, sure.
Sure it is, huh?
Oh, that helps me a lot. I'm wondering where this non-fictional footage is available. I'd like to take a look at it.
You don't sound sure that there's actually evidence for it when you answer with sure. I guess this is just another one of your uncertainties. like everything.
Confused.
Problem is,
Yep,
we
you are.
require certainty, right? So if you are not the kind of person, right, and that's the problem.
Certainty is only in math.
Well, that's your problem, not ours. See, so we're not going to get anywhere.
That's the thing. It's not a problem.
Well, because we require evidence, and we have to be certain that things are real, and you don't. Yeah, so we're not going to be able to have a conversation or debate or.
Donald, at bottom line, I know you want to talk. Bottom line, you just believe it's true because you want it to be true. When you have no reason to believe it.
Beliefs. I don't require beliefs.
Really? All right. So where's your non-fictional evidence that they actually did what they said they did?
Sure, no problem.
So what do you mean?
No problem.
You just said you don't require certainty, right? Right. So what the hell? You have to believe that. If you're not certain, then you have to believe it's true, even though you're not certain. That's
okay. No. Okay, so you can have evidence of something without certainty and still know the thing exists.
So you don't really mean what the word means, right? You mean something else, right?
Hold on. So you're saying that the Chinese had a satellite going around the sun, around the moon, and they captured footage of the moon landing, the Chinese satellites.
The landing sites, yes. You can even make out footprints.
Okay, so where's the evidence for that? The non-fictional evidence was there? Did they have cameras on these satellites?
Yes, it's the photos.
And you know that they're legit because they told you, right?
No, I know they're legit because I can see that it looks like the moon. It looks like there are footprints. And it looks like there is machinery that was made by man. That matches. Hang on. Would I be able to finish, please? That matches the specs of the equipment taken by the Apollo missions.
So if I make a fiction scene for a movie with the moon in it, you know that it's actually real because that's really what the moon looks like.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like the moon in the photos.
Yeah, like Interstellar, right?
I can make a fictional scenario, a video of a fictional scenario with the moon in it, and because that's what the moon looks like, it's a real.
You think that all photos are fiction?
And love transcends all space-time and gravity. The end.
Do you think that all photos are fiction?
What?
So, do you think that all photos are fiction?
No.
Okay, so how do you tell the difference between a photo that is fiction and a photo that is non-fiction?
It's very simple. You can actually use software to.
Well, first of all, go.
Nobody's going to take a photograph like a single take from a photograph from outer space. There's no such thing.
There's this guy named Rob Simmons.
That's what I'm asking him. How does he tell the difference between a work of fiction?
There's this graphic designer named Rob Simmons that designed the blue marble, the picture of the Earth that we see of the globe. Okay, and he says that he had to design it. Right, he had to take a bunch of flat photos and wrap it around the wall.
Not flat. He never said they were flat photos. He never said that.
He had to composite. Okay, now what is a composite?
What else would they be?
Okay,
composite is more than one photo put together to make a single picture
of the whole globe, right? Of the whole globe. Yeah.
Well, it was because the satellite is so close to the surface.
Yeah, that's a nice story, but it's actually because there's no blue ball Earth to take.
What about him or Robbie?
Hey, you know what he said after that? He said he had to take the clouds out. And he had to take everything out. He just made the whole Earth.
Because they were taken at different times, so they had different clouds.
No. That's not the point. The point is, that's one example. Okay, the first example is the blue marble. Okay, we can put that aside and say this is CGI. It's not the actual globe.
Okay. What about the What about the 72 blue marble? What about 72? Did Photoshop exist in 1972?
No, but I'll tell you what the problem
is. No, it did not, but we still have a photo of a globe.
I'll tell you the problem.
All of them
Hey,
are fake.
Donald, let me tell you the problem. The 72 blue marble is showing curved bodies of water all over its surface. Can you show me one of those bad boys down here on the ground?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which image was it taken.
Only a curved object can possess a horizon.
All right, check this out.
Listen, hold on, man. First of all, you're not going to see the curvature. So Neil deGrasse said, Globers have been trying to show us the curvature of the Earth, right?
I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson. Stop talking about
Let me explain and finish, because you're not listening.
Stop talking about Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You know how far the ISS is?
Tyson.
He is not a scientist.
He's
not. Do you know how far the ISS is? Do you know how far the ISS is?
I don't care what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Do you know how far the ISS is? Yes or no?
250
miles.
miles.
Do you know how far? Okay. Do you think we should see the curvature of the Earth from there?
Yes, we do.
Okay, go find us footage from the ISS, a picture or something, okay? And tell us if you think that's the curvature. That's the curvature of the Earth or the ball. Go on.
I got a question about that. Is 3% of the surface of the globe enough of it to see a curved horizon?
Yes, it is.
Oh, 3% of the surface is.
As long as you have the right measuring tools and instruments.
Okay, so how come this curvature of this globe that you're invoking doesn't actually exist when we go to look for it here on the ground?
What about from the moon?
It does that.
What about from the...
Okay, can you show us a measurement of that? And are you sure of that, Donald?
Yes. Well, I mean...
Okay, you're sure. Okay, so certainties do exist. So can you get me the measurement that your certainty of this curve is based on?
If you would have allowed me to finish my sentence, I would have said sure, within uncertainty limits.
Oh, so it's
uncertain
more like
limits. What is
he's
that?
Certain, but he's uncertain.
I'm gonna Google that shit. Uncertainty limits. What the fuck is that?
Limits of uncertainty are the measure of uncertainty defined by the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Well, thanks for sharing your uncertainties with us. Hey, Donald, are you certain that a curved object is required for a horizon to exist?
The only object that can produce a horizon is curved.
Oh, really? Are you certain of that?
Oh, my God.
All right, here's another question I have for Donald. I mean, it's kind of off the wall, and yeah, of course, it's just like we're beyond all the other shit. Check this out. I mean, he thinks that men landed on the moon. What would the Earth look like from the moon? I'm talking about where would they see the Earth from the moon?
Up.
Directly above their head.
Well, it depends on the orientation, but it would be away from the surface.
From the moon, from the said moon landing sites, it would only be in one place.
Well, I mean, everything can only exist
directly above their head.
Everything can only exist in one place.
Everything?
Yeah, everything that exists can only
exist. Let's pretend that they did stand on the moon. Where would the fucking Earth be? Where would the fucking Earth be if they were standing on the moon? It would be directly above their head, and it would be fucking enormous.
No, it would.
Why didn't they fucking take a picture? It wouldn't be enormous.
No, it wouldn't be enormous because it's very far away.
How far?
250,000 miles.
That's not very far in space.
Pretty fucking far, man.
No. Are you fucking serious? Listen, you've seen the moon in the sky, right?
Sure.
So if you were standing on the moon and we only see one face of the moon, if you were in one portion of that place, and it's tidally locked, what they call tidally locked to Earth,
gravitational tidal locking.
Ooh, good one.
Just saying.
Anyway, I'm just saying if you're standing on where they claim the landing sites are on the moon, the only way they can see Earth is by looking directly above their head.
Well, it would be up. It would not be directly above their head, but it would.
Yes, it fucking would.
No, it would
every single fucking place they landed on the moon.
So is the sun always directly above your head?
I didn't.
They landed on the front side of the moon. Is it always
Are we talking about the sun, or are we talking about moon and Earth?
Sun. Is the sun always directly?
I didn't ask you a goddamn thing about the sun.
Well, it exists in the same area as.
I didn't ask. I didn't say anything about the sun.
Well, I'm asking. That's the thing. I'm asking about the sun.
Okay.
Yes.
Well,
you didn't, but I am. So is the sun always directly above your head?
I'm not going to answer that question because it has nothing to do with my question. See, you misdirected because you don't have a fucking answer for what I was asking.
Oh my god!
It is nighttime here.
Is the sun up?
So, it's nighttime in Australia, so I'm gonna take a wild guess and say no.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to wild guess. Everybody knows. Hey, you live on the same goddamn Earth. Hold on, bitch. You live on the same Earth that I do. We all see the sun in the same fucking place, wherever we are. Yeah. Listen, bro.
Is it up?
It's above your head. Yes, of course. Don't fucking
yes, the sun is up.
Yes,
thank you.
It's up. Woman, sometimes it's directly above my head. Sometimes it's over to the east, or sometimes it's to the west. I don't fucking. That's not what.
You have to learn how to stop talking a little bit. Conversations go two ways.
Two ways, not one. That's
Do you have anything worth
saying? I mean, bro, you need to figure out how to keep a conversation about the same thing going, because I was asking you about man on the moon, and you asked me about the sun, so I have no idea what the fuck. You're yelling at me for not explaining to you where the sun is when I was asking you about your supposed men on the moon. I have no fucking idea what you're talking about.
Is the moon up also? Well,
I'm not gonna honor with this with you're just freaking obfuscating, because I was asking you think that you think, Donald, that men were standing on the moon, and I asked you where they might see the Earth when they were standing on the moon, because what they claim about the moon is that it's a big rock spinning in space, but we can only see one side of it because it's tidally locked. And the landing sites, every single landing site, the only way they would see the Earth is by looking directly above their head. And I know that for a fact, in their scenario, but I mean, nobody can land on the moon because it's not a physical object and nobody can land there. But in that scenario, then it would definitely be directly above their head on every single landing site, and nobody's never looked up and took a fucking picture of the Earth.
You've gone on. Stop. How is the moon not physical?
Well, how do you know it's physical?
Oh shit! Ask God. He's the one that made it, motherfucker.
How do you know it is?
I've spoken to a person who has crashed something into the moon.
How do you know it is physical?
Are you certain that they did that?
I personally have spoken to a person that crashed something into the moon.
Wow, that's a crazy story. Are you certain that they did that, Donald?
Oh my God, that's a dumbass question.
Really? That's so dumb.
No, it's
how dumb is it, Donald?
I don't require certainty.
I mean, at first it sounds dumb, but what if what you believe in is a lie?
I don't require certainty.
You don't require certainty.
Well, then shut the fuck up, then, bitch.
You're not certain.
Oh yeah, we should all defer to Heisenberg. At this point.
Heisenberg and Schrodinger, those are the two most important equations in physics.
Bro, then why the hell do you care?
Well, because flat Earth is dangerous.
So you came here.
Man,
Well,
shut
how do
the
you know
fuck
that?
up,
Are you
bitch.
certain that it's dangerous, Donald?
Your mom is dangerous.
You've been espousing your uncertainty about everything this whole time. Are you certain that you're here confronting something that's dangerous?
So subjective things have certainty.
Oh,
Are you?
subjective
Oh
certainty.
my God!
Are you like? Are you like? Are
So
you?
subjects
You know,
can be objects.
like? Are you like? You know, like?
Like we
you
have
know.
subjective objectivity. Are we going there?
No, subjective and objective are different things.
So you've got subjective, objective, certainty. So you're subjectively
Subjective
objective.
things can have like math. Math is subjective only, so it can have certainty.
So you're certain of
That's
that.
why we have proof.
What? He's certain about the subjectivity of math.
That's not how it works, bro.
So, are you certain of that, or is this just like a
Is he
subjective
talking
thing?
about math magic here? I think that's what he's talking about. Math magic.
I don't know what that is.
So subjectively or objectively certain?
There is no such thing as subjective objective. They're very different things.
Why are you?
Okay, then.
Just contradicted yourself, asshole.
Didn't though. Not even a little. It's y'all who are contradicted. Just so you know.
Well, we
Dude,
can
I've
rewind
been
the tape.
listening to you talk the whole fucking time. And yeah, how many times has he contradicted himself? I can't count it on.
Not a single time. Not even a little bit.
We can rewind the tape to where you talked about subjective or subjective certainty, Donald.
Only subjective things can have certainty.
How about you say it again? Say it again.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Say it one more time.
Oh my God. Only subjective things possess certainty.
I got it. So subjectively, you're certain.
Well, if it's not subjective only, it cannot.
No, just answer the question. Are you subjectively certain?
So only subjective things can possess certainty.
Are you subjectively certain?
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Okay, are you a subjective thing?
No, I'm very objective.
Are you on acid?
Oh, you're objective. Are you certain of that? Or would you be a subject who's just
I don't
thinking
require
that?
certainty.
I ain't judging. I've done acid myself.
Okay.
I'm not on acid. Now, I'm a little drunk, but not bad.
So only subjective things can be
I'm
certain.
super drunk, but I really am following the conversation.
Only subjective things possess certainty.
Okay. So subjectively, you're certain.
He might be discombobulated, like with phrasing. You know, I mean, maybe he doesn't understand what he's saying because that doesn't make any. That's a contradiction in terms, and that's why we wanted you to repeat it. I mean, it's a contradiction.
I want to know if subjectively he's certain of what he just said, or if he's certain of anything subjectively.
Only subjective things have certainty. There is no certainty in objective reality. Uncertainty is the thing that we measure with the Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Okay, would that be an objective fact?
Yes, because it's math.
Oh.
So math fixes it. Fixes the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. So it makes it actually reality. Like,
You're misrepresenting. The Heisenberg principle is math.
Yeah, but that's not physical.
It's subjective only. It doesn't mean it's not physical.
God damn it. Math is not physical.
There is no such thing as not physical.
No, numbers aren't physical, are they?
They are subjective. That doesn't make them not physical.
Yeah, no. I promise to God, I'll swear before God, I'll bow before the throne and say numbers are not physical reality. I mean, it's part of our function.
So numbers,
letters, notes. I mean, numbers are not physical.
And I speak. So numbers exist inside your mind. That still means they exist.
Okay, physically. So the abstract thoughts inside your mind are physical entities.
Yes, they are related to brain state.
Okay, so can you give me a thought and paint it yellow?
I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI.
What the fuck does that have to do with what I just asked you?
Well, I can predict what someone is going to say with an fMRI means that I can understand what a person's thoughts are.
That's just a stupid non sequitur response, because what I asked you is if you give me a physical thought in physical
How is it a non sequitur?
You know what trips me out
Because
about
what
Donald?
I asked you is if you could give me a physical thought in physical reality.
An
Have me a thought.
fMRI scans physical things.
Yeah, that's a stupid non sequitur. Have me a thought. And painting
You are now insulting me, so guess what? You lose.
Oh, okay, I guess you have to declare that because you can't get a win.
Well, hey, and nobody's trying to win or lose here. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck you're talking about, Donald. Man, come on, man.
Hey, are you sure? Are you sure that I lost, or would that just be your own subjective thoughts on the matter?
fMRIs can only scan physical things. fMRIs can predict speech up to 17 seconds.
Good job. And then
okay,
what?
so did you show me a thought yet in physical reality? I'm still waiting for you to hand me a thought. Could you mail me a thought? I'll give you my
Language
mailing address. You
is
can mail me a
thought.
thought.
The sentence is thought.
Hey, usually,
My
like in
sentence is a thought.
this forum, hey, often in this forum, I can predict what someone's going to say before they say it. But this dude has come up with some crazy shit that I didn't predict that he would say tonight. That's fucking,
Yeah,
he says some
Look at
crazy
that.
shit.
No, I say things that are factual. That's it.
Oh, really?
No, really
So, like,
factual.
things that are-
Everything I have said is factual.
See, like I didn't predict that he would say that it's factual.
Wait, factual. So, like things that are certain. You mean?
What? Only a ball can create a horizon? That's not factual.
Facts
That's
do not
bullshit.
require certainty.
Oh,
Shut the fuck
okay. So
up.
you're not certain of your facts, quote unquote.
Well, no, facts do not require certainty is the thing.
Okay, so you're not certain of the facts that you're claiming.
Facts do not require certainty.
So you're claiming a bunch of facts, but you're not certain of.
Hell no.
Facts do not require
yeah, I
certainty.
know that
Why
you-
is
I
that so
know
hard
that-
for you to understand? Why
I know
is
that
that
you
not
don't
louder?
think facts require certainty. So when you claim a fact,
your
then
hands,
it's not something that you're certain of, is it?
Well, I'm gonna go smoke a cigarette, so you guys can
Instead of facts.
pedantically speak about not being certain about stuff all day long, but facts do not require certainty. That's
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind next time you're claiming facts. We'll know that you don't think facts require certainty, and therefore you can't be certain of what you're
Facts do
calling
not
facts.
require
Go have your
certainty.
cigarette.
You do not require certainty to know things.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you don't require certainty to know. That's hilarious. Yeah, so you know stuff, but you're not sure that you know it, actually.
Okay,
you don't really know that you know it because you're
name
not
a
certain
single
that you know it,
hang
but
on,
you know it.
hang on. Name a single certain fact.
A single certain fact that
Just
you're
one.
uncertain of everything, especially the things that you think are
single
facts.
Penis.
That's a
I have a
certain
penis.
fact. You
That's a
certainly
fact.
demonstrated that fact for us.
I mean,
with certainty.
name
Thank
a
you, sir.
single certain fact.
A certain fact is that Donald Duck is not certain of anything that he alleges to be fact. That is a certainty.
Donald Duck
That
is
is a
fictional.
certainty.
Fictional.
We've just
Donald Duck is
we've
fictional.
demonstrated that certainty
That's
for us.
not a fact. If it's fictional, it can't be a fact. So name a single
It's not
certain
fictional.
fact.
You demonstrated it here as a matter of fact. Thank
Donald
you.
Duck
With
is
certainty.
fictional.
Thank you,
Holy
Donald.
shit,
The very
dude.
thing that you're here arguing against, you demonstrated for us.
Oh my
Certainty.
god.
Thank
So
you.
one single certain fact. Name a single certain fact.
Oh,
That Donald Duck
on you.
is uncertain
Oh,
of
you
everything that he
Fictional.
alleges to be fact. Because
Fictional.
every single time I ask him if he
Fictional.
knows that that's true, he says,
Fictional.
well, I can't be completely
Fictional. Fictional.
Shut up.
I haven't met anyone that yells more than I do.
I'm gonna
in
mute
here.
you fucking
Yeah,
child.
Donald, if you don't stop yelling at everyone,
Goddamn.
I'm the only one that's allowed to yell at people.
Rat.
Fucking A. What the
Sound
fuck?
like a sound like a
It's pretty hard
spoiled
to stop me from yelling.
rat.
Stop me from yelling.
Well, try harder.
Fuck off.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
I forgot I had soundboard. Perm. I'm playing with the soundboard right
So
now.
now his ankle is that, well, I guess this has been his ankle all along, that no certain fact can be named, so therefore every fact that he alleges is worthless. Thanks, Donald.
Thanks, Don.
But I was asking Quetzal if he wants to talk to Donald when he gets back in here.
I'm back.
I'm back too.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm back.
You're sure you're back?
Smurf. I see a Smurf.
So certainties exist. Smurf, eh?
Subjectively only.
Objectively and subjectively, Donald is back, and Quetzalcoatl wants to have a conversation with you.
That'd be amazing.
Wouldn't it be? Like, you get to actually talk to Quetzalcoatl, who is a South American god. So,
Well, I think that it's impossible for any gods to exist.
Okay. Well, then you're going to have to ask Quetzalcoatl, because he is a god.
Is it all right if I just call you Quasi, or would you be offended?
He hasn't responded. He might be dealing with his kids or something. I'm just messing around. But I'm a god. Do you want to talk to me?
Well,
you already did talk to me, and you got sick of my shit. So
no, I'm not talking to you. How do you define God?
This is a flat Earth discussion. We're talking about Earth.
God, how do you define God to be claiming that?
Ultimately, the Earth. I mean, you keep talking about objectivity and subjectivity. You talk about that a lot. You brought that immediately into the conversation. Correct?
Yeah, there are things that are only imaginary.
That's not even what I was talking about.
That's what objective and subjective is talking about.
Not necessarily.
Definitionally, though.
You say that certainty is only possible subjectively?
Wait, say that again?
You say that certainty is only possible subjectively?
Yes.
Is that an objective fact?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's just like, is it 50-50?
No. So it's not true that certainty is only possible.
It's absolutely not true. What he's saying is absolutely not true.
Well,
and so you asshole would bring this up.
I mean, need some evidence.
Evidence is right in front of your face. Like, we all stand on Earth. We know what this place is. No, we don't know the entire thing, but we all live on Earth. You live on Earth.
Can you tell me with 100% certainty that you're not a psychopath?
Well, I have a certificate. Does that count?
A certificate that says you're not a psychopath? Because that would be a negative certificate, right?
It says I'm sane.
Okay, so you went through that process. That's a red flag.
So, yeah, it's just like I went through a program and they certified me not insane.
Yes. And I got a certificate.
Well, congratulations.
Oh, clearly your sanity was in question then, for you to have gone through that process.
I tried to kill myself a couple of times.
Let's not listen. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. Hey, you came in here to talk to us about Earth, and that's what we're doing. So, we have a lot of fun, and we go through all the jangles and jingles of math and quote unquote science. Well, we're not going to get into details of human experience, of personal things like that. But and I would recommend, if you are having issues with that, you contact your local health professional. But other than that, we're here to talk about.
So welcome, Bobby. Thank you for coming on stage.
We're talking about Earth, man. Earth is Earth. Always has been, always will be. It's the only place that God created for us.
Demonstrate God exists.
You exist, so God exists.
You can describe biology without God.
So you're an atheist? Are you an atheist?
Yes. I think it's impossible.
You're not worth talking to. Sorry.
I think it's impossible for gods to exist.
Wait. So the creation you experience,
there's never been an active creation.
God doesn't exist. So now we're back to the Heisenberg principle, right?
The Heisenberg uncertainty principle. But I don't think that there's ever, I can demonstrate that there has never been an active creation in the entire history of the universe.
You're part of a religion. You're in a cult.
From 10 to the negative 43 seconds after the Big Bang all the way to the heat death of the universe in hundreds.
Where does that exist? Where does that exist besides in math?
Why do you need more than math?
Why should I consider math at all that way?
Because it accurately describes the universe.
It certainly does not.
It actually does. So
it absolutely does not.
So demonstrate.
So I can. How big is the fucking chalkboard that's going to prove math to me? You know that 14.5 billion years
demonstrate
ago,
that math cannot accurately describe reality. Demonstrate that.
What? I don't have to describe reality. We live in reality. I mean, now.
Well, demonstrate that math cannot accurately describe reality.
Which type of math are you talking about?
Lots of math. There's all kinds of math that accurately describes reality. So demonstrate that any of it does not.
What? So you're going to stand in reality and hey, I used to think it was plausible, and so how about we take a look at it?
Sure.
So we're standing here in reality, and then we take aspects of math, throw it out across the Earth, and then throw it out across the solar system, throw it out to multiple galaxies, throw it out. And
I don't know what you mean by throw it out.
You don't know what I mean by throw it out?
Yeah.
I'm talking about aspects of mathematics.
Define aspects.
You know what? It really comes down to philosophy, because you wouldn't even consider applying these principles to something unless you already have an idea of what you want to apply it to, an idea of something that may or may not exist. Now,
so what's your point?
My fucking point is that you don't have to throw math at shit. We live here on Earth.
Math is important. Math is very important.
Man, your opinion right now, has very little value. Okay, so whatever.
Yes, I mean, bro, if math wasn't important, we wouldn't have freaking cities all across the world right now. So, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about?
Math and science did that, yeah.
But it had nothing to do with outer space and us being in fucking galaxies spinning around the universe.
Your mom did that. No.
Which? The one that's 83 or the one that's dead?
I don't care about your family. I don't care about your family. Call me freaking, rude.
I really don't give a shit.
Well, listen, man.
Because to you, this is personal, right? So why shouldn't I make it personal?
No, it's not personal.
It obviously is personal because you keep talking about outer space when we're not talking about that.
Look, because you're getting really emotional, you're getting really frustrated and butthurt. You're in a cult, right? You've got all the symptoms, the signs of a person.
I don't accept that I'm in a cult in any way.
Okay, fine. I don't care. You're against the idea that there's a God, a creator. So you don't care about what anybody says. Your mind is made up.
My mind is
Dude, this
not.
dude,
I will change my mind. I will change my mind if you can show me
I
evidence.
don't give a shit. I don't give a shit.
Listen, this dude
I don't wanna
doesn't
change your
even
mind.
know the difference between objectivity and subjectivity.
Oh,
This
jeez, I
dude has
understand.
proved it over and over.
If you ever wonder,
So,
if you ever,
Donald, man, why do you even want to be here, bro?
yeah, exactly.
Because I can demonstrate that you are wrong.
No, you
No,
can't.
you haven't demonstrated
Why didn't
shit
you
since
do that
you've been
then?
here. You
I
haven't
have.
demonstrated anything. Nothing.
Oh, how did you do that?
A horizon can
Well,
only
first of all,
exist on a curved
you
object.
start off.
Oh,
First of all,
Oh,
you
so
start
now
off.
he's going back to the first
Wait,
point.
hold on.
And
First of all, you
That's
start
all
off.
I
the
need.
horizon can only
You start off
exist
with you do not require
on a curved object.
certainty, right? First, you say you don't need that, and then you want to explain shit like that's wrong.
Jesus
I never said I don't need.
Are you certain that horizons only exist
You know
on
why? Because you
curves?
probably just read about Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, right? Maybe after you watched, I don't know, Breaking Bad. Who the fuck knows, right? And now you're on this Heisenberg.
He secretly loves us.
You're on this. You're on a phase. There's a phase. You know, you're going through this phase called the. Oh, I just learned about Heisenberg phase. So everything is Heisenberg and uncertainty.
I don't
Like,
know
come
what
on, man.
Breaking Bad is. Explain what Breaking Bad is, please.
Well, it doesn't matter. You're going through a phase.
Oh,
Okay,
you're
I get
citing
it.
that as a source, so you should be able to explain it.
Heisenberg and the God particle.
Hey.
Are you going to watch Oppenheimer that's coming out? Oh, we should go watch that together.
Hey,
right?
Bong, we shouldn't entertain this asshole any longer. In my opinion.
I'm the asshole?
Yes, you are the asshole.
Wow.
Let's not do it. Let's not do it.
How am I an asshole?
You're not. Well, if you
claim
don't know
uncertainty and
why
then you
you're
come in
the
here-
asshole, then
First of all, you're an
you're
atheist.
never.
You claim uncertainty and then you come in here and declare things with certainty. It's kind of an asshole-ish
I'm
move.
not
Yeah, we're
declaring
not gonna.
anything with
No,
certainty.
we're not gonna do it, dude. I'm. If you guys don't mind, I'm either gonna mute him or get rid of him. Do you guys mind?
Just go ahead.
So then, you
I'm
don't have
done talking to this fucking prick. I'm done.
It's all good then. He just dipped. Whatever.
Yeah.
Spartans! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter if check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
With so much bullshit on the media, on the news, right? That they're overwhelmed, right? And so they have no time to be thinking about flat Earth because they have so much other shit they're throwing in their face.
All right, Donald, what?
It doesn't matter.
Welcome
I forgot.
back.
Sorry.
Well, sorry.
Welcome back.
Thank you, though.
Must have not been that important if you just forgot.
Well, I mean, the guy was saying something, and I wanted to ask a question about what he was saying.
Yeah, dude, go ahead.
Well, I mean, he'd have to repeat what he said.
He was talking about people being brainwashed.
Oh, sure. Okay, so what makes you think? What makes you think that education is brainwashing?
I didn't say that education is brainwashing the elites that have a master plan over how the world functions and works. Yeah, which guy? Which guy?
I don't believe there are any gods. I'm an atheist. I think it's impossible.
That's not what they
for God
said.
to
Which
exist.
guy? Hold on a second. There is objectively brainwashing in education. There's even a professor that we quote in here that says he effectively brainwashes students. That's how the curriculum goes.
He's
proof that
hang on. Does that person teach in the public system?
At university
Yeah,
level, yes.
No,
yes.
university is private. No,
No, it's
university
not.
is private.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No, it's
it
not.
is.
It's going anywhere.
I'm what I'm asking about. What I'm asking about is the.
Hey,
Listen,
wait, guys.
listen, buddy.
I'm asking
Donald, listen,
about
buddy.
is
Universities are
the
public also,
what
dude.
I am asking about. The thing that I am asking about is the public school system. Is that what is being taught in the public school system? Not
Universities
private
are also
universities.
public. Universities are also public.
No, universities are private.
No, they're not. They're
not funded by the government.
Can we talk
That's
one at a time, please?
thing that
Hey, buddy,
differentiates.
Donald, stop interrupting people.
Well,
Okay,
only if you.
Donald,
can you stop interrupting me?
Dude, I'm
Can
in the
you
middle.
not interrupt me?
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm trying to, I'm trying to speak and you keep interrupting me. There are both public universities. Yes, the vast majority of universities are public and funded by the government. Thank you.
No, opposite. You're wrong.
Hey, are you related to Brenda, Donald? You sound a lot like Brenda to me.
Guys, I definitely want to get in
Brenda
here. I want to get in here. I want to get in here. So there's this. If I was to ask you, Donald, if I said the words to you, re-education camp, would you think that those people were being brainwashed?
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So how do you know that the education that they'd previously received wasn't the brainwashing?
Evidence.
Donald,
the evidence.
Universities are higher education institutions that are mainly funded by state governments.
Ability to perceive evidence is based on a conclusion here. The whole point of this is that their ability to perceive evidence will be based on their brainwashing. Correct?
No.
Bruh.
What do you mean no? Requires
That's the
zero.
Point. That's the point of brainwashing.
Hang on. So hang on.
No, stop.
Please, may I
stop?
No, I think crypto's lagging.
Yeah, I think he's delayed.
No, you stop. Stop.
Yeah, he's just lagging.
Yeah, you're roboting, crypto. Donald, I'm just gonna go ahead and give you this warning one more time, okay? You have to calm down and not interrupt. You have to calm down and not interrupt people, Donald. Okay? You gotta chill out, buddy.
Am I coming through now?
Yes.
Crypto radio check 1 2.
I would leave and come back, bud.
Okay, yeah. No, I think I'm back now. So look, if brainwashing didn't affect your ability to interpret evidence, there would be no point in brainwashing people. So for you to just go, the evidence, that's not an argument. The point of the brainwashing is that you don't know what evidence is.
Good dum-dum.
So would you like to listen to the words that come out of my mouth, or do you just want to continually mute me for no reason?
No, it wasn't for no reason. It's because
I was the one who was interrupted, and you muted me. That is unfair.
All right, Donald, listen.
You
okay.
are unfair.
You're interrupting me right now. Buddy, I'm a moderator. Why do you keep thinking you can talk through me? Shut up. Okay.
If you're
doing, Donald, shut up. What you're doing is you're talking. You're like, I'm a baby. And then you pause for 10 seconds and then start talking again. You don't get this unimpeded. You can pause 7 seconds between each sentence. We don't have to sit here and bow to Donald as he takes forever to speak. So if you want to coherently speak, make your point stop, that's cool. What you're doing is you're talking, you're pausing, and then someone's going to respond, and you start talking through them again like you weren't done talking yet. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so if you guys mute me unwarranted, again, I just leave.
That's fine. That's completely fine. If you want to leave, go ahead. No one cares. Would you like to address my point, though?
I'd love to, but I keep getting muted, so I cannot.
But when you have the floor to speak, you're just choosing to complain about your mute status. So when you're unmuted, that's your chance to proceed, not to whine. So this is your last chance. We don't want to hear any more whining. Why don't you address the points and stop complaining?
Which point?
And you can't just say evidence. You can't just say it's not brainwashed because it's evidence, because the whole point of brainwash is that you don't know how to interpret what evidence is sufficiently.
Is that Witsit?
We're also wrong, Donald.
Give a rebuttal, or
in the public.
Just have a hate boner for.
I mean, give me a point to rebut, and I'll do that.
We already did. You're feigning ignorance. You're like, wait, what's the point? We already did, dude.
Ignorance. What does that mean?
Doing exactly.
I can hear authenticity.
Right now.
I can hear authenticity over acting, and you are acting, dude. You're not even real.
He hasn't said anything.
So you're saying my tone of voice dictates truth?
What?
No, I'm saying that the gig is up. I can totally hear that you're not being an authentic person in this chat. You are acting.
Well, the only thing that I am acting is like somebody who wants to.
I can see it in your eyes. You're a fucking bitch.
Buddy, Donald, can you let's just take it back, okay? So we're talking about how people. Oh my God!
Please stop muting me. Please stop muting me.
Stop whining in the microphone, or you will be muted.
Well,
if you can't control yourself, we'll control you.
Let me speak for 5
You
seconds.
have had the ability to speak.
All right, here's what I say. Let's let Donald talk. Donald, listen. I'm gonna let you talk, okay? Stop crying like a little girl. Shut up.
That's not what's happening.
Okay. So
you're
make
using
an
your
actual
ability to
point.
speak to complain about the lack of ability to speak while you're speaking, clown.
Let's just say no one interrupts him and let him see what he's gonna say.
So, okay. Do you have questions that are unanswered about the globe?
Bruh. Please address what I said. Please address what I said. In any way at all. Even just attempt it.
I will do that. I'll address what you said. You, go.
Bruh.
Say it again, Crypto.
I mean, Witsit literally just summarized it for you. Then you ignored when I said it, and you ignored Witsit's summary, which was word for word what I said anyway. I don't know how repeating it a third time is going to help, but I'll try. So, the point
is... things were said, please just say the thing that you're interested in.
So why did you talk through me while I was about to repeat it, the thing that you asked me to do?
Just go. Go ahead.
I'm trying to. Just don't talk. So, the point of brainwashing is that it affects your ability to interpret evidence. So when I said to you, how do you differentiate education from brainwashing? Saying evidence isn't a rebuttal to that position.
Except it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, brainwashing has no evidence. Education has evidence.
How do you know which is which?
Evidence. That's the thing.
But if you're brainwashed, you can't differentiate.
I don't feel brainwashed.
Oh my God.
That's what people who brainwash would say.
Your feelings.
Well, okay, so define brainwashed. Hang on. Define brainwashed.
L. That's the definition.
Wait. I want to point out. This is going to be a hilarious clip. Everyone try to give him some air to speak because I think it could be a pretty hysterical clip. So,
well, define brainwashed.
Yeah, it's the whole topic, right? So, do you want to go ahead with it?
You.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah. So the whole point is that brainwashing affects your ability to interpret evidence.
Okay, but define brainwashed.
I just did.
You didn't. You gave an example of brainwashing. You didn't define brainwashing.
Fine. So brainwashing, I guess, is a process by which false information and false methods of attaining information are embedded in someone's psyche. There we go.
All right. How do you decide what is or is not false information?
I don't know, things without evidence, perhaps.
Wait. I'd like to talk to the other guy if you
point originally.
Let me.
Donald, you seem to be lost here, man.
No, I'm asking a question.
You're now
That's all.
It's been answered.
It hasn't though.
Bro, you're now
It has. Also
am I coming through? Or is he just talking?
So how
Well, you're kind of.
how do you figure out which is false information and which is not false information?
Empirical means of verification. Empirical is observable, testable, repeatable, falsifiable. Then you actually run it through an empirical method so that you can. Why do you keep interrupting people when they're dunking all over you intellectually? Why do you keep interrupting them?
I haven't done that.
You just did.
Come on, Donald. This isn't gonna last long.
Like we all kind of want you to be here because we think it's funny, but you have to behave yourself. Jeez,
Can we just appoint one person, please, so that we can get something?
Crypto.
I'd like for you to find how I'm misbehaving.
Crypto seems to be lagging a lot, so maybe Witzik can take over, or
yeah, I can for a second. Yeah. Okay, so what we're saying is that just because you use the word education doesn't mean it's not brainwash. Okay, because he defined it.
Brainwashing.
He just did.
It's also been posted in the chat.
Again. Your definition, your personal definition of brainwashing.
Yeah, when false information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information or evidence is embedded into a person's psyche. There are numerous different methods of doing this. For example, repeating remedial phrases that are misnomers so that people can repeat them and believe them and internalize them. Conditioning the psyche of an individual to misinterpret evidence.
Okay, so the very beginning of that, you said misinformation. What about if it is actual information that is true? Is that still brainwashing?
I never said misinformation. What I said was actually.
You did, though.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
no,
well,
I
Donald,
didn't.
we're gonna have to rewind the tape.
So now you're being dishonest. So now you're lying.
All right,
Can you
I'm just
read,
gonna
buddy?
rewind the tape. We'll find out if that's true.
Can this guy
Yeah,
read? Can you read? Like it's in the voice. It's in the voice chat.
Yeah, there we go. Let's read it. Brainwash. Intensive, forcible indoctrination, usually political or religious, aimed at destroying a person's basic convictions and attitudes and replacing them with an alternative set of fixed beliefs. The application of a concentrated means of persuasion, such as an advertising campaign or repeated suggestion in order to develop a specific belief or motivation. The process of forcible indoctrination into a new set of attitudes and beliefs.
Okay, just to clear it up, because you started laughing like a maniac when you heard things that weren't said. I'm just going to replay it. He never said misinformation.
He just did. He just did.
Your definition, your personal definition of brainwashing.
Yeah, when false information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information.
I didn't hear misinformation. Anyone else?
No, I didn't.
One more time.
Information or an inability to properly deduce the validity of information.
Okay. All right, so let's just clear that up. Can we get another? Does anyone want a maniacal laugh real quick back at Donald?
Good job,
Donald. You've been unmuted, but you also been disqualified.
Mute me again unwarrantedly. I'm just.
Shut up, Donald.
You're not just going to maniacally laugh and claim you said something that wasn't said. That type of stuff doesn't fly with me. So
okay, if you guys unwarrantedly mute me again, I'm just going to leave.
You've said that several times. Your word doesn't mean anything.
And I've been.
Donald. He muted you because he wanted to play a clip.
Bro,
right?
this is
So
a perfect example of a man-child. Like,
gone.
holy
He's
shit.
gone.
He's gone.
Man, that was crazy, bro. This dude is like very sheltered, and he's like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna take my toys with me.
He'll post
like
in
his
the chat
maniacal laugh,
soon,
right?
and he'll tell us to come convince him that the Earth is flat.
Tags! What is your profession?
old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. These motherfuckers that walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's time to put a fucking end to this elite cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
When they try to prove their spinning ball Earth, it's remarkable. All their arguments are absolutely fucking farcical. It's clearly been shown your problems aren't resolvable. Your theory has been blown into tiny little particles. The pharmacological drugs they got the masses on precludes them from putting their rowdy Roddy Piper glasses on. And even when they do, they're unable to gaze too straight, cause for most of them it's way too late for them to see past their conditioning. They will not be listening to anything outside their paradigm imprisonment. They are ensconced in a nonsensical certitude, brainwashed by devils to revel in their servitude. It's idiocracy, pure hypocrisy. Waking these dummies up, it used to mean a lot to me. But nowadays I wanna tip their canoes, and as they drown, tell them this is what you get when you snooze.
They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off. Beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
Either put on these glasses or start eating that trash can.
lies throughout the news. They manufacture opinions and form all of your views. Everything we think we know is actually opposite of the truth, but what do you do when reality's fraudulent? The whole system is rigged, it's an illusion of choice. You can keep screaming and yelling, end up losing your voice. What's the point? What's the point? That's what I ask sometimes. Roll a joint, smoke that joint, and then I smash some rhymes. I'm still a slave, but that boy overdose is hard to control. How far will he go? Much further than you possibly know. ODD TV, I've been doing this. I have to get deep because half of you are asleep, the other half are just sheep. Wakey, wakey, wake the fuck up, man. I'm really sick of this. They rub the truth all up in our faces and it's ridiculous. They always keep the odds stacked against us and we can't seem to win. After seeing all the things I've seen, I'll never sleep again.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
We live in a prison cube, ruled over by the hexagon. Nothing but witchcraft and black magic spells in your lexicon. Search till the day you're dead and gone. There's gotta be some way out of here. Looking up at the sky, just watching chemical clouds appear. They got these toxic heavy metals filling up your body. You're a zombie, unaware that you serve the Illuminati. Man, how's your head feel after taking that red pill? When you learn the truth, it's scary. You can barely stand still. The Matrix is a computer-generated dreamland. Most certainly you're a worker bee for the queen, man. They lie to us about outer space and the earth is flat. They're killing us with the food they sell us. What's worse than that? You may wake up, but that doesn't mean the world's gonna change. It can stress you out, make you depressed, or fill you up with rage. We're in a cage, the whole world is nothing but a stage. And we're almost there, so be prepared for the coming age.
Everything is a lie. Slave till the day you die. World full of boogeymen. I'll never sleep again. Rules that you must obey. Can't seem to get away. It's making my head spin. I'll never sleep again.
Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Time to wake up. Never sleep again.
Everything is a lie.
Everything, man.
Slave till the day you die.
There's no escaping it.
World full of boogeymen.
They live.
I'll never sleep again.
I'm an insomniac.
Rules that you must obey.
Obey, obey, obey.
Can't seem to get away.
No, I can't get away.
It's making my head spin.
It's not the world spinning.
I'll never sleep again.
Never, ever, ever.
Chemicals in the sky.
What the hell are they spraying, man?
Nobody wonders why.
Those are just clouds, bro.
Organelles in my skin.
This can't be happening.
I'll never sleep again.
I can't do it.
Things are not what they seem.
Everything is opposite.
Wish it was all a dream.
I'm wide awake, though.
When will this madness end?
It's not looking good.
I'll never sleep again.
It's just not possible.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our earth.
Enemy spotted.
Erebos.
Yeah, he to the rules. This is live stream, and I don't think he's a troll in a dangerous sense. I've unmuted your mic, Erebos. You have control of your mic and free to
Hello? Check, check.
go ahead and roll as well.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Check, check. Can everybody hear me?
I hear you.
Yes. Better, yeah? Okay.
Yo.
So, I spent a while trying to figure out the voice chat situation, so maybe I could run back the question. Or was it you want me to provide a different interpretation of the question, or say it in a different format?
It sounds like three questions. So maybe just break it down into parts that we can talk about separately.
Okay, so with the scientific method,
You didn't like my answer?
who is this? I'm sorry,
What?
I didn't let the voices to the names yet.
Well, somebody gave you an answer. Did you like it or no?
Let me go back through the lobby and see what kind of answers we had.
Oh, you didn't hear me. Okay, so I said that if there's a hypothesis, a valid hypothesis, then it could be tested. And it could be either proven correct or incorrect by way of the testing of the hypothesis. The end.
Yeah, right. So, in natural science, I'm sure that's easily available. If you don't have a conclusive result, you're going to get a no result or whatever. But, in I guess this would just be like cosmology, maybe theoretical physics.
Cosmology isn't science, not natural science.
Pseudoscience. Exactly. It's not using the scientific method. But when we talk about stuff like, sorry, hang on one second. The free space impedance of the vacuum, like for example, how would we go about that without, having to piggyback off of already established and easily falsified, scenarios?
Are you talking about 0-point energy?
Yeah, I guess that's another
Oh,
terminology for it.
what about it?
So, like, how do we even begin to experiment with something like that if we can't, develop our own hypothesis and try
I
to?
don't know, man. You like imagine like I I boil water, right? So I'm inputting energy into the medium.
Right.
I remove the water. That energy, there's probably some energy still there, right?
Right. You're a dependent variable.
So now the medium inside a chamber before it's evacuated is air. You take the air out. It's probably still some energy in there, right?
That depends. I mean, I guess we can't get a perfect vacuum. However,
Yeah, but obviously there's still energy in there, right?
is there enough energy to sustain the readings that we're collecting?
Well,
And in
you're
case
getting the readings that you're collecting, which means you're getting the readings that you're collecting, right?
right, but wouldn't that just be a presupposition that matter
How is
material is
something
still?
that you're getting a presupposition?
Well, if only you're reading the material matter within the vacuum,
You know
that
what a
that's
supposition, a presupposition is?
um. So it's a preconceived notion, an idea that something may be in effect
So what
already,
would be the preconceived notion?
that there's matter inside the vacuum.
No,
Well,
hold on, hold on.
you can already see that there's energy in there. What's preconceived about that?
Well, hold on.
Is the energy in
Hold
there?
on, dude, chill. A presupposition is a premise assumed as true at the beginning of an argument.
Right.
Go ahead,
Right.
continue.
So
So,
you would
so
say
that's what I mean. Like there's energy in there. Like,
right. There is energy in there. I mean, it's manifesting itself as EMR, electromagnetic radiation, which is basically, in my opinion, the catalyst for all energy. But how do you
oh,
how do you suggest that it's only matter that is creating this energy if we are extracting or the main
who said
dependent
that?
variable?
Who said that? I mean, there's energy in there.
Right, there is energy in there, but
The
we
matter is the
cannot
medium, isn't it? Like
uh,
the water.
right. It would necessitate a medium for there to be energy.
That
However,
now
you say
maybe that's a presupposition. But see, that would
maybe
be
so,
you
yeah.
creating that presupposition
But
and then
have we
asking us
ever
questions like that.
made an observation of that happening?
No, no, no. You suggested something that doesn't make sense for someone else to then answer for.
Okay,
How's
what
that?
is my suggestion? What is my suggestion? The
Well,
energy
you said that
cannot
um
be upon.
you said that you're the one saying, right? You said, well, we can't have energy propagation without matter. How do you know that?
Well, you would have to have a medium or a wave. Uh,
That's what I'm
uh,
saying. You're saying that. So
is-
now we're supposed to answer for something that you're assuming.
has that ever been observed happening? Without that.
I don't know. AI take over. I don't know. Am I wrong?
Asking that question to come to any conclusion would be an argument for ignorance fallacy.
Right. So we can suppose that there is a medium there, but you're you're suggesting that that medium can only be material.
No, nobody said that.
I mean, I'm not trying to put words in anybody's mouth or anything, but that would be the alternative to my suggestion, right? I mean, I'm not trying to present a false dichotomy either, but an
Stop
either or
arguing.
situation. I'm
You
sorry.
you stop arguing fallaciously. I don't know. And you wouldn't be the first person. I tried to put these things out before, but somebody pointing out shit that makes sense. Be damned. I guess we have this question again where you're making assumptions. We're supposed to answer
Yeah.
for it.
Yep. For example, what if matter, right, only has tangibility as an emergent property once it reaches a certain level of excitation? And so when it's not excited, it doesn't have tangibility as a property. So it would essentially be matter, not a medium. But then again, if you define a medium, what's a medium?
If it's not tangible, would it be representing itself in physical reality?
No,
And if
because
it's
it
not,
wouldn't be tangible.
well, then how would we measure it?
Exactly.
Right. So we are measuring something in the phenomenon, right?
Right.
You see,
But how do you know? How do you know
this
the
is the
things that lead
clusterfuck
up to
right
it?
here. That is because it's upsetting. Because you're saying the same shit that everybody on the other side keeps saying. That well, it can't be nothing. No shit. There's energy in there. So what?
So we form a hypothesis, right? If we're going about the
No,
scientific method.
no,
No?
no.
So then what do? We just say I don't know and leave it alone?
I don't know what. What don't you know? There's
I
energy
do.
in there.
There is energy in there, right? But how is that energy manifesting itself into physical reality?
What do you mean it's in there? If it wasn't, you're detecting it, which means it's material of some kind, cause you're detecting it. That's the end of, right? Like I mean,
Mhm.
you do a
Is this
thing, the thing is done, and it's like, oh, okay.
well, I guess this would be an indirect observation, with it being in a vacuum. I'm sure there's a
A
meter or something.
vacuum, but what does that mean? That there's nothing in there? So now you're
Uh,
saying nothing's in there, but it has to be something, but it can't be nothing, but nothing's in there.
we're
I
saying that
mean,
isn't present inside the vacuum anymore.
How do you know? There's
Do that.
energy in there.
Well, because there was
It's
no
obviously not
space.
empty. Just because you took the air out doesn't mean that nothing's in there.
Okay, so if we take like a cylinder or something and a plunger and push that plunger all the way down till it's flat to the top of the cylinder, right? So there's no room for any matter to collect, and then pull that plunger back to where there's only space in there. I mean, I know that's a weird concept, only space. You know, it's
Why
never a
why we should
situation.
why we should
Well,
to do that?
if there was only space in there, then you probably wouldn't read anything. But you read something, therefore there's something in there.
Right. Which to me is
Hypothetical.
to me that's pretty compelling evidence of a background
No,
media.
you're trying to say, well, there's nothing in there, but something is in there, so it must be coming from somewhere.
I'm not
It's
trying
the
to say
most.
nothing is in
It's
there.
like the more I think about it, I
That,
mean, it's just humans intellectually scraping spiritual brain cells from their soul. It's. I wish. I mean, I'm gonna come up with some sort of statement that is equivalent to it. I want to see how many people agree. It's probably gonna take me a while because I don't think like that. I don't put myself in logical mind traps like that.
is this the part where I respond or
I mean, you can respond. It just seems like you're trying to force
well
again.
I kind of feel like maybe my position is being strawmanned here. At no
What?
point am I saying that nothing is in the vacuum. However, I'm
Yeah,
saying that
but
material
nobody's
is
saying
in
that nothing
the
is in
vacuum.
there. So who strawmanned you?
You just said that I'm saying that nothing is in the vacuum.
Did I say that?
Yes.
No,
Did I say that, y'all?
no.
Oh, and if I did, maybe I misspoke because I was pretty clear on saying there's obviously something in there. Because if there wasn't in there, you'd be getting nothing.
Yeah, but you're saying my position
No,
is
I
that
didn't
there's
say your
nothing.
position was anything.
I
What is
thought you
your
just presented
position?
us with a hypothetical. I thought you just presented us with a hypothetical where a hypothetical situation where there could absolutely be nothing inside something.
That's what I was trying to do, but before my point got across, I got interrupted. Okay, so let's.
I said, well, how you gonna say nothing is in there, but something is in there? That is just a contradiction.
I'm saying that no matter is in there. I've not said nothing is in there yet. I'm saying that no matter is in there.
But something is in there because
We're getting we're reading
there's
energy,
something that is being detected. If we're talking about the 0 point energy, if
right?
we're talking about
You can't even
your
get there.
hypothetical is a contradiction.
Right.
Right.
So first, before we continue, you who say there's no matter in there need to define what you mean by matter.
Matter, I just mean by like physical representations of material. So let's say anything that's existing within reality, yes, physically occupying space, something that you can touch, energy, even, in certain forms, I guess would be considered matter.
Well, look, if you define matter as anything materially manifesting that also includes energy, then I
Okay.
don't see how your
Do we
thing you're trying
establish
to set up would make any sense.
how do we establish that energy is matter?
I don't know. You just defined matter as including energy.
Some forms of energy.
Certain forms.
Yes.
Okay, so now you need to define energy.
Right. So, let's say radiation. So emission from any source. I'm not trying to be intentionally vague here, but kind of getting
Well,
painted in the corner.
look, defining energy is quite difficult for
Right.
anybody.
Right. Most your professors and stuff like that can't define energy, waves, force. All these fun words that we like to throw around. But to me, energy is just the radiation from the source emission. Would be a fine definition of it. However, I don't believe that energy is self-sustaining. You must have some type of medium or field for it to propagate upon.
You're
I
not
think
going to
that,
be able to measure it.
well,
And that's why I said, how do you know that?
well, these are, again, I guess, pseudoscientific claims. If we can't directly measure it, that's
What's a pseudoscientific claim? You saying that energy has to have a medium to I mean, I don't know. I'm just saying, how do you know? How could you make that statement?
this is the whole reason why I made the initial post, is that it's going to be hard to.
Did you say that we can measure the pseudoscience?
I'm sorry.
Anything?
Okay,
Did you say that
let's.
we can measure that pseudoscience things?
We can measure the pseudoscience things.
Yeah, did you say that?
Did I say that? I don't recall saying that.
Okay, good. I'm sorry.
Maybe we can indirectly measure pseudoscientific things.
Like, for example, if I make a pseudoscience about love, can you measure how much love is in the world now?
So without a proper definition of love, maybe not. But if we just establish that what they say in biology is that there's certain chemicals that create this feeling of euphoria, and we decide to measure this chemical, then we can get
Oh,
an
If we,
approximation
if
of,
if we don't know what energy is, how do we know that it needs a medium to propagate?
because we've never observed energy without a medium to propagate upon.
Right.
Hold on, dude.
So
Hold on. Before we continue, he done screwed up. Because we know for a fact that women and men experience high levels of the quote unquote chemical while they absolutely detest the person they're engaging with that elicits that chemical response. So their internal emotional state is not congruent with the release of the hormones. So it's not the case that hormones equals love.
yeah. It's only sexual attraction. It's not maybe. I don't know.
So we're saying that chemicals released. I mean, we're secretors, so when we
So you are
when we
saying there is a chemical for proving the love?
I'm saying if you wanted to measure love, that would be the appropriate avenue.
No.
I mean,
And
you know,
and
it,
and
No,
and who
it
did that?
wouldn't.
And how we can?
scientific
I just
method.
explained to you why.
I don't necessarily agree
So
with that explanation.
your claim would be that a woman.
And this kind of feels a little off topic from a little non-consequential to the initial topic. But
Why? Why?
No,
Because
it's very on topic. It's very on topic.
I used loved, and now you will use some kind of, I don't know, bullshit from space or whatever. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Anyway, why is what I said on topic? Because you're saying that the presence of this hormone equals love.
Right. So every
But love
feeling
is
that you
qualitative. Love is qualitative, not quantitative.
right, and when you define love, that might establish a better avenue for us to take. But I was just simply stating that if you're going to use the scientific method and not pseudoscience to try and measure love, then the only appropriate avenue to take would be to measure the hormones that you're secreting when you're around somebody that you feel
Right.
this emotion around.
Which would be a categorical error. It would be a logic error.
Okay. Maybe explain that.
Okay, so look, as sad as this is for some people, not every proposition can be determined. Not every proposition can be determined by the scientific method.
Right. And when we don't do that, we're going to call it pseudoscience, right? Because it didn't follow the scientific method.
No.
No. Only if it's being presented as if it's gone through the rigors of the scientific method, then
Right.
it's pseudoscience.
So I never claimed to be able to use the scientific method to determine a measurement for love. That was, an example that was exposed to me.
Would be
However,
outside the purview if you're not trying to establish a cause and effect relationship and you're just trying to measure something, then it's outside the purview of science.
Right. So are we just not allowed to talk about, stuff like 0 point energy, as you said earlier? Like that's not open to discussion or interpretation, or
We did
if
talk
he's
about it. I said we did talk about it. I said it's there.
right.
Okay, and is what I asked you. So now you're
And
saying, are we not allowed to talk about it? I don't know. You're not talking about it. You just came up with a hypothetical that was contradictory to itself, and that's all that happened.
I didn't come up with that hypothetical.
Oh, yeah, that was contradictory to itself.
How is it contradictory to itself that we
Because
measure
you said
energy?
nothing was. You said if I
No, I
plunge
didn't say
everything
nothing.
out of there and something is in there, well
If I
then you
if
didn't
I
plunge
remove
everything out of there, did you?
if I remove all material from there and there was still energy present, how would that energy propagate without a background medium?
So not is energy not material?
Uh, I guess it depends on how you want to define it.
This is what I'm
I
saying,
define
man. Like you don't like terms aren't even defined clearly for this hypothetical.
I told you it would be
Right.
any
So
emission from a point source.
yeah, but let me talk about it. Let me talk about it, friend. You would have to validate. You would have to validate that you removed all things categorized as matter. How would you validate that?
Okay, so the way that I was trying to, make an example of this was if we take a cylinder with a flat bottom, take a
Yeah,
plunger
we
with a
heard you.
flat bottom all the way down, so it's flat on flat, no space, no room for space to be, and then move the plunger upward through the cylinder. Therefore, it's only space in there. However, we still
Okay. So
measure a
what?
detectable.
Yep. Sure. Sure. So what assumptions are you making about the matter that you extruded in the cylinder plunge process?
Yeah,
I didn't
but I'm
extrude it; it
sorry.
was
I'm
never
sorry.
there.
No, because you said it's only space in there. Clearly not. If something else is in there.
Right. My position is that there is a background medium presenting itself to us.
Dude, we listen, friend. We haven't even got to where you validated that you evacuated all matter out of the chamber. You understand?
Okay. In
So,
my
so you're
example,
jumping ahead.
when you have the flat on flat cylinder to plunger, there's no room for anything else to be there. Okay, it's flat to flat.
Check this out for me. Check this out for me. What you just described is an ideal. Now it's up to you to prove what you just said exists in reality.
Right.
That
So,
you can evacuate all matter out of a cylinder. You need to prove that premise first. So how are you going to prove it? And just restating that you used a plunger isn't proving anything. It's just an assertion.
well, I mean, this is
So in
simply
other
a
words,
thought experiment. So,
Thought experiment.
yes, exactly. So it's a philosophical conclusion at best. Correct?
uh, sure. However, are we determining that it's not possible to do this in reality?
Yes, because once you plunge all the air out and then you draw the plunger back up, you're drawing all the air back in. Otherwise, the plunger will
There's
be
never any
impossible to
air
pull
in
out.
there.
So it's stupid.
Right. You'd never be able to create a perfect vacuum. However, if you're getting readings that are higher than what material would be present within the vacuum, how would you explain that?
So is it a
Very simply.
hypothetical, or did you do this thing? Because now you're saying you're getting readings, like you're just standing there in this
But what this
invisible,
is, look,
invisible
but it's
cylinder,
like
pulling air
it's
out of
like
it.
your feet getting moved past the point of you're saying that there's more energy than there's material when you haven't proven that.
No, what I'm stating is that there is not enough material to sustain the energy present.
Oh,
So
because you're saying that?
this, this is what the Casimir effect is, right? I mean, just the premise.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we've changed the terminology for free space impedance to 0 point energy. So I've not used that terminology a whole lot. I haven't seen it while reading a whole lot, until recently.
Yeah.
However, I know the Casimir effect
Okay,
is.
okay. You said free space. Okay, you said free space impedance. What is impeding and what is being impeded?
So that would be EMR for both of those, the input and the output.
Where what? So electromagnetic radiation is impeding itself.
Well, it's it's creating a representation of itself, a measurable representation of itself.
So says you.
From where?
Well, if we are measuring EMR inside of it, and we're using EMR within our measuring tool to measure it, I don't know how else
Okay,
to
so
explain.
maybe all as you've proven. Okay, so check this out. Maybe all as you've proven that when you evacuate a chamber with most of the matter, because you can't get it all out, that the matter that's left goes into a super excited state because it has more free space to move around in. Maybe that's what you're proving. Did that ever cross your mind?
Okay, but wouldn't this excitation require some type of material manifestation?
Like what?
Um, like like okay, so let's say if we're going to call it a wave, so we'll say it's a compression and a rarefaction of the medium. So what would be compressing and rarefying the medium in this case?
You just said
Why are
you
we
just said
calling it
this
a wave?
matter. You just said the
Calling
matter,
what a
and then you
wave?
switched it. Yeah, you
My bad,
switched from
brother.
matter to energy.
I'm sorry, both of y'all are talking at the same time. I
I'm just
couldn't.
saying you switched from matter to energy on in the mid sentence.
So we're establishing that energy is present. However, I'm trying to establish that matter is not present. I keep getting painted into this corner that there's a little bit of matter left over. I agree that ideally we cannot create a perfect vacuum. However, in this thought experiment, there's no reason why you can't create a perfect vacuum. Whatever force
Okay, so
required
what
to
you've
create
just done is conceded. Okay, that's great. But what you've done, is conceded that your conclusion cannot be validated in practical
no.
reality. It can only be thought of.
I was like, dang.
I'm conceding that we cannot presently do that, but uh, I think with the advances
Okay,
in
so when
modern
you
technology,
when
we'll
you
know
when you
maybe.
arrive at it, when you arrive, yeah, that's great. That's great. That's great. But when you arrive there, where you can validate that you've removed all matter from a vacuum chamber, then you have something to talk about. So what you need to do is solve that problem first. Solve the problem of validating that all matter is removed from the chamber. That is where your focus needs to be if you intend to validate the rest.
Right, I agree with what you're saying. However, I'm going to get painted into a corner again by stating that there's energy inside of it, to where any materialist, any atomist, anybody that subscribes to materialism is going to tell me that if energy is present, then I have
You see what I'm saying?
evacuated all
Yo.
matter.
Oh
Right.
my God.
I know this sounds circular, but this is
No,
just the
it doesn't
reality.
sound circular. It sounds fucked up is what it sounds like. Because you're claiming you're being painted in a corner while basically indirectly or what's the other term? Passive
Alternatively,
aggressively telling us that we're materialists for painting you into a corner. We're not painting you in.
I'm not trying to say that y'all are a materialist at all. Like,
Yeah,
I'm not
unless
aggressive at all.
hypothetically someone is painting you into a corner that hypothetically you're being painted into.
Right. This would be
But it's
the
just your words, fam.
academic.
We're just trying to logically talk through this.
Right. This would be the academic community that would be painting me into the corner. That
I'm not the academic community, bro. What are
I
you
agree.
talking about?
I agree. I'm not trying to be passive aggressive or anything. This was the initial
So
post that I made. Was
that's great.
asking.
So
You see,
okay,
well, I'm so glad this happened. Okay, so
let's
this
break bread.
basically summarizes exactly what I was trying to say.
Fine,
This
fine.
exact conversation.
Let's break bread. Okay,
And you know where
so
it came from, right?
where have you arrived
I'm sorry.
Not really.
AI Scott miking.
All right, so where are we at now?
I'm not sure.
We've agreed that in principle, the situation. Okay, well, we've agreed that in principle, the situation that a vacuum chamber devoid of matter doesn't exist.
Okay. In
So
principle,
all these claims about what vacuum chambers devoid of matter do, okay, are hypotheticals.
okay. So why are we making the I don't know how to say this without. Okay. So how do we come to the conclusion that there is matter within the vacuum chamber? If the only way that you're coming to that conclusion is that energy is present, therefore matter exists, that is circular, right? Or matter is or energy is present, therefore matter is present.
Who came to the conclusion? You said how we came to the conclusion who we are, and
You
we are
as
not.
in opposition, like you guys are in opposition of what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that in
Well, you're not
academia,
really saying anything, are you, though?
Yeah, but
How can we be in
keep in mind,
opposition?
friend, that what you were asked before you went down this line of thinking by me was that you need a space devoid of matter, and I asked you how you validated that space to be devoid of matter, and you had no answer that exists in tangible reality.
so you have this. So you're saying that I have this idea that can't be done in reality, or I have this hypothesis that can't be done in reality.
What
I
he's
tell,
saying is you're
I tell you,
materialist AI. That's where he's gonna. That's where he's getting at.
no.
Yes, he is.
He's a nice guy. But anyway, what I was going to say is I just asked you because you need that in order to continue your line of reasoning. I asked you how you validated that point before you continued. And the only thing I was met with was a hypothetical.
Okay, so in reality, we suggest that we can't have a perfect vacuum because there is a reading of energy within that vacuum. And therefore, we suggest that there is matter inside of that vacuum that is causing the reading. However, I'm saying that in my thought experiment, and maybe even in reality, if you take a flat plunger, flat to flat, plunge it all the way down, pick it back up to any amount of space. It doesn't have to be much.
You can't.
Whatever force is required of that.
You can't
Is
do
there
it
matter within that? You can't?
because you're creating a negative pressure, and then when you pull the plunger up, you need to create a positive pressure to get the plunger back up. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
So let me ask you this question, friend. In real life vacuum chambers, how do they get to the extra levels of vacuum after they use mechanical processes? Because mechanical processes have weak spots, they have seals, they have pistons, they have all these things, right, that have tolerances within them that allow some of the stuff to go back. So how do they get rid of the rest when they try to get it down to the most vacuum they can? Well, the answer is they use chemical processes to move the matter out through chemical reactions rather than pushing them out, because they can't push them out because the small pieces of matter are smaller than the tolerances of the machine.
Okay,
And
I
those
understand.
chemical processes would have to be in the entirety of the chamber in order to guarantee that you're removing all matter. So there
Okay,
really is no practically validatable way that I know of now to create a perfect vacuum. And in order to validate your premise, you would need a perfect vacuum that's validated to be a perfect vacuum. So how would you surmount that issue?
so if we know how much matter is left over within the vacuum, and then the energy reading exceeds the amount of propagation that would be possible with this matter, how would we explain that? So, like the Casimir effect, this is. I guess I'm gonna have to go to Google and maybe read off some stuff. But I thought this was the whole premise of the Casimir effect. So just go ahead and
I
talk a
already
little
gave
bit.
you one. I already gave you one alternative explanation right off the top of my head, which is maybe the small amounts of matter that are left, now that they have more available free space without the restriction of the other matter in the same space, go into a super excited state, and they actually give off more energy than they normally would.
Right.
So how would you disvalidate that?
I don't necessarily want to disvalidate that. However,
Right, but
I would,
you would have to, in order to narrow it down to there must be energy that just spontaneously comes into being in the middle of the
no,
chamber.
no, the
Because
premise
that would make that an affirming the consequent fallacy, right?
well, the premise is that the hypothesis and the observed
AI.
phenomenon.
I mean, that was a question to AI before you started talking.
I'm so sorry.
Because it would become an affirming the consequent fallacy, right? To
Yeah. Yes.
presume, which I
Yeah.
said I don't know only a year and change ago, and the answer was yeah, but like I said, but whatever.
Well, yeah, it's a
I'm sorry.
conditional if. Look,
I'm a little annoyed, but
no, it's fine.
obviously,
It's a
go ahead.
conditional. It's a conditional if at the beginning of the argument, so the conclusion can only be valid if the conditional if is proven. And what we're trying to do is help him think through how to prove his conditional if in the first instance.
Yeah. Why?
Which so far we've decided that you would need a validatable perfect vacuum,
I
right, for
agree.
which I don't know exists or can exist.
Right. The whole premise here is that if I establish that the vacuum is perfect, and you tell me that there is an you, but if somebody were to say that there is an energy reading that matter is present, use that to invalidate.
I mean, doesn't the same thing happen? Like the higher up you go, the more because of the lack of you know, because who is that?
So you're hot micing.
Yeah, because of the lack of air. You know, the higher up you go, the more energy propagation there is, which is why you get a higher reading the higher up you go, right? I mean, it's the same thing. But I mean,
So, sorry, go
some
ahead.
claim it's for one reason and I claim it's for another reason. Not really claim, but I'm just saying, like, to make a claim about it again is affirming the consequent.
Well, to
Because I
me, like
mean,
a claim of
how would
causality
you
is
know?
theory, right? Or a theory is just a claim of causality, however you want to phrase it. So, in order for you to even begin, there has to be an observation, right? A phenomenon. And, we have noticed the phenomenon of free space impedance.
In
Well,
nature.
in nature, right?
Well, why does it have to be in nature? Like, are you saying that it
I
has?
mean, so now the scientific method is in question. I mean, maybe it's just the wrong tool for what you're trying to do. Or is that a
Well,
problem?
I want to use the scientific method.
A
I don't
lot of
want
people the Globers want to use the
Not,
scientific
not
method
Trent.
too without. So it's like,
Hold
I
on.
to,
mean,
Hold on.
and I'd be willing to manipulate.
Listen. Listen. We already have a claim on the table. Okay. Free space impedance is a claim that begs that the space is free, meaning free of all matter. So it in itself is circular reasoning.
Right. I agree that the theory in itself is basically pseudoscience. There's no
Right.
way to
So
manipulate
right.
this.
So the exact same thing applies to your premise. Okay, that's what we're trying to walk you through. Is that your idea that if you have energy in an alleged free space vacuum, right, free of matter, that any energy you get means there must be a background medium. That is the same specious logic as the previous thing. So, on the one hand, you recognize that that's bad thinking, but then when you do it, you think it's good thinking.
No, this is just a hypothesis. With these
But it's not a
scenarios.
hypothesis. No, it's not a hypothesis because You didn't observe free space impedance.
Your claim is that I didn't observe free space impedance. How do you substantiate your claim that there is matter still in the vacuum chamber?
Dude, that's not the way this conversation went, friend. You need that to draw your conclusion. I'm asking you how to validate it.
How to validate the vacuum? So the way that I would validate the vacuum is by making sure that there is no room for any matter to occupy any space because there is no space.
Absolutely. Okay, so stop right there. Stop right there. How big is matter? How big is matter? And how would you validate there's no room for it?
Okay, so material matter is going to express itself in 3 dimensions. If you can define any, or not define, but if you can uh, establish a property of any of these 3 dimensions upon it, I guess it would be that big.
Okay, so great. So is it possible for a piece of matter to fit between the spaces of a chunk of matter?
If you have the matter, okay, so right, this is going to be hard to verify. The only way that you would be able to do this, I suppose, would be
Okay,
let's
so
see,
let's cut
maybe
to the
you could.
chase. Let's cut to the chase for a minute. How big is an atom of gold versus an atom of lead?
Well, we're talking about monoatomic gold.
Just an atom of normal gold on the periodic table. How big is it, size-wise, compared to an atom of lead?
I'm not sure.
Well, maybe you should look into that before you start making claims that a piston is going to express all matter out of a chamber, because you would
Right.
need to know
So
that.
we don't necessarily need it to be devoid of all matter in order
Well,
to
stop right
create
there, friend.
matter.
Stop right there, friend. You do need it to be devoid of all matter to prove your premise, whether you realize it or not.
That you can have more energy within a vacuum than the material could propagate.
No, no, friend. You're assuming that the material can't propagate that much energy, but you're putting it in an environment that it's not normally in. So you can't delineate whether it's the environment or the background medium that you think it is. You're just picking one over the other based on philosophical reasons.
Right. And like I said earlier, I'm not trying to force a false dichotomy or any situation like that. This is purely a thought experiment. However, I think that it could, have its tangents within reality. Let's say
Okay,
that.
so now I want to ask you this question. Where is the defined amount of energy that a particular piece of matter can sustain, and why can it only sustain that much energy?
So normally we would say like electrical. So for electrical energy, it's directly in proportion to its density. So if we were using gold in this experiment,
Can I ask a
we would
question?
yes.
The at the point that you said that you're not trying to create a false dichotomy, actually, by making a choice, you're affirming the consequent. That is a logical fallacy. Why is that response not good enough for you?
By making a choice. See, I don't want to be making a choice. I want to form a conclusion.
Yeah, that would be
Conclusion that I
making a
form.
choice.
But the conclusion that I form would be the one that the evidence.
Well, the
Yeah.
conclusion isn't experimentally derived. You're making a choice.
Right. This is why we say science doesn't prove
So
anything.
what's wrong is not science.
Whoa.
You're affirming the consequent, and that is what you're doing. Why is my response not good enough? Like it's like when globers want to blow past them affirming the consequent, or when globers want to blow past them begging the question.
No,
You blew
your
past
response.
begging the question and affirming the consequent.
Your response is perfectly reasonable. I'm not trying to suggest that your response is wrong at all. However, I'm trying to
Why do you want to force and affirm in the consequent? Or why do you
I'm
want to
not
do that?
trying to affirm the consequence. What I'm trying to
Yeah,
do is
So
replicate the
I'll do it. Let
affirmative.
me give him an example, Eli. Let me give him an example. Okay, so my experiment, right? My mental experiment is this: I'm going to create a near perfect vacuum with one piece of matter in it to prove that matter, when it has more available free space without other matter to interfere with it, is more excited than it should otherwise be. And the reason is because it has more room to breathe, so to speak. And I'm going to validate that by expressing out a cylinder as much as I possibly can and then reading what appears to be more energy than normal. I read more energy than normal, therefore my conclusion is correct. That is the form of the logical fallacy.
Right.
So your experiment, whether you realize it or not, proves my point just as much as it proves your point.
Exactly. These are alternative hypotheses. However, your point
They're
is not.
not they're not hypotheses, friend, is what we're trying to tell you. They're logical fallacies.
Okay.
And this is what I was like. This is what I can't believe this many flat earthers don't understand this. As long as we've been talking about science, pseudoscience, logical fallacies, like it blows my mind. I'm not the smartest person in the world. I just know when I'm being had.
Right. So the whole reason why I, initially made the post was because I'm not sure what we can have a conversation about.
We're having a conversation. Are you going to just
Right.
pretend that we didn't? Because at the
No,
end of
I'm
it,
not
the
going to
conclusion
pretend
is
that.
you're affirming the consequent.
No,
See,
that's not.
because you saying what you're saying about not sure you're being able to have the like that statement right there. That statement right there is not true. We had the conversation. What's happening is we've had the conversation to the conclusion where we've concluded that you've affirmed the consequent and you won't accept it.
I'm accepting it. That's what I'm saying. Is that however, however, I think that this situation has kind of been put onto me, where I'm stating that I can't have an open I mean, I can. Obviously, we just had an open discussion of it, but I've apparently
So
been
why
cast
so why are you
slide
saying you can't have an open discussion? What, someone told you can't have an open discussion?
because
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 I've
for
had
me,
this conversation maybe 10 times
right,
and,
and
and it led to the same conclusion all 10 times. So
right.
who's not allowing people to have this conversation that I've had 10 times?
I'm not saying that it's not allowed, as in not
So what are
permissible.
you
I'm
implying?
saying
I
that
don't know what you're saying. Like you say something and then you say you're not
okay,
saying
so
it.
every time I
You
try
just
to say
said you
something, I
wasn't
get cut off
sure.
mid sentence
Please
before I
don't
can
cut me
finish
off.
my
Please
point.
don't cut me off. I don't know if I can have a conversation now. Please don't cut me off. So I'm asking you a point blank question. Why did you say, or why do you feel like you wouldn't have been able to have this conversation? Tell the truth.
Okay, so I feel like nobody is stopping me from having any conversation. However, if you do have certain conversations around certain people, they're going to start casting you into a light of some type of
So
pseudoscience.
vague right now, bro. Either you're gonna talk like a man or you're not, because
Yeah,
I
just say
can't
what you're
read your
saying, man.
mind.
I keep getting cut off.
Yeah,
Right,
but
so
you're
that
not
was an
saying
interruption.
anything.
Right,
You're
because every
saying you
time I
can't
start to
have
make a
certain
point, I get
conversations around
interrupted.
certain people. I'm a lead mod in here. AI is a lead mod in here. You're
Right,
having this
nobody.
conversation. So what is this idea that people can't have certain what certain conversation
So,
around what certain people? Let me
so
know.
then within the lobby, I've seen two people already get ad hominem. Jaren and Austin Whitsitt already been ad hominem. Told
Where?
about
Post it.
company erasers that
Screenshot it. Post it. Screenshot it. Let me see it.
it was literally there. They called Jaren retarded.
Can you screenshot it? Let me see it.
I'm not trying to like narc on people. I'm
Yeah,
just
okay.
saying that
Can you
I'm going
screenshot it
to.
and let me see it? Because I can't address the issue. Either you want the issue to be resolved or you don't.
I don't necessarily want the issue to be resolved.
Well, then why are you talking about it?
I'm curious as to what is going
No,
to
you
get
can't be
me
curious
committed.
because now you're pissing me off. I want to resolve the issue. I don't want bickering and bullshit on this server. So either you're going to help me resolve it or you're going to not do this shit again. Because all you're doing is causing problems by speaking vaguely, making assertions. And listen, you said it was in the lobby. You may as well screenshot it and put it right there.
Yeah,
Because
keep in mind,
all people do is hide behind saying, "Oh, these people said this certain thing and they're lying." Like, let me see that shit.
yeah, keep in mind, you've already given us enough information because the entire server's logged. We see everything if we search for it. So it's not like you're not informing on the people. Just simply by telling us it happened in lobby is already informing.
Right. I'm
So
not trying to.
instead of me having to go get
If,
it, I'm asking you to go get it because you already narked, bro.
It's also, you shouldn't be looking at the lobby when people are talking to you. You should be in live stream voice text chat, and you should be following along with the
This is what's wrong
conversation.
with Flat. I'm sorry. This is what's fucking wrong. Everybody wants to know where the division is. It's this squirmy, weaselly bullshit right here.
right, that's what I was trying to, reach a common ground on, and what is acceptable to talk.
You are the problem tonight. Tonight, you are the problem. I'm not gossiping about yesterday. Tonight, you're the problem.
Right. I'm going through lobby right now.
Thank you. Sorry,
So,
Drace. My bad.
where do I need to put
My
this
bad.
screenshot?
It's all good, brother.
Please continue. I first of all, I haven't heard you in such a long time, and I actually I got excited, and at the same time,
Where do I need to
anyway,
post
You
this?
had things to say. You wanted to finish your point.
because it's like I've been trying to deal with this problem for so long. It's like women who start shit, and then no, my bad. It's like the women in my life, okay, not women in general, in my life who like to start shit, and then you try to like pinpoint the problem, and that shit is more elusive than a bar of soap in jail.
I know what you mean, man.
Do I need to post this screenshot in lobby?
Can you post it in the live stream?
Maybe. Let me look. Voice text right here. Okay.
That's where the conversation generally happens while we're talking to you. So
I
that's the
don't
channel you want to
believe I
keep
have
open
access
while
to
you're
that.
actually
Can't post
speaking to
anything. He
people.
doesn't have embed terms.
Also, I don't believe that I have option to post a picture in here.
Yeah, we can fix that.
I mean, I can tell you right where it's at in lobby, but this is. I don't want to be like this wasn't the situation where I wanted to narc on somebody. This was
No,
just me
listen,
genuinely.
bro, you're doing a good thing because you're gonna end
Listen, friend,
some bullshit
don't
tonight.
use don't use any names. Just say what they said in general. I mean,
Yeah,
At least.
I gave you powers to post it, so you can post it real quick.
Okay, I'm working on it. I accidentally hit the camera button. Okay, so here we go. And I'd rather not say anybody's
You
names
know
or
what?
anything.
Well, you know what? As a matter of fact, don't you go anywhere either, because I want to know what you think about Jeranism siding with Mick in a debate where he obviously didn't have the slightest clue about what celestial navigation is. That's what I want to talk about after this.
That was pretty
Okay,
bad.
so it's posted in live stream or live stream voice.
So Jaren is slow, is what I read here. What's the problem with that?
Like the second one down where it said Jaren is a retard.
Yeah, retard, as in he's being retarded or slowed down.
Mentally
So
slow.
he's not working at full capacity or optimal
Yeah,
speeds.
That's an ad hominem, right? So I'm just trying to figure
No,
out
it's
what
not
I'm.
an ad
How the
hominem.
fuck is
Do you
that
know?
an ad hominem? He needs to be
It's not.
in the chat having a debate, making a valid point in which someone else, instead of addressing that point, makes a completely different, like completely unrelated attack against his person. That is what an ad hominem is. So,
Okay,
so
so are we not discuss?
you just no, not so. How about you look this? Look. I just pointed out that you incorrectly stated that there were people in 24/7 lobby ad homing Jaron and Whitsit. And that's actually not true. And instead of going, you know what, that would have done more harm than it should. And I apologize for those who work fucking hard in here to keep this a healthy environment. Instead of doing that, you still want to keep talking. I'm not saying you can't talk, but you're not even trying to be reasonable.
I'm trying to be reasonable. I mean, I'm just genuinely curious as to what I need to maybe not say to have to be painted in the same light as doing with it.
That's someone's opinion.
Okay, I can tell you right now, friend. Don't make an affirming the consequent fallacy and then say your conclusion is true. There you go.
Right? Yeah, that's no problem. But are we allowed to discuss these topics? You
Did
know,
we
that.
not discuss it?
Well, I'm just saying, if I was to discuss this in front of people, would it be
Did we not discuss it in front of people?
Yes,
Why
yes.
why are you insinuating that there's a problem with discussing things?
Well,
Because
the
again,
reason why is
this is a
because
6-month, 7-month lie that continues to perpetuate and divide this community. I fucking won't have it tonight.
so there's a lot of passion in this, and I understand.
I'm
However,
passionate, but I'm still on the mark.
right, maybe
Uh,
so.
uh, uh, can I say something, please?
Yes.
Erebus, there is a lot of passion about gravity. There is books people and scientists wrote about gravity. Do you know how much passion it's about gravity?
Do I know how much what is about gravity?
Patience, like a patient, like you said, there is a what do you say, patient?
Like being
You
patient
said that
with
now. There is
respect
a lot of patience for that. Okay, there is a lot of for gravity, and then what will happen if I start to speak about gravity? That it's fact. What will happen? What you will tell me?
I would ask you to substantiate your claim.
Yeah, you'd be a
Yeah,
hypocrite then.
I'd be a
that's
hypocrite for asking somebody to substantiate their claim.
No,
yeah.
because when they say, "Well, it's just a one of many possible hypotheses," and you say, "No, that's bullshit," you'd be a fucking hypocrite, bro.
But
Yeah.
then you're putting
Like the
words in
rest
my
of your
mouth.
friends,
If they created
like the rest of your
compelling
friends,
evidence that I
like the
could
rest of your friends that want to call
see
Did
people
you
friends.
did you create it enough evidence tonight for that? What you are saying?
for my thought experiment, no, there was no evidence created. It was simply a thought
Okay,
experiment.
great. Why we are not speaking about gravity then?
We can.
We can.
I hope we
Okay, let's
can.
speak about
Like I
gravity
said,
then. The
I'm not
gravity
sure.
exists. Gravity exists. And why you don't believe in gravity?
So we would have to define gravity at first.
Define gravity. Take any object and throw, and you will see that it's falling.
Okay, so
That's
you're
crazy. We
talking
would have
about
to define gravity, but when AI asks you to define, yo,
define energy, and I said radiation.
Why I need to define something what is working? You can observe that in reality. If I drop something, it
We
will fall
observe.
down. That's gravity. And
We
the
observe.
only problem, it's your problem, is because you don't believe in that.
We observe a phenomenon. However, you're presenting a claim of causality for
The
the
same thing
phenomenon.
what you did 1 hour ago.
Right.
Right.
So your
Yeah.
claim
So
is that
what shall we do here on 24/7? Speak about some empirical things or some things what we cannot prove.
okay. So what? How do you define gravity? That would be a good initial
Uh,
starting point.
how I define gravity? What that have even what that is? Why is that important?
It would be important because your hypothesis is that gravity exists. I'm asking you what gravity is.
Yeah. What? because if I don't know the definition, we will come on the end that you are right, that I cannot prove the gravity. Is that the point?
If you're trying to meet common ground with people,
Is that the
and
point? Now I will speak, and you will ask for me that I prove you gravity. Then you will ask me for scientific proof. Is that true? That you will later ask me for scientific proof?
are you trying to scientifically use the scientific method to?
No, I'm asking you. If I continue to speak about gravity in later, you will ask me for the scientific proof, or you will not ask me for that?
If you're trying to speak about gravity, yeah, I would probably start with the
So
scientific method.
let me ask you let me ask him a follow-up question, Sasha, right here.
Okay.
So if I can't use the scientific method, that means I can't talk about gravity?
No, that would just be pseudoscience at that point. If you can't use the scientific method as
Oh
pseudoscience,
shit.
it's
Oh
completely okay to
shit.
talk about it.
And I don't even think you're aware that we're having the same conversation with just different rhetoric. I just had this conversation with you with AI only 20 minutes ago. Oh shit.
Right.
Yeah,
We're just trying to
I want to
establish
tell him that,
what
Elijah, nothing else. That's the point. Yeah.
because
Good good on
it
you, Sasha.
appears that certain topics getting brought up will paint or cast people in a
Yo, stop
negative light.
saying that, bro, because you have not validated that that's actually true. Nobody did that to you here tonight. Only thing you did was affirm the consequent, and you took the argument as far as you possibly could go. Stop
Yeah.
insinuating that there are certain things that you can't talk about because that's not fucking true.
Well, how do I talk about those things without getting cast into that light?
Who's stopping you? I haven't stopped you from saying a damn thing.
Of course not.
See,
But
so this is the point where I get upset. I ban him, and then he goes and propagates a lie about how he can't talk about shit. Right, guys?
I have the answer. I have the answer. I have the answer, friend. What you're asking of us, okay, is to make every single person you engage with an automaton in their response. We can't do that. You're going to engage different people. Some people will engage with you, some people won't. That's called, navigating the world as an adult.
right. There's no problem with that. I'm just curious on the established topics maybe that I shouldn't be talking about.
This makes me eerily like just because of you, and I know you understand me. Just because of you, it makes me look at other people sideways. Because when I hear you speak, I hear them speak, and I'm like, there's no way I haven't been clear.
Okay, so I'm
I
kind of
don't know
new
what kind
here.
of game you're
Maybe.
playing right here now, son.
Yeah, friend. What it sounds like is you got your head filled with a lot of bias from other sources, and you walked in here with it. That's what it sounds like to me.
No, I've only the only okay. So around about the same time that I made the suggestion that or made the post asking to clarify what we should be talking about, what is up for discussion was right after, directly after people were insulting people that were talking about this stuff.
Wait. So if I right now insult Jay-Z, does that mean that just just I don't if I insult Jay-Z right now, does that mean that no one's allowed to talk about his Reasonable Doubt album?
No, maybe not, but it would
Okay, so
be
just because somebody calls Jaren a fucking retard doesn't mean that you can't talk about what the fuck you want to talk about. It doesn't mean Jaren can't talk about what the fuck he wants to talk about. What do you
right.
like? I
As
did no.
as I stated earlier, nobody can stop me from talking about whatever I want to talk about. However,
That's
I
what
would
I
like to
said.
know what I shouldn't be
That's
talking
not true.
about.
That's not true, though. It's true and it's not true. You could talk about whatever you want, but you can be restricted from what venues you're allowed to talk about certain topics. For example,
Right,
here, you don't talk about TOS violation topics, right? That's
right,
forbidden.
right. So what should I not talk about to keep from getting insulted? I guess is what it boils down to.
So there we go. Now it comes down to the truth of the matter. You are afraid of being insulted.
No one will know what will insult you. Insult is in the eye of the insulted. So
Right, but as a
we
community,
we
we
we,
have
we
to.
could I could say to you, little man, it's okay, and you could be insulted because you think you're not little. It's completely dependent on how you look at things.
Right, but when
Yeah,
somebody does something like
I'm
Jaren is,
insulted. I'm insulted that you expect that you're going to be insulted.
Yeah. I'm insulted if you expect that you could have an environment where you're free from being insulted.
maybe it's insulting to think that I can't ask what I
Welcome to
should be.
flat Earth, bro.
I'm used to
Dude,
being insulted.
was this just a large therapy session?
I'm sorry.
I'm asking you, was this a therapy session?
Um, I don't think so. I
All
mean,
right.
it may have been therapeutic
Okay,
for people
then,
present,
then
but
buck up, princess.
Okay, let's
You
get
heard what I
down
said?
to
I said, oh, hold on, let me finish what I'm saying so he hears me. If this wasn't a therapy session, then buck up, princess.
I'm sorry. Like, buck up. If this
princess.
wasn't a
God.
therapy session, then buck
Buck
up.
up, princess.
Oh, so you're saying like toughen up your skin. Like I said, like nobody here has insulted me personally, and I don't think that
Okay, but
most
you're
people here have.
insinuating that other people are being insulted, and you're gonna just say it again for
I see.
for as long as you have air in your lungs, because you think that there are certain people that can't come here and have certain conversations about certain topics, which is a fucking lie.
Okay, so you're painting me into this image like I already had this notion preset. So what I
I'm not
observed
painting
is
you. I'm not painting you into anything. I didn't misquote you. I didn't quote you. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
where you're. Okay, so I don't have any preconceived notions that I can't say anything. That's what I have established. I can say anything that I want.
Yeah. Dude, we've been doing this, bro, for the better part of a decade. Okay, you're not slipping one past us. We know the content and context of this conversation, and that you have a preconceived bias about the nature of this
I don't,
conversation that you've
I don't
garnered
have a
from
preconceived
previous
bias.
sources.
I haven't garnered this from previous sources. This was garnered by the observation made just 2 seconds before
You,
I started my
you're
No, it
initial.
not.
wasn't, dude.
You're not the first person to come in here and feel this way.
However,
Number one, and number two, how does someone calling Jaron an asshole in the lobby where none of us really hang out? Well, let me not say that. I don't never. I've fucking been to the lobby twice since I've been in this server. To keep it real with you, how do you go to the lobby of this server where none of the regulars really hang? See someone called Jaron and Witsit.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. There's plenty of regulars who focus on the lobby, and their work is valuable and loved.
so
Whatever.
yesterday,
Whatever. I haven't. I've come through the hotel and I haven't left the penthouse since. What do you want me to do? I don't know. I don't even know what the lobby looks like anymore.
Yeah.
So it. All I'm saying is, so you come in here, you're in the lobby, you see someone say, "Jaron, you're a retard," and all of a sudden that means that there are things that people can't talk about. Like, make that make sense.
okay, so below that, as a
Erebos, can I tell you one thing? Only
No,
one
no, no, no,
small
no,
thing.
no,
No,
no, no,
sorry,
no, no,
Elijah.
no.
No, no, no. Sorry, Elijah. I'm sorry. Sorry.
please.
Please. Sorry.
Don't say sorry.
Please. No.
I wanted. What the fuck are
Okay.
you doing?
Okay. I will wait.
I'm sorry, guys. I just want to finish a point real quick. Okay,
Well, are you
so
gonna address what I just? You gonna address
yes,
me?
yes. Okay, so what I observed directly after they called Jaren as a retard is that there was somebody else who made a post. Don't want to say any names. I don't want to narc on anybody, but and I don't even think this was a wrong thing to say. However, they said that we need to come together as a community. Uh, hang on a minute before I accidentally straw man their position. But it was something along the lines of coming together as a community. Making sure we got our stuff straight before we talk about it.
Why are you so insulted on other people's behalf that might not be insulted by this?
Who said I'm insulted?
You keep bringing it up as if this is a big deal. Misused ad hominems, claiming that they were being
Right. The reason why I
using ad
said it was
hominem against them.
because they were talking about a debate that he was having, so he was
You're
using
claiming
his.
it's an insult when there's no insulted party. What's wrong with you?
I'm taking it as an insult. Okay, so they directly said Jaren is a retard. You can call that whatever you want to call that, an ad hominem, an insult,
So what?
whatever
I
you
might call
call it.
you a retard in a moment. So what?
Exactly. I would like to know what I need to not do to maybe not have that happen. Like
Well,
trying to
what you're
come.
doing right now is making me want to call you one. So why are you
I got
doing
the
that?
answer. Friend, I've finished my calculations and I have the answer for you. I even went to the future to see the outcome of the situation. I examined 16.2 quintillion permutations, and there's only one that I found that gives you what you seek. Do you want to know what it is? Keep in mind, if you know your future, it could destroy your universe.
Sure, go ahead.
Never speak again.
Not that important.
If you want to guarantee that you will never be insulted, never speak to anyone ever again. That's the only way, friend.
Right.
So
So
don't come
valid
in
point.
here and ask us to tell you how to not be insulted. It's
Well, that's
ridiculous.
not the main
Well,
thing.
I
I'm
can
just.
also help him. I can help him not be insulted. When somebody says something that you currently consider insulting, change the way you think about it, and suddenly you're not insulted anymore. So that being insulted is completely up to you. Do you want to be insulted by everything, or not?
I don't necessarily mind being insulted. However, I would like to,
Can I
create a
can I s-
community.
can I say mine now?
Well, yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Sasha, I guess.
I will try from other point. Okay, Jaran is a big flat earther, like for flat earth community. I started everything from the Jaran. I watched it all his in the beginning. From the Jaran I came to Nathan, blah blah blah, doesn't matter. But this point is matter for me, for example. I didn't give the money to Jaran, I give to Nathan, doesn't matter. But there are people who gave him money for his a lot of people, and he made a transmission, so many shows about Dave, about red rhetoric, about the people who was claiming the pseudoscience. If now I'm telling you, I'm still subscriber because I didn't watch the video. I want to watch the video and see if he's really retarded. And I will tell you tomorrow that you come, and I will tell you no, he's not retarded. I will tell you yes, he is retarded. I will. Doesn't matter, but I'm fucking Sasha. I'm nobody. I will not be anymore subscribed, and that fucking asshole will be fucking retarded for me.
But if you are telling me that he is retarded, I would like to know maybe
Man,
the
I don't
situation
fucking
at
care
that
who is
point.
Geran. There is a
But every time
surface
I
to look
start a
into.
point,
There is a
I get
people
interrupted.
know that people still don't know that Earth is not a globe. Why? Because they are programmed. That is the point. You need to show fucking care for Geran. I don't fucking care for anybody.
Yeah, the problem is that people label people liars when they haven't lied. People say that people can't have conversations when that's a lie. People is there's so many lies going around, liars calling
Absolutely.
non-liars liars. Like it's the most insane shit that I've ever seen, and I still can't believe it, to be honest.
Yeah,
So let me
I
ask you
don't
this
think
question.
anybody here is calling anybody a liar.
Well,
Ex-
Jaren does.
I'm sorry.
Jaren
Is he
has
here?
Geran started to lie.
Mr. Just listen, friend. Mr. Jaren has publicly published videos saying that certain flat earthers are liars and scammers.
Right. So
Okay.
we should do the exact same thing to him.
No, so you're
What?
now being a hypocrite now. See, because you were just about to criticize me, but now look at how you change. You're a fucking hypocrite, bro.
I'm not trying to criticize anybody.
No, you're a hypocrite. I don't. You were literally doing that before AI said what he said.
I was doing what? Trying to make a point and then getting interrupted
You know,
because
over.
we've
This
already
is
been a few
why we have a
steps
declining birth
arguing
rate
against
in
the
the
point
United
and we
States.
I'm trying to make a point. There's already been a few narratives established of me
Yeah,
from where I'm beginning a point, and then I got interrupted midway through the point, and then it ended there, and you use that to form your whole basis of my
Oh,
position.
nobody formed any basis, dude. We
Well,
scrutinize your
you're saying
position.
that
We
he,
scrutinize your position with logic and methodological interrogation. Do you
right, and
understand?
most of the things I was trying to make.
Stop. You are the only person who has brought up the idea of characterizing other people. You, sir. You are the only one so far.
No, I'm bringing up the idea that people are characterizing people in this community. What
Yeah,
do we
you're
need to do to come
characterizing all the
together?
people in this community.
hey,
I'm
So
not
what
you're
characterizing all of the people in
instead of
this community.
addressing the arguments, you're trying to speak about the people. What is that called?
That's an ad hominem, but that's not
no,
my position.
no, it's not.
Or
No,
if I'm
it's
making
not.
if I'm attacking the man instead of the
Jesus.
argument, this is an ad
There's
hominem, right?
no, the person has to be in the argument, making an argument that you're not addressing,
So what
dude.
you're addressing is the argument that they were making, right?
Oh
So
my god.
so when you
Oh my
think,
god. I
I'm
mean,
not sure using
do I
this as
really
somebody.
not want these guys to like kind of fucking separate
Hold
themselves
on.
and
No,
divide us
Elijah.
from like
Elijah,
cuz
you're dead on. You're dead on, Elijah. Let me tell you what. Me and you, Elijah, and Drace, we all know that this man is not free from a bias that he's collected from other sources that he's been having experience with that told him certain things, and now he's seeing things through that light. He's denying it. We know that's the truth. So you're dead on, Elijah.
I don't have a
You
bias.
Yeah, keep
No,
telling yourself that, friend.
AI said that properly. How I
you
explained
don't
it
know.
properly. I'm third language, English language. I understood what AI said it, and you are doing that. Nothing else. You have a bias, man. Now you choose the side. You're protecting the person you don't know.
I'm not protecting anybody. I'm asking a
But
question of what do
Jesus
we need to
Christ.
do as a society, as a community.
You need a president first. We need to vote, and that I need to be a president. That's the first thing we need to do. Then
So what that
everything will be fine.
So
Because everything,
I'm
I
still
will be like a god. I will treat you like a, good, and you will need to pray every day for me. That's the way.
yeah, yo, but you know what? Like people see, like when I go into other forums and I'm like, because I have been hot and people look at me like I'm the bad guy, and I'm like, all right, well, you know what? Let me just shut the fuck up. Let me stop pointing out the inconsistencies. Then, I mean, let you guys just fucking pour kerosene all over your bodies and fucking light your willies on fire for all the fuck I care. That's what I've decided. But now you've come into my server, the place that I call home, and you've lied all over the place.
okay, you're saying that I lied. Where did I lie?
Well, I mean, you said that somebody ad hom Jaren, and that wasn't the case.
Well,
Did
that could be a
they
mistake.
attack the man instead of the argument by saying
Well, that
his
could be,
nature?
yes, friend, you might have made a mistake in that regard. But where you lied is where you said you didn't come in here with a bias.
Oh yeah, I should have used that instead. You definitely
So
do have a bias.
I was
He probably
invited
he
and I
probably isn't
didn't have a
aware of that.
bias. I don't have a bias now. I was just genuinely curious on what topics I might not need to discuss in the case that I don't want to be called retarded. I was genuinely curious on what topics we should be discussing that would unite us as a community.
I don't want to
Okay,
be united.
I'll
I don't
answer.
want.
I'll answer.
I'm gonna pull a QE and say I don't want to be united with you. That's for sure.
Well, that's
I'll answer
fine.
his questions. There's no topic that's not against the TOS that you cannot speak that will cause you to be called a retard for just speaking about the topic. If
Right.
you are, however, completely retarded, you will be
So,
called a retard. That's
so
completely separate from the topics. So you can relax and calm down.
right. I'm calm. I've not, been impassionated throughout this whole exchange, but it seems to me that that is maybe not the case if your name is Jaren.
Well,
What are you talking about?
you're
Jaren
interpreting
doesn't
his
even.
emotions now.
Jaren doesn't even.
Stop all this imagining other people about how Jaren might feel about someone saying something that their opinion.
Not made a claim
A
about
lot of
his
people have a
feelings.
lot of opinions about other people. When you speak, people form opinions about you. You cannot avoid this. So just address the
Jaren,
issues and stop talking about Jaren and this other stuff that has no relation to any of the things on the server. You're just always getting trying to run
Jaren
away.
doesn't even come in here.
Right.
So, for like, what yo, look, we're not look. Before you claim that you have to leave, I do want to get down to something that I'm wondering. What do you think about Jaren's performance with McToon? How it was labeled debate, but it turns out McToon was schooling him on celestial navigation, and then he proceeded to uh call the flat earthers who would speak about celestial navigation the way we did scammers, because that would include me, Miggy, uh uh Jedi, and a host of others who know for damn certain that no, you can't get an elevation angle off of a curved earth. Not if not if it's in relation to the GP on the ground of the earth. So what do you think about that?
Okay, so before I start my thought, do I have freedom of expression to be able to finish my thought before I get interrupted?
You finished that one. That's not freedom of expression.
Do I have the ability to entirely express my thought?
There's
Yo,
another thought you just finished.
yo, one day I swear, like, cause, yo,
Okay, so
Well,
maybe.
before you start, you're allowed to express yourself as much as you want. If you make logical fallacies, you might be stopped. So that's just an error on your part and something you need to fix.
Right, right. And I hope that it would be called out, that way I can fix it.
well, you didn't fix it earlier when I said you were affirming the consequent. You seem to want to just sneak it past. Go ahead, just please, just address what I said.
Okay, so to address what you said, I want to steal man your expression. So you're saying that Jaren did not do a good job of debating McToon on celestial navigation, and he.
What I said was mixed from what even a 5-year-old, if they were watching the titled so-called debate, what it actually seemed like was two gentlemen chaps having a conversation where the glober is educating the flat earther on celestial navigation. How do you feel about that? Is what I asked you.
Is the Glober, is his position on celestial navigation accurate?
Yo, why does it matter when Jaren conceded to him and then said, this is why certain flat earthers shouldn't go around saying things aren't possible when they are after he was schooled. So now I'm asking you, how do you feel about that?
If what he said was in error, if he had a logical fallacy in what he said, then
I didn't say it was a logical fallacy. I just told you the entire I told you what happened. I didn't say there was a fallacy. I just
you essentially
described it. I gave you a description of what happened, and I'm asking you your feelings on the description of what happened.
um is this like a good, not good, bad, very bad situation where I'm supposed to say, I feel good about the situation or bad about the situation? I'm not really sure what the response here is required out of me, because if I were to say that, maybe Jaren shouldn't be talking about a topic that he's not educated on in public.
Good grief, dude. This is how this is going to go. You either start forming your own opinions and speaking for yourself instead of asking everybody else what you should and shouldn't say, or you're done here.
Well, I mean, I didn't necessarily have an opinion about Jaren's conversation with me.
That's the answer, buddy. The correct
Right.
answer is I don't have an opinion on it.
Okay.
There you go, friend. How hard was that?
That wasn't hard.
Just expose yourself, though. I'm good. I'm done.
I exposed myself by stating that I don't have an opinion on the conversation between Jeranism and McToon. So that's
To me as an individual, yes. To me as one singular individual, that's how I feel. Yes, I was very clear. I gave you a description of what actually happened. You said I don't have an opinion. That tells me all I need to know. I'm just one individual. I didn't disrespect you. I didn't do anything other than tell you that I know all I need to know about you.
okay. Well, that sounds kind of biased.
No,
Nah, yo,
he
guys, I'm kicking him out. That's it. He can't stay. I'm sorry. I'm upset. It's
Elijah,
happening. My fingers are moving. It's over.
El- Elijah,
It's
you
over.
have bias. You
It's
have
over.
bias, Elijah. You have bias with yourself. My
It's over.
God.
Cause it's it. That's it, man. That's it. I'm sorry.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Where do you think the captain is going to put in for shore leave?
It'll be Wrigley's Pleasure Planet.
What makes you think that?
I don't think. I know. Because everyone on deck 6 and 7 thinks so. They can't all be wrong, can they?
Well, I don't know.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad populum, also known as appeal to the majority.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Your argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion on the grounds that all or most people think or believe it is true. The main problem with arguments using this fallacy is the fact that many people agreeing on something does not prove what they all agree on is true. Belief is not proof even if many people believe. You use this fallacy with your statement that we are going to spend shore leave on Wrigley's Pleasure Planet because everyone on deck 6 and 7 believed that we were.
Thank you, Mrs. Buck.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad populum, the appeal to the majority. It's only logical. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is the best way to find cloaked scout ships in an asteroid field.
I don't know. I always thought the pattern Sierra 1 was better.
No. Finding cloaked ships in asteroid fields is essential if you're defending supply convoys. Sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 is where you set the tetryon threshold at level 4 and the anti-lepton permissivity level at maximum. Then dial up the former as you dial down the latter.
Okay.
Defending convoys is very important when cloaked ships may be around, so it's best to use sensor sweep pattern Charlie 4 to detect any cloaked ships in asteroid fields.
Oh, I see.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ignoratio elenchi, also known as the irrelevant conclusion.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Mr. Sulu's argument exhibits the fallacy of attempting to prove a conclusion that is not pertinent and quite different from the intended or required conclusion. A valid argument is one in which a number of premise statements are presented that support the acceptance of a conclusion statement. Helmsman, your argument was invalid because your premises were irrelevant to your conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ignoratio elenchi, the irrelevant conclusion. It's only logical. What an escape. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. He's great, all right, but I don't know that he's the best. They gave him command of the flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. Captain Kirk is the Enterprise's commander, and the Enterprise is the Federation's flagship, isn't it? Well, yeah, I guess so. Well, that proves it. Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet. That's why he was assigned command of the Federation's flagship. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of petitio principii, also known as circular reasoning or begging the question. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy all assume a premise statement which has the same meaning as the conclusion. You essentially were saying that Captain Kirk is the best starship captain in the fleet, and assigned to Starfleet's flagship because no other captain was as good as he is. You employed circular reasoning because the phrase no other captain was as good as he is the same as saying he is the best starship captain in the fleet. Oh, indeed. That is not to say that Captain Kirk is not the best captain in the fleet, Lieutenant. I believe he is. It's just that your argument does nothing to prove it. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as petitio principii, or begging the question. It's only logical. Have you heard that the landing tractor beam in the shuttlecraft hangar deck is malfunctioning again? No, I hadn't. It takes quite a while to repair it each time. Yes. I wish we would stop landing the heavy shuttles on patrol first, before the scout ships. Why? Because every time we land the heavy shuttles before the scout ships, the landing tractor beam soon breaks down. I don't know. Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of cum hoc ergo propter hoc. In other words, false cause, or correlation is not causality. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. An argument committing this fallacy attempts to establish a causal connection between one event and another event that just happens to occur before it. Just because one event follows another on a number of occasions does not mean that the first event caused the second. Your argument commits this fallacy and is therefore not valid. Thank you, Commander Spock. Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as cum hoc ergo propter hoc, or false cause. It's only logical.
Lieutenant Clayton said we should begin the calibration of the transporter system by confirming the alignment of some of the Heisenberg compensators. That won't work. If we realign all the Heisenberg compensators, we won't finish the calibration during our shift. With all due respect to Lieutenant Clayton, we'll have to do it a different way, because his idea is all wrong. Is that right? Is that what Clayton meant? Realign all the compensators. That would take all day. Lieutenant Clayton is wrong then. The whole cal shouldn't take but 3 hours.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing. Yes, sir? The argument you are employing, Mr. Kyle, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the straw man fallacy. In other words, misrepresenting the opposing argument. The argument seems to make sense. That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Arguments employing this fallacy attack a position via a misrepresentation of the opponent's viewpoint. The straw man argument restates and often oversimplifies an opponent's position, and then attacks that hollow argument. Lieutenant Kyle, you stated that Lieutenant Clayton was wrong because he suggested realigning all of the Heisenberg compensators. In fact, Mr. Clayton's contention was that the alignment of some of the compensators should be checked. Some of them checked, not all of them realigned. The straw man argument is also a fallacy of relevance, since it fails to address the actual proposition in question.
That makes sense. Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the straw man argument, or misrepresenting the opposing argument. It's only logical.
You don't believe in the theory that protostars come from dark matter nebula explosions, do you?
I believe there's evidence that supports.
I heard that all the top Klingon cosmologists believe in that theory. You don't agree with the Klingons, do you? They killed Lieutenant Stevens back on Grignor 7.
I guess I shouldn't agree with him. Stevens was a friend of mine.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, helmsman, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of ad hominem. In other words, attack the man. Or in this case, the Klingons.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy attacks the character of individuals who advance a statement, instead of trying to disprove the truth of that statement. The fact that Klingon cosmologists believe in a theory does not make that theory false. Recall that Klingon engineers believe in warp propulsion theory, just as we do. That is not to say that your conclusion is not correct. It is just that your argument does nothing to prove it.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as ad hominem, or attacking the person advocating a particular idea. It's only logical.
get ready to take down the communication system. I'm getting ready to run the periodic calibration of the subspace transstator array. Remember, the 100% frequency scan takes 6 hours.
But I thought the update to the comm system calibration procedure now only requires a bracketed duty cycle burn-in, with the system still online and functional. It's more efficient and faster. Only takes 2 hours.
No, the old way to run the cal works great. No reason to change to some untried new method. I'll just run the 100% frequency scan just like we always do. It'll be fine.
Okay. I guess you're right.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Austin, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad antiquatum, also known as appeal to tradition.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. Just because something has always been done a certain way does not mean that that way is or will always be the right way. A method is not a good method just because it is an old method. Similarly, a method is not a better method just because it is a new method. Rather, a method is good only because it is sufficiently effective for the task. Over time, outdated methodologies must give way to improved techniques. Otherwise, there could be no progress.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as argumentum ad antiquatum, the appeal to tradition. It's only logical.
Chekhov, what do you think of my plan to improve security aboard ship by implementing daily searches of all low-ranking crew members for contraband?
Well, I don't think it'll work. I believe it'll be counterproductive.
How would you like to spend a week in sickbay with low-power phaser burns to your fingers? Well, or perhaps an hour in the agony booth would change your mind, eh?
Upon reflection, I think frequent searches is a great idea.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Mr. Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad baculum, also known as the appeal to force.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy is an argument where force, coercion, or the threat of force is given as a justification for accepting the conclusion.
But, sir, I only...
If I may continue. While your tactic of physical intimidation and domination of your subordinate through force are to be commended as effective means of serving the Empire's objectives, your statements are still technically a logical fallacy, since you provide no evidence that your plan to improve security aboard ship is a good one. The ad baculum argument is a special case of argumentum ad consequentium, or appeal to consequences. In this case, painful consequences.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will ensure I have valid reasons behind my security plans in the future.
That would be very advisable if you value your position and your life. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad baculum or the appeal to force. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Why do you keep trying to restart the auxiliary power generators using the anion bypass injector method? It depletes the dilithium crystals by 50 milligrams every time.
It'll be more efficient. When you run the generator under the anion injector, it produces 3% more energy output after the first 100 hours.
But you've tried unsuccessfully to start it 5 times. All that depleted dilithium isn't worth a few % of extra output.
Well, I'll give it a few more tries. So, how's your research into a better process to reduce carbon scoring in the reactor chambers?
Oh, I prefer an adaptive baryon collimator beam to regulate the carbon buildup. I've looked at all the tests that show it works. There's plenty of them.
What about those other beams? Cation delta ray or anti-lepton nanopulse? And are there any tests where the baryon collimator beam doesn't work?
I didn't look into those other beams. And it's probably a waste of time to check any negative test results for the baryon beam.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you wish to continue to start the generator via the anion bypass injector for a number of more times after 5 failures, rather than switching to another method, you are exhibiting the sunk cost fallacy. This is the phenomenon where people justify increased investment of time, money, lives, etc. in a decision based on the cumulative prior investment, despite new evidence suggesting that the cost, beginning immediately, of continuing the decision outweighs the expected benefit.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when researching if an adaptive baryon collimator was an effective means to regulate carbon scoring, you showed a confirmation bias, since you only sought out confirming evidence for your position, instead of equally researching contradicting evidence or looking into alternatives. This will lead you to base your decision upon information skewed toward one result over the other.
Yeah, I never realized. I should rethink my point of view.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as confirmation bias or the sunk cost fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
I tell you, the reason there are so many binary stars in this sector is because of the local high density of interstellar dark matter.
Really? Because of dark matter?
It must be. Chief Engineer Scott thinks that's probably the reason, and if it weren't for Commander Scott's expertise during our last encounter with the Romulans, we wouldn't be here.
Well, I guess you're correct.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Chief Sulu, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad verecundium, also known as appeal to authority.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, Navigator, but the form of the argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of appealing to the testimony of an authority outside his special field. This is not a convincing argument because the expert, Mr. Scott, while an expert engineer, is not an expert on astrophysics, and thus his views about the prevalence of binary stars is only one person's opinion. Your argument, Mr. Sulu, commits this fallacy and is therefore invalid.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad verecundium, the appeal to authority. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
Did I hear right? Is the ship at MCON Alpha?
That's right. Complete radio silence while we're within 1 parsec of the Klingon colony on Rhinax 3.
But Commodore Winter needs to send his daily operating orders to the 10 star bases that are in his chain of command.
We can't transmit anything.
None, eh? Why don't we compromise? I need to make 10 transmissions, and you say we make none. Why don't we meet in the middle and let the Commodore send 5 messages out?
I don't know. That seems to break MCON.
Our positions are at extremes, so splitting the difference will give the best solution.
Well, I guess so.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad temperantium, or argument to moderation, also known as the false compromise.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. The argument to moderation, or middle ground, is an informal fallacy which asserts that the truth must be found as a compromise between 2 opposite positions. Individuals making a false compromise are fallaciously asserting that the positions being considered represent extremes of a continuum of options, whereas sometimes there is only a binary choice possible. This argument is incorrect, as there are many situations where the middle ground does not achieve an acceptable outcome, such as in the case you were contemplating, that of sending any messages while in total emission control.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument to moderation or the false compromise. It's only logical.
Well, the ionic bypass compensator flux readings have been low for 3 straight shifts. 21, 19, and 23 picocochrons. Maybe you ought to adjust the circadian delta ray collimator.
Nah, the flux reading is bound to come up. The system's designs run right around 30 picocochrons, give or take a little. The law of averages says it'll come up soon, especially since it's been below average for so long.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It cannot stay low forever.
Nope. So, how are the performance evaluations for the geology department coming, Klaus?
Almost done, Tex. Just one more to do. Lieutenant Cronin. Impressive guy.
He's the one who got the captain's award for the best time on the ship's track team, right?
Yeah, and he always keeps a neat appearance. He will get a good review, all right. No need for me to even check into his work performance.
That's right. Saves you some time.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The reasoning you are both employing is not logical. In fact, you both are exhibiting cognitive biases.
I thought we were making very good sense.
That may seem so, but bias is affecting your judgment. Lieutenant Austin, when you trusted that the flux would soon return to a higher value, to make it average to the usual value, you were exhibiting the gambler's fallacy. This is a misleading belief that if something happens at a higher than average rate, or value, during some period, it will then happen at a lower rate or value in the future to maintain the average, or vice versa. When the occurrence is truly random, this belief, though appealing, is false. The gambler's fallacy is a particular application of the so-called law of averages. There is no such law.
Oh, well that makes sense. Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, and Mr. Yeager, when contemplating Mr. Cronin's performance, you exhibited the halo effect when you considered certain cosmetic and unrelated positive attributes of him, which you assumed also meant he must be competent in his geology duties, without checking his actual job performance.
Jawohl, I never realized. I shall rethink my way of doing these reviews.
That would be best. Even if it seems that one is thinking rationally, one must always strive to avoid giving in to cognitive biases, such as the halo effect or the gambler's fallacy. These biases are systematic patterns of deviation from rationality in judgment, causing judgments to be made in an illogical fashion. Care must be taken to mitigate these biases to ensure proper reasoning. It's only logical.
That was a long shift. You're assigned to auxiliary control, right? Wow, have you been in the lower engineering deck lately? It's real hot. That will cause even more dilithium crystal fracturing. That's too bad. With the hostilities as they are with the Klingons, the fleet will need every crystal they can get. Yeah, they should cool down the engine room. That should slow down the fragmentation. Surely it's the high power mode that fragments the crystals. Every time the engine room, which contains the crystals, gets hot, the crystal fracturing gets worse. That's the cause, clearly. I guess that's true. But...
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the single cause, also known as the complex cause.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Single cause is an instance of the fallacy of questionable cause. It occurs when one assumes that there is a single, simple cause of an outcome, when in reality it may have been caused by a number of only jointly sufficient causes. Individuals making this fallacious argument are ignoring additional causal factors to the outcome. In the case you are discussing, the actual cause of the fracturing of the dilithium crystals is operating the warp engines at high power mode, which we do when we are above warp factor 6. High power mode also causes the engine room to heat up, so you see both the fracturing and the heating were caused by high power mode, which was caused by high speed. All causes must be considered, Ensign Walking Bear, or the argument to cause is invalid.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the single cause fallacy. It's only logical.
So, Ensign Gerd has colic. As a Tellarite, that's a serious condition.
Yeah, but I bet Dr. McCoy will treat him successfully.
He's a great surgeon. I wonder what surgical technique is the best to restore full functioning of the Tellarite quad stomach after a bout of colic.
I don't know. Surgery is tricky. I'm not sure what surgical procedure is best.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of complex question, also known as the false dilemma.
His argument seems to make sense.
That may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid. This is the fallacy of phrasing a question that, by the way it is worded, assumes something not contextually granted, assumes something not true, or assumes a false dichotomy. Your argument assumes a false dichotomy. Asking what surgical technique is best assumes the proposition that the needed technique is a surgical one. Ensign Gerd's colic might be treated by medicine or a change of diet.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as complex question or the false dilemma. It's only logical.
Any luck finding who made off with the Grignor 7 artifact from the chem lab?
Oh yes, it was Ensign Stevens. He's in the agony booth right now.
He was caught with the item?
Not exactly. The stolen artifact was found in the corridor on Deck 5 by the crew quarters, obviously dropped by him in his haste to get away from my security forces. It must be Stevens. What's more likely? That the thief's cabin was on Deck 5, or that his cabin was on Deck 5 and he was part of the staff of the chem lab?
That he worked in the chem lab and lived on Deck 5, of course.
Stevens is a chemist. A lot of the chem staff have cabins on Deck 5, including Stevens. It's got to be him.
I guess so.
I, of course, overheard your remarks.
Yes, sir.
Sir.
The argument you are employing, Security Chief, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the conjunction fallacy.
I thought Security Chief Sulu was very persuasive.
That may be so, Navigator Chekhov, but the form of the argument is invalid. This fallacy occurs when it is assumed that specific conditions are more probable than a single, general one.
But, sir, I only...
If I may continue. The probability of the thief living on Deck 5 and being a chemist is clearly less than the probability that he just lives on Deck 5, because the set of chemists living on Deck 5 is obviously a subset of all the inhabitants of Deck 5. What occurs with the conjunction fallacy is that in the presence of uncertainty, when attempting to determine the probability of an option, persons substitute what is more plausible with what is more probable, since it fits the story better. This is the error you two were making, due to Deck 5 having so many chemist cabins on it.
Thank you, Commander Spock.
Yes, I will use better judgment in the future.
That would be advisable, and you may wish to release Stevens from the agony booth until his guilt is better established.
Right away, sir.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the conjunction fallacy. It's only logical. Return to your duties.
The captain said that tensions are so high that if we discover that the Federation colony on Apollo 3 was destroyed by the Klingons, there will be war between the Federation and the Empire. I know. That was a daunting possibility. But the survey landing party just returned. They're pretty sure the colony was actually wiped out by a collision with a passing comet. Well, that's great news. Now we won't be going to war with the Klingons. What? How can you say that? Well, the captain said that if the colony on Apollo 3 was attacked by the Klingons, there'd be war for sure. But they didn't attack the colony, so no war. Okay, yeah. It's too bad about the colony, but at least we know there won't be war. Yeah, I was getting worried.
Excuse me, crewman, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Walking Bear, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the inverse, also known as denying the antecedent.
The argument seems to make sense.
That may seem so, Lieutenant, but the form of the argument is invalid. Denying the antecedent is a formal fallacy of inferring the inverse from the original statement. It is committed by reasoning in the form, if P, then Q. Therefore, if not P, then not Q. The invalidity of arguments with this form is most readily demonstrated by forming a counterexample with true premises, but an obviously false conclusion, such as, if you are traveling at warp speed, then you are aboard a starship. You are not traveling at warp speed, therefore you are not aboard a starship. Consequently, just because the Klingons weren't responsible for destroying the Apollo 3 colony does not mean that the current tensions won't still ultimately lead to war for some other reason.
Thank you, Mr. Spock. Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as denying the antecedent or the inverse fallacy. It's only logical.
So, you have the flu, huh?
Not sure. I wish Dr. McCoy would see me soon. This sore throat is really bad.
No need to wait for the doc. You've got a flu, all right.
What makes you say that?
Well, when you have the flu, you'll get a sore throat. Since you clearly have a sore throat, you must have the flu.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Hope it won't last too long.
Excuse me, crewman. I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, sir?
The argument you are employing, Mr. Erickson, is not logical. In fact,
It exhibits the fallacy of affirming the consequent, also known as the fallacy of the converse.
His argument seems to make sense.
that may be so, but the form of the argument is invalid.
Affirming the consequent is the formal fallacy of inferring the converse from the original statement. Arguments employing this error have the general form if P then Q, Q therefore P. In your statement, you suggest if one has the flu, then they have a sore throat. Given that they have a sore throat, therefore, they have the flu. But having the flu is clearly not the only cause of a sore throat, since many conditions can lead to throat irritation, such as the common cold, tonsillitis, strep throat, or simply straining your voice.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Of course. I should rethink what I'm trying to say.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as affirming the consequent or the fallacy of the converse.
It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Binghamton has entered our sector and is signaling us to coordinate the transfer of medical supplies.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Tell them I'll speak to them from the bridge. I'm on my way. Let's go, Bones.
Well, the Tellarite colony on Arpod 4 will definitely be able to use our supplies. That attack wiped out their main supply depot.
I just can't believe that Andorian forces would openly attack the Tellarites like that. It makes no sense. I know their ambassadors argue a lot, but how could one actually invade the other?
But both governments have claimed all the colony worlds along the Hundlei expanse since they were discovered a decade ago.
It's just impossible. Invasion by the Andorians? Common sense says they wouldn't attack just like that. Argue and bluster during negotiations? Maybe. Or even threaten. But invade with ground forces? Never.
It is surprising. Maybe there's some mistake, huh?
There must be some mistake.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an argument from incredulity, or an appeal to common sense. A logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to common sense asserts that because something is so incredible or difficult to imagine, it must be wrong. Arguments from incredulity happen when people make their inability to comprehend or make sense of a concept their argument. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated the very idea that Andorians could actually invade the Tellarite colony was ridiculous, and thus was not to be believed. The fact that any one of us cannot conceive of a particular occurrence does not make that event or phenomenon impossible. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual evidence instead of relying on what we believe or feel.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and
that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies, such as the argument from incredulity or the appeal to common sense. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. The Enterprise has arrived at Hermes 2.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. Assume standard orbit. I'm on my way. Let's go, Scotty. Aye.
So what do you think happened to the colonists that went missing after the attack by that Andorian marauder? 3 of the missing colonists were children. I hope they're okay.
They're probably hiding somewhere safe and sound. It would be horrible if they were killed. They must be safe.
Maybe the reason they haven't been found yet is because they're buried under the rubble.
That couldn't be. Imagine those poor kids dead. They have to be safe and just waiting for our search party to find them.
I guess you're right. I hope the rescuers find them soon.
Me too.
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it is an appeal to emotion, a logical fallacy.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, yeoman, but her argument is invalid. An appeal to emotion is a type of argument which attempts to arouse the emotions of its audience in order to gain acceptance of its conclusion. Emotion is not always out of place in logical thinking. However, because strong emotions can subvert rational thought, playing upon emotions in an argument is often fallacious. Appeals to emotion are always fallacious when intended to influence our beliefs. Nurse Chapel, you employ this fallacy when you stated the missing colonists, particularly the children, must be alive because the thought of them dead was horrible. In doing so, you were appealing to Yeoman Rand's desire for a positive outcome. The fact that we desire something to be true gives not the slightest reason to believe it. Just as the fact that we fear something being true is no reason to think it false.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Oh, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, but I too hope they are all safe. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as an appeal to emotion. It's only logical. Mr. Thrax, please ensure the partial pressure of argon in cell J14 is increased by 15%.
Understood, sir.
I tell you, Cyrano, my good man, as far as duping convincing a mark customer, it is always best to prey on their greed. It always pays off, don't you know?
I find that leveraging upon their sympathy works better.
No, CJ. Greed. Greed is much more effective. Better than any other emotion, sir.
Harry, I would say using their own honesty against them is also an excellent ploy. Or how about preying on their weaknesses? These have worked for me.
Cyrano, you are a fair merchant, sir, but you must listen to me about this. Each person's desire for profit is the biggest motivator. Greed.
Oh, all right then. Greed, I guess. Okay.
Yes, greed always wins out. Greed, my good sir. Greed. Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happen to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of argumentum ad nauseum, also known as the argument from repetition.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the fallacy of stating a position repeatedly until one's opponent gives in and accepts the argument or simply walks away. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you stated that a salesman should use a person's greed against them over and over again without addressing any of Mr. Jones's attempted refutations of your point. When reasoning correctly, it is important to provide true premises and actual support of those premises, instead of simply stating and restating your position over and over again until your listener gives in.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir. That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as argumentum ad nauseam, or the argument from repetition. It's only logical.
All right, you all have your orders.
Bridge to Captain Kirk. All departments report ready to begin helm and navigation calibration maneuvers.
Acknowledge, Mr. Sulu. We'll begin at 1400 hours. I'm on my way. Let's go, Chekhov. Aye, sir.
So how is that new medical technician working out? Everett, right?
Oh, I sent him back right away. He had transferred from Computer Systems Division.
Oh, okay. So you didn't even give him a try?
Nope, those computer guys are never nurturing enough.
Why do you say that?
I've had 2 med techs from Computer Systems before. Tipton last year and Ali back in March. They didn't work out. Just not very empathetic.
Okay then. Well, maybe you should look for med techs from engineering, or perhaps security department next time?
Excuse me, ladies, I couldn't help overhearing.
Yes, Mr. Spock?
The argument you are employing, nurse, is not logical. In fact, it employs the fallacy of insufficient sample, also known as the hasty generalization, or colloquially, as jumping to a conclusion.
I thought she was making pretty good sense.
That may seem so, Yeoman, but her argument is invalid. The fallacy of insufficient sample is an informal fallacy of faulty generalization by which a person reaches an inductive generalization based on insufficient evidence, essentially making a rushed conclusion without considering all of the variables. Nurse Chapel, you employed this fallacy when you stated that former computer systems technicians make poor medtechs because they are not nurturing enough, after noting that 2 previous transfers, Tipton and Ali, were insufficiently empathetic. While inferring a rule from the examining of examples is the hallmark of inductive reasoning, one must take care to ensure that the examples are sufficient to represent all instances and that they are not special cases. Likely, technicians Tipton and Ali were not compassionate enough because of their upbringing or their respective cultural norms, not because of a general rule that computer systems personnel are all that way.
Thank you, Mr. Spock.
Yes, I should reassess my thinking.
That would be best, and perhaps give Everett another chance.
Oh, of course.
Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the fallacy of insufficient sample, or making a hasty generalization. It's only logical. Lieutenant Jacaro, please prepare for the release of the occupant of cell K7.
Yes, sir. I will take care of that right away.
Howdy. I find that small, valuable items such as spick and flame gems or flasks of Antarian glow water are excellent items to sell.
Ah, Cyrano, why do you say that?
Well, because everyone thinks that they are. Ask any person and he'll agree that small, valuable items are excellent items to sell.
You are wrong there, Cyrano. You are using the ad populum fallacy by saying everyone knows that small items are excellent trade goods. That's a logical fallacy, so you are wrong, sir.
So, small, valuable items aren't excellent trade goods?
No, they cannot be good products to trade in, my good man. Your argument was invalid. Thus, your conclusion can't be true. Simple logic, sir.
Oh, all right then. I guess so.
Mr. Mudd, Mr. Jones, I happened to overhear your remarks. Yes, Mr. Spock. The argument you are employing, Mr. Mudd, is not logical. In fact, it exhibits the fallacy of the argument from fallacy, also known as the bad reasons fallacy.
I thought he was persuasive.
That may seem so, Mr. Jones, but his argument is invalid. It employs the formal fallacy of analyzing an argument and inferring that, since it contains a fallacy, its conclusion must be false. Mr. Mudd, you employed this fallacy when you rejected Mr. Jones's conclusion that small valuable items are excellent trade goods, because he fallaciously reasoned that everyone thought they were. However, fallacious arguments can arrive at true conclusions, so even though he did not prove his conclusion, you did not disprove it either, especially since you gave no argument other than stating that his argument was incorrect.
Yes, of course. Thank you, friend Spock.
Indeed. I shall definitely endeavor to reword my statements in the future, my good sir.
That would be best. Even if an argument seems to make sense, it cannot be valid unless the form is valid, and that it does not exhibit one of the logical fallacies such as the argument from fallacy, or the bad reasons fallacy. It's only logical.
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No.
It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So are you... How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
Well, you can't...
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Stop the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just said watching
the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science. Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works.
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
Bro. That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't
proof.
expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation they learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. What do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on who anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would just say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge as your baseline knowledge as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So you hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else. See you
later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course! Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance, because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
heretic, if you're going to keep talking over me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, go ahead. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so angry? As soon as you start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
Bomb has been defused. The formula is for the physical horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it?
Because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Fred, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said. So you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar. You said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
Geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof? Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up! Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proof, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
Yes, if you zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth. Outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out? So I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not
and
really
measure it
because
down
of how
here?
gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity,
So
you
we
also,
can't
like,
measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat around? Does the Earth look flat around?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat around?
What does it look like? Hello?
Can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse. You see, look at this video. You
Get
see?
the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know.
So
have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like, flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here, Mom.
Because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What? How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like, you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What
No,
does
I
the
don't.
Earth look like
Because
when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why won't you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait, there's more.
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
But okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither. But I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved.
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way, I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat.
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped.
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat.
How do you not understand this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved.
Neither.
Yeah.
Neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, bud.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality, but you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the third option?
And there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point. But again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well,
why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
So let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it tells you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. You realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'll say like 99% sure.
Damn,
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay! 6378. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay, well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
Angles
the angle of relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles
relativity
from
as a concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle, and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah. Well, that's what they technically do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
give
the
it
flat
a flat
baseline
base.
of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right. So it's a flat baseline.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right. So not curved then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
Okay, so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a determinism...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
No, you never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch! Right. So it's subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp.
I'm just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What I think he said.
The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q. But if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
So you yourself. No,
that's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What does it
You're
mean?
just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If we
you're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
If we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You'd have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
Okay. So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is this
so
like
you're asking if how we know it's like curved? Is what
He's googling it.
No,
Man.
Well, I mean,
no. So
No
I
bones,
already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is we can observe from two different.
Wait, but that wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question. Brother.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
going back to the experiment here, there are 2 different like shadows taken at different latitudes, and the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round, is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles.
Really?
Of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
Yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different.
Well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth,
you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
Searching. What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Okay. Belief. It sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! Bro, you're shaking. Science! You're shaking. This is the science! You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the art of being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Orion. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch. No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you wouldn't be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see we see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch!
How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it to ball tarts because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find a flat surface
I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
So
would
you
be
can
more
find-
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's
you to
360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle. You
Did you?
kidding me?
Did you just say
No.
there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah, so like if you measure a small enough, if you measure a small
grief.
enough portion, if you small then so as I was saying, like
There is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
there
of this
is.
flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat
No,
surface
you can't. I don't
on
give
a
a shit about
basketball.
What?
Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude. I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
It's flat curved. Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
50 feet.
Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the Earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
180. I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
These guys
straight lines. Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch. Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know why.
Peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
No,
think
it doesn't mean it's just. Everyone agreed on it.
Let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
horizon that we're seeing is not physical. It's
No,
refracted.
nothing. You right. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not.
A reification fallacy is when you treat a model or a mathematical construct as real. We are not doing that.
So an actual scientific model explains natural phenomena, as you said. So, but it can only be considered as a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experimentation. So what have you got to experiment on for your globe model?
All the measurements that back up what the globe model says, and the fact that it's able to make accurate predictions and cohesively explain everything that's going on.
Well, we'll start with the prediction. What is a scientific prediction? In all cases of science, as the scientific prediction is the hypothesis. Do you agree?
No, the prediction isn't the hypothesis. You use the hypothesis to make a prediction.
From ThoughtCo, the hypothesis. It states the purpose of your experiment, the variables used, and the predicted outcome of your experiment. From verywellminded.com, a hypothesis is a tentative statement about the relationship between two or more variables. It is a specific, testable prediction about what you expect to happen in a study. Also, the hypothesis is a prediction, but it involves more than a guess. The hypothesis is absolutely a scientific prediction.
So that's what a scientific prediction is: a hypothesis with an independent variable and a dependent variable.
Again,
what would you
they're
say
not the same thing. You get your hypothesis, which has your IV and your DV, and you use that hypothesis to make a prediction about future events. The hypothesis isn't the prediction; they are different things.
Well, what about from geosociety.org? The hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability.
But do you know where the scientific model sits in the scientific method? Where do we get the scientific model from?
The scientific model comes from the collection of information that we have. All the explanations, all the experiments, all the equations, everything that all match up that are able to make the phenomenon. The model comes after you've got lots of different data that you can put together.
A scientific model is the result from experimentation and it's been validated by experiment.
So, you do understand that it's not a physical thing. It's a collection of experiments and explanations and everything.
Just so there's no confusion, the explanation of a natural phenomenon, i.e. model or theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomenon, it can only be considered scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment.
So obviously you've got a globe model, so it's been put through experimentation. What sort of experimentation, what natural phenomena has led you to this globe model?
So you want me to for instance, apply rotation of the Earth along the scientific method steps? I mean, for me, my natural phenomenon, my natural observations would have been the sky that I saw when I was in the Royal Navy, looking at the way the sky acts as I move away from the North Pole towards the equator. For me, that suggested that we would be on a spherical surface. So my observation was the way that the stars behave in the sky, and my hypothesis from that would have been that the Earth is in fact rotating. You can have a dependent variable of the position of the stars, an independent variable of your position on the Earth, to actually make that basic observation, and you can make some predictions based on that. So if the Earth is rotating at the 15 degrees per hour that my hypothesis would suggest, then
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but you got two things going on. You got rotation of the sky and rotation of the Earth. Which one is the natural phenomenon?
Well, my observation was the way that the stars move, and my hypothesis from that.
Do you want to stick with that?
Yeah, but my hypothesis from that was that we are on a spherical object that's rotating.
So to have the dependent variable, you have to have one effect, one dependent variable. What are we picking? The rotation of the sky
my dependent variable will be the position of the stars in the sky. That's something that can be measured,
the
right?
Position or the rotation?
Well,
what are you observing?
Again, your action is separate from the hypothesis, right? Based on my observation of the way the stars are moving when I'm traveling throughout the world, I have the hypothesis that we are on a rotating sphere, all right? My hypothesis for that would be the dependent variable would be the position of the stars in the sky, which would be the thing that you measured, and the independent variable on the Earth, which would be something that I could manipulate. So that's my hypothesis, is that we're on a rotating spheroid because of what I see in the sky. So then I need to make a prediction based on that hypothesis. So I've got my hypothesis that we're on something that is a sphere that rotates at 15 degrees per hour. Now I make a prediction. And my prediction would be something as simple as performing the Foucault's pendulum experiment at different positions on Earth and predicting the outcome of that based on the fact that we are rotating at 15 degrees per hour. And I can then do those experiments, see if I get the predicted amount of drift based on the Coriolis effect, and then see if that matches the prediction that I made based on my hypothesis. The thing is, your hypothesis doesn't have to directly relate to what your experiment is.
The hypothesis doesn't have to directly relate to what your experiment is, or the scientific method begs to differ. From geosociety.org, once a hypothesis has been established, it is time to test it. Also, an experiment is designed to prove or disprove the hypothesis.
Hang on, that's what you're testing though. The hypothesis is the experiment, is in the experiment. You're testing the hypothesis in the experiment.
No, you're not directly testing the hypothesis.
What about from sciencing.com? The scientific method involves asking a question, doing research, forming a hypothesis, and testing the hypothesis via experiment. And if you still don't like that, from ThoughtCo, it is important to note that a hypothesis must be testable. That means you should be able to test your hypothesis through experimentation. And then in the experiment, once you've developed a hypothesis, you must design and conduct an experiment that will test it. Is this guy completely scientifically illiterate?
And so if that prediction is the hypothesis is an educated guess.
So does that contain the independent and dependent variable in the hypothesis, or is that in the experiment?
Well, they both have them. You have your IV and DV for a hypothesis, and your experiment has an IV, a DV, a CV.
Exactly. So you are testing the hypothesis in your experiment.
No, the IV and the DV in the hypothesis will not be the IV and the DV that are in the test, in the experiments. They're different things.
This is just getting embarrassing. From geosociety.org, the hypothesis should contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if the hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. 1, the dependent variable, depends on what you're doing. In 2, the independent variable. You manipulate it to get a reaction. And here's the kicker. There should be no other variables in the experiment that may affect the dependent variable. That means you've only got one dependent variable and one independent variable in your experiment and your hypothesis. And once again, under the experiment, once the hypothesis has been established, it is time to test it. Oh, this must be painful to watch for the Globers. From ThoughtCo, only testable hypotheses can be used to conceive and perform an experiment using the scientific method. Only testable hypothesis.
So what are we actually doing in the experiment? Why is the Foucault pendulum coming to this? How does the Foucault pendulum work? Is the Earth rotating under the Foucault pendulum as it swings? Is that how it's working?
Technically, yes. It's got a fixed pivot point, and the fact that the bob is moving, you can make a prediction as to what the drift would be if the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour.
And so what happens when I launch my drone from this rotating Earth and the drone doesn't drift at 15 degrees per hour as the pendulum does?
The pendulum won't drift at 15 degrees per hour.
You just said the pendulum. What do you mean? What's drifting at 15 degrees per hour? Is it the
entire Earth? No, the entire Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour. A pendulum won't. Well, a pendulum would rotate at 15 degrees per hour. A pendulum won't drift at 15 degrees per hour.
Well, a pendulum would rotate at 15 degrees per hour. A pendulum won't drift at 15 degrees per hour.
Your motivation of your actual experiment, though. Like, what are you actually testing in your experiment to
prediction
get to the globe model?
I'm testing my prediction. If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, then physics says
it's not the Earth. It's to get to. Sorry,
that's my hypothesis. That's my hypothesis. My hypothesis is that the Earth, the thing I am standing on, is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, which is the reason for the stars moving the way they are. That was my observation and my hypothesis from that. So then I've made the prediction.
Let's go from the top. So we've got an observation of stars rotating.
No, not rotating necessarily, just the way that the stars acted in the sky as I traveled throughout the world. And the measurements that I took.
So all you're changing by moving location is what you're seeing in the sky. You're not actually manipulating what you think is rotating, whether it be
you don't have to actually manipulate what you think rotates. You have to change something in the to give your cause and effect relationship. And based on the fact where no, it's really not.
Yeah, you really do have to manipulate the independent variable. From the Office of Research Integrity, the change that we create as a result from a manipulation. Also, therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates an independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. The pain's still not over. From LibGuides, the independent variable, it refers to the condition of an experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. It is the presumed cause. And just in case you're trying to block your ears, from Boston College, notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher.
So if I was to say to you, we've got the hypothesis of Earth rotating at 15 degrees per hour, what would you say could be a prediction for that?
A prediction, well, I say the prediction is the hypothesis. You've got the independent and dependent variable. So you observe something.
They're different things. Prediction and hypothesis are different things. You have to separate them.
Nope, they're one and the same. From Thorco again, hypothesis. It is the statement used to predict the outcome of an experiment. From verywellminded.com, it is a specific, testable prediction about what you expect to happen in a study. Also, the hypothesis is a prediction, but involves more than just a guess. So stop asserting otherwise, Globe Zealots. A scientific prediction is the hypothesis. They are one and the same.
So how is it that you come to the conclusion using this experiment that you're on a rotating globe? What is it that, what differentiates the sky rotating to the Earth rotating? How can you prove
because
that
my prediction would be nothing to do with the sky. Would be the dependent variable would be the position of the stars in the sky, which would be the thing that you measured, and the independent variable would be my position on the Earth, which would be something that I could manipulate. My prediction would be nothing to do with the sky. You're mixing up. There's no way the sky moving would make a pendulum drift. Yeah, but my hypothesis is that the Earth's rotating, so I'm going to make a prediction based on that. Right? So I'm making a prediction.
Only changed your location. So
yeah, I can change
location, you're not manipulating anything that's moving. You're just changing.
I'm manipulating a part of one of the variables in the experiment that would change the measure of the thing that you've measured. So well, in this case, my position on the Earth, which is why I'm able to use the prediction of, based on your latitude, your pendulum will drift a different amount.
That's a presupposition on the globe.
No, it's not
from Polaris.
We all know what a latitude is. They're the lines of latitude that are agreed upon by everybody. If the Earth is a globe, which has those lines of latitude, right? We're making a prediction here, and the globe has lines of latitude, so we're using that as part of the prediction. If the Earth is rotating at 15 degrees per hour, physics says that a swinging pendulum will induce a drift a different amount depending on the latitude it is.
The only problem is you're not actually manipulating anything. You're changing.
I'm manipulating my position. Yeah.
That's not an independent variable. You're not.
Yeah, absolutely
manipulating anything.
I've manipulated the position I've done the experiment in.
We're definitely not.
I could also manipulate the time. I could make the independent variable the amount of time that the bob swings for. In experiments, time is usually an independent variable.
Not an independent variable. No, time would be the cause for absolutely everything if it was.
Not if that wasn't the thing that you were manipulating. You decide what the independent variable is.
You're not manipulating the course of time. All you can do is
you're manipulating the amount of time in the experiment. Yeah, exactly. So you manipulated the time.
You can't go.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is changing the time in the experiment. You manipulate something in the experiment, in this case, the amount of time. That is what you manipulate to change the measured phenomenon, which would be the dV.
All right, so we're not.
I'm sorry, but you're completely wrong that time can't be an independent variable. And maths is very, very important, because maths is actually how you make your model, and maths is how, in science, you prove your ideas.
Incorrect. Maths can't prove anything. Maths.
It's not incorrect. Maths is literally the only way that you prove things. Science doesn't prove things. Maths does prove. Maths is where you find proofs. This isn't something that's up for discussion. This is a fact. Maths is how you prove your ideas in science, according to science.
What's the empirical method, the empirical model here? Is it science or is it maths?
Science is how you prove your ideas.
So you can prove things with science?
No, you prove your ideas with maths. Science gives you the explanations and the experimentation and the method of doing things. You prove things with maths.
All right, enough stuttering through your doublespeak. From Geodesy, an experiment is designed to prove or disprove the hypothesis. From ThoughtCo, write the hypothesis in such a way that you can prove or disprove it. Another one from Geodesy, science is often more about proving a scientific statement wrong rather than right. How embarrassing, a flat earther proving the scientific illiteracy of a globe zealot. Just another kick while you're down. A testable hypothesis is a hypothesis that can be proved or disproved as a result of testing.
And this is just a fact of science that
maths
really
is a description, it's a language. So that can
and it's
come
how you
after,
prove
and
your
you can
ideas
use
in
maths
science.
through experimentation, through testing your hypothesis, or what you say, your prediction. So you've got the independent and dependent variable, and you're verifying, you're validating that prediction, aren't you?
Yeah, and
that's how
you prove your ideas with the math behind it.
A reification fallacy is when you treat a model or a mathematical construct as real. We are not doing that.
Because the science gives you evidence for something. Yeah, the science gives you evidence for things, and you prove that ideas, the evidence and everything by describing it with maths. You know, that's literally how it works.
You don't get mathematical evidence, you get scientific evidence.
Yeah, and then you describe that evidence using mathematics. This is how you do scientific papers.
That's not the proof.
And that's what the proof is. The proof is the descriptive element of it using mathematics. That's literally what proof is. Because science does not prove things, maths does.
It's almost unfair at this point. From Lumen Learning, you must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true or false. And from Genome, students are taught the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their theory. And down the bottom, it seems obvious that this is the appropriate way of moving forward in science. In fact, in most published papers, the hypothesis is put forth, followed by experimental proof. This is not up for discussion, Globers. Science absolutely proves things, and mathematics proves nothing. It's just reification.
So do you want to use this as a kind of the scientific method here? So we've got an observed natural phenomenon. So we're observing something in the sky. And what would you say in the hypothesis or your prediction, whatever you want to call it, what would you say is the independent variable?
But this isn't a scientific experiment or a hypothesis we're doing.
This
is a prediction. No, this is a prediction that came from the model. So
you absolutely have to observe something first. So if we're observing an eclipse, you propose the cause to the eclipse. Now, what's the cause to the eclipse?
Well, it would be the moon going in front of the sun.
Okay, and how can we manipulate that?
By changing the position that would be on Earth, and that would change the actual amount that the moon would be covering the sun.
Yeah, I see why you went with positions, because that's not actually manipulating. You can't go backwards.
It absolutely is. It doesn't matter. That's not what manipulating means. Manipulating just means changing the variable. It doesn't mean physically going and touching it. Don't be.
What a surprise! The scientific method disagrees. From sciencing.com. The independent variable is the variable the scientist is actively changing over the course of the experiment. From the Office of Research Integrity, change that we create as a result of manipulation. Also, In experiments, a researcher manipulates the independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. From LibGuides, it refers to the condition of experiment that is systematically manipulated by the investigator. And from Boston College, notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher. It's game over, Globers. You don't have an independent variable to manipulate because you can't manipulate time or location, so you don't have a hypothesis to test, so you don't have an experiment, and therefore you do not have a globe model.
Let's do it with other things. Let's see what the model predicts about the black swan observation, about the radius value, about terrestrial refraction.
Yeah, it predicts that exactly. Our model, which includes refraction,
the black swan observation.
Yeah, the heliocentric model includes refraction and makes that prediction. Mick West actually, using the heliocentric model, showed the predictions that are available. So because refraction and the way that light bends is part of the heliocentric model, the black swan is explained perfectly and predicted by the heliocentric model.
So the black swan absolutely debunks the radius value, which you use
in
terrestrial refraction, 706R.
No, it doesn't.
So where are you getting the R value if you haven't got an R?
You don't need to see the horizon to get a radius. That's a very silly thing to say.
Okay, how are we getting the radius then?
Well, you can measure the divergence of plumb bobs.
Plumb bobs. How are we using the plumb bob to get a radius?
Well, you can test the divergence. It's quite easy. You do some maths.
Divergence?
Yeah.
Enlighten us.
Well, the fact that plumb bobs lean away from each other, you can use that to easily calculate your radius.
Where do they lean away from each other? So you're at two places at once and you're seeing a leaning plumb bob.
Yeah, MC Toon's actually got a good experiment that Jesse Kozlowski and the main surveyor did. But we can talk, the most famous example is that there is...
plumb bob.
Yeah.
How can you ever see a leaning plumb bob? You're only presupposing that in a different location compared to one location,
you measure
it's going to be leaning from that second location.
You measure it.
A leaning plumb bob.
You say you can't measure it, but it's been done. You can measure
a leaning plumb bob
by reciprocal zenith angles.
So Al Bruni, when he was looking at the horizon to measure the radius, was he wrong? Then you don't need the horizon. You can't use the horizon. It's refractive.
I didn't say you can't use it, but you don't have to use it.
Why don't we use it? It's there. We don't need to build bridges.
Because it's kind of hard to... Well, you don't have to. That's just a good way to do it. It's kind of hard to do it optically like that because refraction is a thing.
So you can't see physical Earth curvature.
You can see a refracted version of it. The fact that there's a horizon is because of the curve of the Earth.
What's things disappearing bottom up from then? It's not physical Earth curvature.
It's still going over the horizon.
What's the horizon? Is it physical or is it optical?
It's a refracted part. Everything you see is refracted, but the horizon that's the horizon that's there is just a refracted version of the geometric horizon, and you see things go over that just like you would expect to. Again, the refraction is part of our model. That's all explained within our model because of our understanding of light, thanks to Newton, who was the one who basically did experiments and quantification of refraction.
So it's not a physical. The horizon that we're seeing is not physical. It's refracted.
No, nothing. You right. Hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your physical hand you're seeing?
Correct.
No, it's not. There's an atmosphere. There's atmosphere between your eyes and your hand. You're not seeing your physical hand. You're seeing. You don't understand how maths works. I don't. It's not your fault.
Maths. So it's nothing to do with science.
Maths, physics. Well, maths is a lot to do with science. It's the language of science and how you prove your ideas in science.
A reification fallacy is when you treat a model or a mathematical construct as real. We are not doing that.
And if you accept one part, of course I'm scientifically illiterate with my degrees in science and stuff. Of course I am. Successfully operating nuclear reactors for years. Of course I'm scientifically illiterate.
Because it defies your religion of a globe model.
I don't have a religion. I have experiments. Yeah, no, science doesn't prove things. Do you know what kind of science does prove things, Mitchell? Do you know what kind of science does prove things, Mitchell? Pseudoscience.
All science.
Are you a follower? Are you a follower of pseudoscience? Because if you're saying that science proves things, you are a follower of pseudoscience.
So now we're projecting, aren't we? So you're saying
no, not at all. You're saying that science proves things, and that isn't science. Science does not prove things. It's as simple as
the
that.
only means of knowledge at our disposal is experiment. How can we know things? How can we prove things without experiment? Math has got nothing to do if you use the scientific method to prove things. So
scientific method doesn't prove things. Find me a citation that says the scientific method proves things. You won't, because it doesn't.
Absolutely, I will.
Because he loves the pain of eating his own words, let's do it one more time. From Genome, students are taught the proper way to do science through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their theory. It seems obvious that this is the appropriate way of moving forward in science. In fact, in most published papers, the hypothesis is put forth, followed by the experimental proof. From ThoughtCo, a testable hypothesis is a hypothesis that can be proved or disproved as a result of testing, data collection, or experience. Only testable hypotheses can be used to conceive and perform an experiment using the scientific method. From Geodesy, science is often more about proving a scientific statement wrong rather than right. And in this video, I have thoroughly proven that the globe has no scientific backing and does not follow the scientific method. There is no globe model and there is no globe, only flat Earth, observably, measurably, and obviously flat.
All right, where's all the globers hiding at?
They don't want to come in here. Not right now, anyway.
La Miguelito, ¿qué pasó?
What's up, Wave?
Lunchtime. Just eating some grub.
Yeah, same. That was such a stupid clip from FTFE. He's always been a dumbass, but hold your hand out in front of you. Is that your hand? Yeah. No, it's not. What a retard.
I must have missed that. I was muted. I've been on calls all morning, so missed most of the show today.
It's just a replay of him, actually. There's a shorter clip version of that, whereas that piece is just clipped out. One of QE's clips. And it has him saying that, what I just said. Essentially, when you're seeing your hand in front of you, it's refracted hands.
Yeah, so you're not seeing your hand in front of you. You're seeing the light reflecting off of your hand, and your eyes are perceiving it.
Yep. How stupid.
So, Mickey, do you work the swing shift? I notice seems like you're not on usually, or usually when you're on in the morning, you're talking and not working. But I hear you later in the afternoon and evening California time. Sounds like you're talking on your phone. So I presume you probably work a swing shift?
Yeah, I'm between jobs at the moment, though. And I'm working on other things at the moment. So,
wow. Well,
between jobs, working on other things.
I'm sorry to hear that you're between jobs. Hopefully that was your choice and not theirs.
Yeah, it was mine.
Okay, well then good. Hope you find something much better soon.
Things are coming up semi-roses right now, so.
Yeah, every time someone says that things are smelling like roses or coming up roses, I got to remember the first time I went to grab a rose and I got stuck by a thorn.
Yeah, you just got to be careful how you pick them, huh? Wear gloves.
Well, I'll tell you, if there's some dead air to fill here, I got a question for you. Do you know
What's
what's the difference between complete and finished?
What's the definition difference, or?
Well, you know, the dictionary has never been
That's
able to
synonymous,
define.
though, right? They're synonymous.
Well, the dictionary has never been able to define a difference between complete and finished.
Well, there's two different words, so why would you use two different? Why would you have two different words for the same? It'd have to have some difference to it.
At a linguist conference held in London, England, Indian American Son Sherman was a clever winner. His final challenge was this. His response was, when you marry the right woman, you are complete. If you marry the wrong woman, you're finished. When the right woman catches you with the wrong woman, you are completely finished. His answer received a 5-minute standing ovation.
That is so good. That is so good. That needs to be a T-shirt, actually. Oh, you got to see that on a coffee mug somewhere. Just saying.
I don't have a coffee mug here, but I can paste that into the live stream. And boom. There we go. And I'm going to continue eating my food. I'll mute the mic so you can't hear me slurping and slapping.
No more of those big time globe turds, level 99 cave trolls. We got our trash mobs these days. Trash can globers that come in here. Most of the time.
So
most of these trash can globers don't know their ass from the pipe wrench.
Yo.
We got Kirk in here. He wants to talk about the globe.
Who?
Kirk. Explain to me the picture that you were sending me.
Kirk wants to talk about the black swan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says.
Is there a 1.2 mile horizon in that black swan picture, Kirk?
Wait, before I know, but hang on, heretic.
Nah.
I want to properly introduce the chap. So is this your first time coming to a server like this, Kirk?
Nah, it's my second time. I've been here before.
You've been here before.
Last time y'all told me about the black swan, and I was like, all right, cool. Try to do my research, and this is my issue with you guys.
What's your issue?
I feel like y'all should have presented both sides. Y'all didn't tell me about.
Hold on, you cut out, bro. Say again, the first part.
Y'all should have presented both sides because you didn't tell me about atmospheric refraction. Because someone told me, oh, okay, look it up. I'm like, cool. I'm gonna be back with some information. So I looked it up, and in some of the picture or the video, or whatever, you can see the rig behind the curve.
Behind the curve. Okay.
Yeah, like you cannot see the bottom. And then the other picture, you can actually see it in front of it. And one of the questions you guys asked was, "Oh, where's the horizon?" And I was like, "Oh, it's behind it." So yeah, okay, then if it's behind it, that couldn't be the curve. But then in the real video picture is mostly behind. So.
All right.
So explain.
So before we get to us saying, well, let me defend my point, I don't need to do that. Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to test your knowledge to see if you know if the Earth is a globe or not. Now, based on your knowledge right now, do you think that the Earth is a globe 100% certain that it's a globe through and through?
I mean, I wouldn't say 100% because I haven't been outside.
Okay, so what percentage are we working with, Kurt? Give me a percentage. What are we working with here?
Yeah, 90, I guess. 85.
90%. So you're mostly certain that it's a globe, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's test the metal, shall we? Now then, before we get into Black Swan and all that good stuff, and you have us explain to you, I want you to tell me your knowledge 90% wise of how much you know. So, 3 basic questions that I ask everybody that comes in here. Assuredly, with 90% knowledge, you're going to tell me straight out what you know and how you know, specifically. So, let's go through it. The first question I have for you, Kirk, is who's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Now, let me preface it this way, because when we talk about a geometric shape, like a globe or an oblate spheroid, we're talking about the consequent of it being like a ball having drop over distance. So we have a radius, we have a diameter, and a circumference. So in this geometric shape, we know certain things about it, that it will have drop over distance from point A to point B on any part of the surface of this Earth. So then, the question I have to you, which is the very first one, who's ever measured this curvature anytime in history, the drop over distance that I'm requiring for you to know right now? Who's ever done that, Kirk? Remember, drop over distance is what I'm requiring, not anything else. Now, who's done that?
I don't know. The only name I associate with it is I forget his name. Aristophanes, whatever his name is.
Okay. Did he measure drop over distance?
I'm not. I don't have that information. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
So for the first question, do you know who's measured drop over distance? Or you can answer with, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay. Second question. They tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So according to what you read on the internet, they say that the Earth is spinning around on its axis at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. So the question to you is, who has ever measured the Earth's rotation spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour any time in history? Do you know?
Okay, so before we continue, if you're basing all this on me knowing, then it's just a matter of me researching them. And then, but again, it goes back to the same thing you did with the Black Swan.
Quickly, let's swiftly move through it then. If you do not know, say, I don't know to that
I
question.
don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
Third question. You might know, so I give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to say you don't know right offhand. I want you to do the best with your 90% knowledge. All right, so let's go with the third question. The third question is simple, right? They tell us that we live in a vacuum, or excuse me, let me say it this way. The Earth is a globe, right, spinning in the vacuum of space, but they tell us that we reside in the medium of the vacuum of space. And before I ask the question, let me just preface it. So they tell us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. Now then, they say that on the surface, we're breathing at about 14 psi. So our lungs breathing in and out this air on the surface is about 14 psi, give or take. So what we're doing is we're trying to figure out if we live in an open system, like they tell us, right? Like the globe is an open system and rockets can leave the Earth and matter and energy can transfer back and forth from the surface of the Earth out into the vacuum of space. So we're trying to figure out if that is the case. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Because I don't know I don't know how it works, but I would guess you still need don't you need a escape velocity or something to leave, and then you have gravity that's pushing everything close to the core of the Earth. So
okay, so my question to you is, do you know? And if you do know, please follow up with the specifics. If you don't know, say I don't know.
okay, I don't know.
Okay, so let me just wrap this up for you. So the Earth being a globe, spinning in the vacuum of space, is a blind belief that you have. You do not know that it is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You just believe it to be so. It has not been proven. You don't have any knowledge that could lead you to any understanding that the Earth is actually a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You blindly believe in it right now, currently. So any objections that you might have or rejections to it, to the Earth being flat, is you just coping with the fact that you have no knowledge that the Earth is an actual globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So then, the inquisition that you have for us is actually now turned around to you, sir. What is it that you know? Well, excuse me, I'm not done. What is it that you know about the globe and you don't know anything about it, actually? 90% went just all the way straight down to zero right now. After these three questions, they're the fundamental pillars of the idea that the Earth is a globe. Not knowing these is a catalyst. It's a excuse me, not a catalyst. It's a cataclysmic event in your mind because you don't know that it just undermined everything you could ever think of or tell us that you know. So because you don't have any knowledge whatsoever, sir, you're bankrupt. You need to go back and understand that you're blindly believing this religion in the globe and start to figure out why. Why do you blindly believe in it? Because any questions that we had to show you or any evidence that we had to show you was refuted by you and you coming in here, putting us under the microscope. Really, in essence, what I'm doing right now is showing you that your own mind needs to be under one because you thought you had prior knowledge, 90%, that the Earth was a globe. And now you're finding out that there is no knowledge that you have to hold on to that.
Can I respond?
So, You can go ahead. If there's anything that we're not going to go into the black swan because for the moment, right? For the moment, you have no knowledge that the Earth is a globe. So we need to examine that right there. Go
Can I
ahead.
respond to you? So the question you first asked me wasn't how much proof I had. It was how sure I was.
Yeah.
And then, but this is my issue. Another issue I have with you guys.
No, I don't care about your issues. I don't care about your feelings.
All right, then you're not going to let me finish.
Anything. The only thing I care about, sir, is the truth. If you
Can I
have
respond?
no truth, I don't want to hear about it. And I'm sorry that it sounds this cold to you, but if
No,
you
it's
don't
fine.
have anything to bring to the table, you need to stop and re-examine what you know. This is the most important part of what your understanding is.
Can I
Maybe
respond to you?
everybody else coddled you. Everybody else coddled you and told you about the black swan. I don't. I want you to know that there is no quarter for you here in this server until you have evidence that the Earth is a globe. You have none right now, sir. None whatsoever. So I don't want to hear about your feelings. And I feel bad because this is my issue with you guys. You need to take that shit onto another server and go tell them about your feelings because this server is all about you demonstrating the evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?
Can I respond to you?
If you are going to tell me about your feelings, you will swiftly be muted.
I didn't. When did I talk about my feelings?
I don't care to know this is my issue with you guys. I don't care. Do you understand?
Yeah. So your argument is basically, since I don't have all the facts,
All the facts,
the
sir. You got nothing.
the Earth
Not
is
all
flat.
the facts. You don't have anything. You have
Kirk
zero evidence. Zero.
doesn't have anything, so the
Nothing.
Earth is flat.
You do not have anything. Do you understand? It's not that you don't have all the facts, sir. You got nothing.
So the
You're
Earth is.
holding on to an empty belief system. And I want you to recognize that.
So based on that, you prove again. You prove the Earth is flat by saying, "Oh,
Did I
you
say that I
cannot."
proved the Earth is flat? What I
You
told you
acting
is that
like you
you
did.
have no evidence for the Earth being a globe. We haven't even got to that part yet. You haven't acknowledged the fact that you don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. You have not acknowledged that. And if we tell you about the black swan, it's not going to do you any justice. We're just going to enable you because the only thing you're going to do is say, no, and we don't want to hear that. We want
I
you.
never said nothing. You put
I
it this
don't
way.
care. I do not care. This server is not meant to be here to coddle you. It's here so that you can understand truth. And the truth
So,
is, you have no knowledge that the Earth is a globe. If you did, you'd be able to tell us those 3 questions in detail. And you do not have. You're coming up blank right now. It's bankrupt. And the more you know
so
about
how
that,
you didn't.
the better you are to examine your knowledge claims of the Earth being a globe.
So why don't you debate experts then?
It's not about a debate, sir. This server exists to expose that people's minds are completely delusional. This issue right here is not a debate. It's a for your side, the idea that the Earth is a globe, it's a rejection of the truth. It is not a debate. There is no debate. If there was, I'd be telling you, well, what's your favorite color then? Because mine is purple and yours is blue. And let's debate about it. It's not a debate. It's a right and wrong scenario. We are right and you are wrong. How do we know? It's simple. I just demonstrated to you how I know you're wrong. How do I know you're wrong, sir? I want to see if you know what I'm saying. How do I know you're wrong?
You don't know because
I
I'm
do
right.
know.
The
I
Earth is a
absolutely
globe.
do know 100%. I've
It's
just
not. It's not
demonstrated.
even a
I've just
discussion.
let me tell you. Let me tell you because you don't know. You seem to
Go
be
ahead.
kind of lost right now, like a babe lost in the woods. You do not know. Let me explain to you how I know. When I asked you the 3 fundamental pillars of the Earth being a globe, you said, "I don't know" to 3 questions that you should know. That's how I know.
You know who?
100%. You have no
You know
knowledge.
who knows? You know who knows?
Who knows?
Scientists that study this, that
All
actually
right, then
study
bring
the
their
Earth.
ass over here. Go get their ass and bring them over here and put them in front of me and see if I won't shellac them just like the way I did you. Go get them.
You would just
Go and
deny
get
it.
them.
You
Go
would
get
just
your
say
scientists.
it's made up.
Go get your astrophysicists. Go get your scientists. Go get your cosmologists and bring all 20 of them here. And I will encircle them with the questions that I just given you, and I will smash the globe on top of their head. just like I did you.
I tried
Go
getting
get
an
him.
expert in here,
Because if
but
you're not the guy, sir, if you're not the guy, then go get me the guy.
I
Go
tried.
and fetch
And
the
you know
guy.
what?
Go
You know
get
what
him.
they say?
I
They
don't care
don't
about
even
what they say.
acknowledge.
I don't care about what they say, sir. The only thing I care about is that somebody brings some evidence. And if they don't have that, then they need to go and get it.
They don't even acknowledge it. That's the problem.
I don't
It's
care if
such
they acknowledge me or not,
it's
because
just an overthought that it's a
they're in a
globe.
religious mindset. Listen to me. If you're going to listen to me, just listen. They're in a religious mindset, and you are a fundamentalist. You are a follower of that religion. It is a religion, sir. It is not true knowledge. This is something you haven't come to grips with yet, is that you are in the biggest religion there ever is on earth. And it's a globe religion.
How is it a religion?
Complete with priests that talk about the earth being a globe. You have your
How
scientific communicator. I'm telling you, you have your scientific communicators who tell you that the earth is a globe. You have your pseudoscientists, priests in academia who tell you that the earth's spinning around in the vacuum of space. All of these people are priests for the religion of the earth being a globe. And you, sir, are a fundamentalist who believes that the earth is a globe, and to top it off, you actually look to your priest and say, my priest knows about the globe. I may not know about the globe, but my priest does. And I'm like, bring him here and see if he doesn't know how to answer these questions, because he doesn't. And I promise you, when you bring him here, I will do the same thing I've done to you to him. And you will see for yourself that your scientist, your priest even, does not have the answers, because I've done it before with many astrophysicists, with many cosmologists. I've spoken to so many thousands of people throughout the years that I've been doing this. Not a one has come with an answer to be sufficient that the earth is a globe. Not a one, sir. And this should be astonishing to you. But look, if you do not believe me, go and bring him here to me. Specifically, look at my name, Mayhem 100. Bring him to me. Say, I have a guy who will, you can entice him, say he will debate you on the earth of being a globe or
I
not.
tried
I
already.
don't care.
They don't want to.
Well, then it's their law. It's their law, sir. I'm
Because
not here. I'm not here to beg them to come in here. If they want to come and face the music and face the truth, they come in here and they stand before the council, before all these gentlemen that are in here and ladies in here, and they're gonna stand for what the truth is all about. And if they don't want to, then that's on them. And then you're gonna know where they're standing at. It's not that they don't want to come in here because they ain't got the time. They're scared shitless and to face the music.
no,
I
it's because
that much. Because if they know
no.
they don't have an answer, if they do not have an answer to these questions, they're going to be left with egg on their face. And apparently, go ahead. Go ahead.
The real reason they don't debate based on
It's not a debate.
Earth.
It's not a debate.
The real reason they don't want to have this discussion is because it's already been had, and to them it's silly to even think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so
That's the,
you rely on your priest, right? Since your priest feels like, well, I don't need to go in there. I'm a priest. And you're like, yeah, priest, you get him. Who gives a shit what they think? If they don't know the truth, then they're in the wrong, sir. And you're blindly believing in them. And I'm trying to point that out to you, but you seem to be religiously stuck on that point. As in, well, they don't want to come in here because they just ain't got the time. Who cares? Is what I'm telling you.
They have the time. They just don't think you guys are serious.
I don't
Because no
care.
one thinks the
Do
Earth is
you think
flat.
I'm not serious? Do you think I'm not serious?
Me
I've talked to
personally,
many
I
people.
think you're serious.
Excuse me?
Me
Go ahead.
personally, I think you're serious.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying.
Your
But if
points was not
one of
serious.
these guys, if one of these guys get enough gumption to actually saddle up and belly up to the bar and come in here and say, okay, where's this guy that who wants to speak? I've 10 years into this. I know what I'm talking about. Let me speak to that guy while you're present. I want you to be present, standing next to him. I want you to hear them. The words that come out of their mouth, you need to hear it for yourself because you haven't heard it. Because why? They're scared shitless to come in here and actually have a discourse because they don't know what's in store for them. So they're running off of the script. They have a script, It's called a curriculum. And that curriculum that they have to abide by. They can't go off script, So when you ask them certain questions, don't they tell you, well, you can't ask those questions, like in academia? I'm talking about academia. So when you're at school or something and you ask them a real tough question, they're like, well, science doesn't work that way. It works as in we can't ever know anything to be 100% sure. So they have their little outs. They don't ever answer your questions like they
I mean, it
should.
depends what you ask them. If you
Well,
ask them
I
the
ask them
questions
the
you
good
were asking
questions.
me, they can
Yeah.
answer for sure.
No, they won't. They won't.
I'm trying
I
to
can
get
listen.
a
I'm telling you
professor
this.
in here.
I'm actually what I'm saying is that I'm so sure that they will not sufficiently answer my question that I'm guaranteeing it to you. So you need to tell them, look, man, this guy's really talking a big game over here. You need to go in there and stop him. And I promise you, when you
I
tell
try
him
that.
that, well, I'm telling you right now, if your priest had enough gumption,
Are you saying
which they,
priest?
which they don't, the guy right now that you're saying has the information. I don't
How
care
is that
who
a
it
priest?
is. He's a priest. They speak of the religion of the earth being a globe.
What do you
It's a
call it a
blind.
religion?
I just finished telling you how it's a blind belief, and not only that, I demonstrated to you how it's a blind belief. I told you it's a blind belief because you have no. You said I'm 90%. I'm sure it's 90. You don't have any knowledge. You're bankrupt, and so are they. They're just as bankrupt as you. It's the blind leading the blind. So
Do you know how the
those guys. What? Yes, you want to say something?
Yeah, do you know how the internet works? Like all the
Do I
ins
know
and
how
outs?
the internet works? What difference does that make to like the Earth being a globe or not, sir?
All right, so I'm gonna keep asking you. So just because you don't know how the internet works doesn't mean that you don't believe in the internet.
Okay, so you're giving me something that has no freaking assimilation to what I'm saying right now. Is
What
the
I'm
Earth
saying,
the
there are
is
certain
the Earth the
things that you go
is the
by in
Earth
your
you're
everyday
standing,
life.
sir? Is the Earth you're standing on the internet?
What I'm saying
Is the Earth the internet? Answer my question.
no. What I'm saying
Oh,
is, there are
thank you.
certain
No,
things in your
stop,
everyday
sir.
life.
Sir, the reason why I said
You're
that
not letting
is
me
because I
finish.
want to
We're
point
having a
out to you.
conversation.
I want to put because you're not listening. You want to be talking when I'm speaking. So
It's
when I
the fact
said that
that
the Earth is not the internet, and I pointed out to you, you need to recognize that those are two different things. You're not talking about the Earth anymore. You're talking about the internet.
can I explain
So
them?
if we're, excuse me,
Can I explain what
explain,
I mean?
Bad analogy, dude.
explain
Do you
what?
think?
I don't have to
Do you
explain.
think?
Listen, so if we're talking about the earth that you stand on is something physical, it's something tangible. You can actually do things with it, like measure it. Well, that's a crazy idea, but it just might work. All right, so when I'm talking about the earth, you're actually standing on something. I'm not talking about the inner workings of the internet, sir, which is the false dichotomy that you just put up right now. Don't give me that. I don't care to know about that.
I try to
That's nothing
explain, and
to
you
do.
said no. Don't explain it.
I don't have to because we're not talking
All
about that.
right.
Went off topic because you know why? Your mind is trying to wrestle with the fact that you have no knowledge. So you're giving up these goofy ideas that, well, let me just say the internet and see if he knows about that. It's dumb. It's super dumb. I don't need to talk about that. I want to explain to you how no one, not even your priest, that you're saying, well, this guy who's a scientist, he knows. He doesn't know. And far be it for me to tell you straight out he doesn't know. I want you to bring him in here so I can point it out to you. Say,
I'm
mayhem.
trying my best to get someone in here, but no one takes you seriously
Well,
at all.
you need to then say something serious to them. Look, guys, can I actually let me just write a letter to you because obviously you're not taking me serious. These guys mean business, and when you do that, perhaps somebody will be like, "All right, what do you got, Sonny?" As in, they're too busy to talk about something that should be important to you, but they don't give a shit
How is it
because they're getting
important?
paid, son. They're getting paid.
How
What
is
are
it
you
important?
getting? You're getting
Oh my
you're
lord.
the wrong end of that stick. Okay, you're just a fundamentalist. You don't get paid to talk about lies. They do. You don't.
How is that point?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These guys are getting
Oh,
paid.
so
So
you
do
don't
you
know
think
how
that
it's important.
you think that they want to come into a Discord server and risk their whole integrity of their whole career just so that they can make you happy? No, they don't want to do that. They'd rather stay cushy in their comfy little cozy place over there in their high castle with all the rest of the wizards instead of coming over here and facing the music. They don't want to do that. They will
Amen.
never do that.
Amen.
They will never
Well
do that.
said, brother.
So what's the reason for this big lie and big?
The reason
So
for
you
it
acknowledge the lie.
is to make fundamentalists such as yourself be easy pickings for people to play around with their mind like a mannequin. Like what do you call those marionettes? You're just a marionette on a puppet on the strings. That's all you are. And you dance around whenever they want you to. Oh, the Earth's going to get hit by an asteroid. There you go, running around. Guys, do you know the Earth's going to get hit by an asteroid? That's exactly what you are. Oh, the climate change. The Earth's going to decline in 12 years. And you're like, shit, I need to do something about taking my garbage out. Like, you're so terrified by all
How
this
many?
shit that they tell you that you're a marionette. You're a puppet on the strings. You do whatever. You dance and sing for them whenever they want to pull your strings. And guess what? And you still like it because you're like, let me talk to my scientist. Who cares, dude?
How
If you didn't
many?
know the truth, you think they're gonna know it?
All right. How many
All right.
people in their everyday life do you think about the globe and being flat or not being flat? How is it a
Who
religion when most people don't even
cares?
think about this?
I
So
Who
can
don't put
say
it.
cares?
something to that.
Listen to,
Hey,
listen to me
I
when I
can.
say listen to me when I
I
say this. Who
uh
cares about it? Let's not answer. Nobody listen, that's just bait from this guy. No one answer. Listen, guy, when you ask those questions, you're not gonna bait anybody else into your uh little trick here, because your little Jedi mind trick, because you want to talk to a bunch of you want to bait them into this. No one's gonna be baited in. Here's what
okay.
here's what you're gonna do. Here's what you're gonna
What's the
do.
question? It wasn't a
You're
trick.
gonna
It was a legit question.
no one's gonna answer your questions because you still haven't sufficiently answered mine. Therefore,
Oh.
therefore, you're bankrupt with the information. Okay, you don't know.
Oh.
Now, now then,
Mm.
now then, go and get your priest, because that's what you need to do right now. Because you just said, well, you know what? I don't know, but my scientist says I've been trying to get him in here. Well, get their ass in here. That's what I
Go to
want to do.
confession.
But you call it a religion, and I'm
It
making the
is.
case that it's not a
It is,
religion.
It
man.
is a religion, sir. And you're a
It
What?
is.
fundamentalist.
So let
You're
me
a
respond. What type
fundamentalist.
of religion people don't
It's
even
a
think
globe.
about on their everyday life? They don't
Because it's based
care.
on belief.
They don't live by it. It doesn't affect them. This
You
is the
don't know that.
real.
Oh,
Listen,
they all love outer space, Kurt.
you're so far down the rabbit hole right now with your religion that you don't know which way is up. And I mean that literally. Because if you live on a globe, you don't know which way is up living on a globe, and Australia's underneath you, and somebody's standing antipodal from your position. That's the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever said. But you don't know which way is up, literally.
I think
So
somebody's getting. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead,
Go ahead.
man.
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
I was okay. So back to what was said a few minutes ago about questioning. Nobody questions the globe or flat Earth. I have to disagree with you because I never questioned the globe before I came about information about flat Earth. And you know what? The first thing that happened is I started questioning it. And then after that, it started to make logical sense. And then, you realize that you never really questioned the globe. You just parroted what you were given in public education.
Which is what you did, Kirk, when you just came in here. Now, the man, if you're just joining the game right now, the man said that he was 90% sure that the Earth was a globe. That's what he said when we first started out on our journey. I took him to the three questions. He came up bankrupt, just like everybody else, just like the pseudoscientist priest that he wants to appeal to. I've shellacked every single one of them, and I'll keep doing it. But for his sake, I want him to bring his priest in here so that I can shellac him in front of his eyeballs and his
Yeah, that'd
ears,
be great.
so that he can hear himself.
Are they not gonna do it? I'm telling you. I'll
Oh,
try.
I don't care. I don't care. Listen. Oh, about bringing him in here? Oh, I don't know. Listen, those
I had
guys.
a priest once, and if I had asked him to come in here, I bet you he would have. So what does that say? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
But
they probably
most of them it's beneath them to be like, oh,
beneath
come
them.
debate
Oh,
flat Earth,
oh,
Beneath
so
them.
they're high
They're
and mighty. They're
magical wizards.
because
it's beneath them. Do you see?
this is not even
Listen, hang
this
on
is
for a second. You need to hold on to your cake hold for just a moment. Do you see how you? Do you see how you're speaking about these guys? Oh, it's,
I didn't say me.
some
I
of
didn't
these
say
guys.
me.
Yeah, well, hold on a second, dude. You got diarrhea of the mouth or what? I'm talking about these guys right now, not you. I'm saying these guys act like they have no time to come in here because it's beneath them. Oh, these guys are just like little pebbles under my feet. I just kick them like rocks. Who cares? about that idea. If they were able to refute anything that I said about those 3 questions I gave you, they'd be in here faster than you could even say, come in here. They would be here so quickly. They would be here so quickly. But you know the reason why you think of them like that? Because it's your mindset. They probably like, I'm just a humble man. I just, go to work in academia. But you're like, oh my gosh, it's so beneath these guys to come in here and talk to you. Like, who the hell are you? And why do you put them up on that kind of a pedestal? What are you? Yeah, like really? Like you're such a fundamentalist, you don't even know it, dude. You're such a fundamental, and that's even the worst part about it. Is how you think about them. It's so beneath them, dude.
Hey,
So
Miggy, I got this quote in my head from Richard Feynman, and he said that I would rather have questions that can't be answered rather than answers that can't be questioned. And the last part of that is what everybody in here and most people across the face of the earth experienced. It's called indoctrination, when you can't question answers.
Well, it's not only that, but the gentleman actually said that he went to those guys and said, "Sir, can you please come in the server? There's some guys talking trash," and they're like, "Dude, we got no time for that, man." And he's like, "Golly,
Bullshit.
come into the server, but why
I
won't you?
did
Because it's
this.
beneath us, dude." Like,
But they think it's already been debunked. They feel like I'm
Debunked, oilo.
By
You hear
who?
this guy? You hear this guy is like, oh, you know what? The flat Earth has been debunked. Like how this is coming from the guy who, when I just previously asked him how the Earth is a globe by way of those 3 questions, I previously asked him that, and he said, "I don't know. I don't know.
I
I don't
didn't
know."
say it was debunked. The people I asked said it's debunked and it's beneath them.
Okay,
And too
fine.
much
That's fine.
interest to
That's all
debunk
good
it,
and well.
then.
That's all good and well. But how did you respond to me? You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. What do you think they're gonna say when they come in here? They know.
So you think if I bring a physicist,
Yes,
someone that knows,
I've
they're
been
gonna
trying
say
to
they
tell
don't
you
know?
for the last 20 minutes, dude. What do you think I've been telling you for the last 20 minutes? When they come in here, they're going to sound a little cocky. They're going to sound a little cocky. They're going to sound like they know what they're talking about. But as soon as I put them up against, the 3 questions, guess what? You're going to hear it from their mouth that I'm going to tell them, look, if you don't know the specifics, say you don't know. And they're going to say, oh, I don't know. You're going to hear it and you're like, oh, they don't know. And what good is that
Right.
going to do? You tell me what good is that going to do when they say they don't know? Are you going to make another excuse and say,
Oh
well,
God,
that's
Miggy, let me get in there.
that
Damn.
science doesn't matter. Let me get another one. Let me get another
Yo,
science.
yo,
Sorry. Go
Miggy's
ahead.
on fire.
Go ahead, Eli.
Yo, so you said you wonder whether or not a physicist would fare better than you did.
Yeah, I know a professor. Like
Okay, that's good. Now consider what physics is. It's the study of the physical and Jenny. It's the study of the physical and natural world. And so to study the physical and natural world, the epistemological approach that we use is the scientific method. So when I asked this physicist how he would scientifically prove the shape of the earth, and he begins to answer, the first thing you should understand is that he's a fraud, is because there's a difference between how and why questions and what is questions. And
Nice.
what is the shape of the earth is a what question, a what is question, which means there would have to be some form of measurement. So a physicist ain't gonna do shit because because who you're saying is a physicist is just as indoctrinated and religious as everybody else. I'm assuming, if he's a globe earther, because you don't handle the question of what the earth is with physics.
Yeah, like those deceiving us, they themselves are being deceived.
I mean, there's no way to possibly do it. Okay, what's the IV-DV relationship of a shape? How you gonna put that into? How you gonna get a valid hypothesis for what the shape of the Earth is? Obviously, it's a ridiculous question. Well, yeah, that's the point, because it'd be a category error.
Yes, I was just going to say that. Yes.
But these retards don't know anything. It's sad. It's sad that they think
So, yeah.
that flat Earth has been debunked. Debunked. How
Well,
you going to debunk the physics of water?
because
Which
YouTube
bodies
told
of
them
water
so.
is? Oh my God, Jenny, please. If you have something to say, go ahead and say it, but not while I'm saying it.
You're good, thanks.
So how you going to debunk the fact that bodies of water are level and horizontal? What are they going to say? A raindrop? Last time I checked, a raindrop wasn't a body of water. You know deep down that a puddle is flat. You know deep down a frozen lake is flat. You might know if you look on a map that a sea has to be flat. But for some reason, when we imagine the ocean, because we can't see the whole breadth of the ocean, we imagine it's curved. See a difference? How the fuck are
So
they going to prove to me that it's
so how
curved?
come some chips they disappear from the bottom if it's so flat?
Angular resolution. Now there's two different approaches to angular resolution. Something becoming so small it's indistinguishable, and then the angular distance between two objects causing there to be a melding of the two images. The the second one is what I'm talking about. Everybody in here knows that. Everybody really knows that because they've seen this effect at some point or another in their lives. But the bottom line is, if Mr. Physicist says that boats go over a curve, I'm going to say, oh, okay, so the horizon is geometric, is it? Okay, so the formula is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, which would mean, this picture that I have from the beach, since I'm 1 foot off the ground, this horizon should be 1.2 miles away. Oh, look at that. There's a boat in the distance. That boat is 3 miles away because of ship tracker, and the horizon is miles beyond it, aka that notion also debunked. Meanwhile, what I said about angular resolution is true.
But at some point they do disappear completely.
I just told you why.
Oh, no.
I just told you why. And I know you can follow. I mean, I love your voice, man. Don't let me down. I feel like we're a little more kindred than some others. Don't let me down. I know you understood what I just said. In
May I
fact,
answer?
I can even give you a gift that'll show you that it's the angular resolution, because there's a person who zooms in and zooms out of oil platforms in the distance. And guess what happens? When he zooms out, they disappear. Now, these things are stationary, so it's not like they're not there. It was just the aperture of the camera and the inability for it to resolve that angle.
Hey, Eli. That's the. I just want to give you a heads up on this guy. Supposedly, he had conversations with people in here before, and about
Yeah, it was
specifically
him.
about. Hang on, dude, Kirk. Let me just tell my colleague here. So he came in here and he was saying that he had some information about the rebuttal to the black swan, because the people last time he was here they gave him the black swan, and so he came back in here talking about, I need you guys to explain to me. And I was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's take it back a little bit. So now I went through the 3 questions. He didn't know. And then we went to his whole religious state of being completely blind, believing that the earth is a globe. Now he's, I guess, talking about it once again, but he does know because somebody in here told him. I don't know if he knows from your perspective, but he has heard it. So just to give you a heads up.
And sorry, Jenny. But I
Hey,
mean, you
you're
could
okay,
definitely,
man.
you could get in there too. I just wanted to
No,
say
no,
my piece.
no. When I do that, I'm just trying to piggyback off something I thought you said that was real good. That's all. So that's all I was
You
doing.
know
I
I
wasn't
love
trying to.
you, Janae.
Yeah. What's up?
You know I love you, Janae.
I love you too, bro. So yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
No worries.
Oh yeah, it was him who I spoke to, and he told me about the. Well, someone told me when he was here about the
Oh
black swan.
man, yeah. You
But
from
this is
Brooklyn,
the
right?
yeah. But this is my thing.
It's
When you
okay.
told me
It's
about
not
the
your thing. You got to get somebody in here who it is, because I need to. If listen, some people relinquish their ability to think to their priest, aka these pseudoscientists. Bring him in here, because the quicker he comes in here, the quicker I can release you.
Yep.
who's this
So
guy?
There we
when you
go.
bring him, ask him to bring an optical device that has a non-angular field of view. Okay.
Listen,
Oh,
I'm, I'm
that's a
trying.
nice, helpful hint.
I'm
Damn, you
trying
got
to.
the fire out of me a little bit. I didn't even know it was you, dog. I,
No, yeah. But let me finish. When you told me about the black swan, this is my issue. Like, you should have presented both sides because you didn't tell me about the refraction side.
that's not a side. That's the relinquishment of the geometry that they claim. That's why
But
I didn't
but
tell you.
but yeah, I feel like you should have presented it because now it's like,
Well,
okay,
oh,
I
you
feel
know
like
what? All right, let's
you
do
did
it
it on
now.
purpose.
Let's do it now. Google refraction, and then click image and tell me what you see, and then tell me that whatever they told you was a fucking lie. Admit it, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, just like I had references to give you before, I can definitely send you to Andrew Thomas Young's paper, and I guarantee you that whatever justification someone gave you with their words isn't anywhere in academia, because they made it the fuck up. I don't care
So
what
how
they said.
so how come in the picture or the
Did you
video?
hear? Did you hear what I said?
I
Google
hear
it.
I heard what you said. I heard what you
Google it.
said.
He said.
Tell me
He
what
said.
you see. That means, like, right now. Google it and tell me what you see when you type in refraction.
He said to consult the oracle, sir, is what he was meaning to do.
Like, why you want me to send
I
you a
want you to
picture of what I'm
tell. I
seeing?
want you to tell me what you see.
I see a definition for it.
No, click image and tell me what you see.
What did he say?
The definition.
Oh, the definition of refraction.
I
Yeah.
want you to read that too, by the way, and share your source while you're at it.
I mean, I can
Well,
give you the
I
link.
was lighting this dude up, bro. What's
Nah, because
So
look, look, listen. We could play. We could be in kindergarten, but as you progress in the grades, you gotta get the heat. The correction has to happen. The demons have to come out.
So yeah, you're the next contestant on The Price is Right, or The Flat Earth is Right. I chopped that
so
up.
okay, so I'm searching stuff up. It's a lot going on, but let me ask you. In
Nah,
that
I asked you
video,
to. I asked you to tell me what you see.
they show you images of what it looks like, the atmosphere and the sunlight and the refraction, the atmosphere
Okay,
refraction.
the atmosphere and refraction. Is that what you see when you type? Send me a screen. Go ahead and screenshot it. Let me see.
Hold on. I don't think I can send pictures here.
All right, send it to my inbox.
All right, hold on.
Come on down. You're the next contestant on The Flat Earth is Right. This is fun, you guys. I'm glad to listen.
I don't
All
understand
right.
why people. I don't understand why people let people just tell them anything.
Without question.
It really it
Root
just
me.
it upsets
All
me.
right, you got it.
Let's see. That's a picture of refraction, you think?
The atmospheric one, yeah.
All right, so check this out. Where's the sun at?
At the bottom of it, top of your eye in the picture.
In relation to this fake ass sphere air, which is a contradiction in terms, where's the sun at?
You see it where it says actual position at the bottom one.
Outside of the air, right?
But you see the light where it's going.
Yeah, it's called a diagram. It's not real, but we'll forego that, and I want you to understand their claim. So there's the sun,
Yeah.
then there's the atmosphere.
Yeah.
So the light rays are assumedly traveling from a least dense medium, well, through the same medium, which is from least dense to most dense.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay. On the surface of the earth, where the boat sits, is in the same level of density that you would be standing. You don't see the problem with that?
No, I don't think it's the same level of density. It depends where it's at. You're assuming that it is.
Oh, so the boat's not on the surface like you are?
Yeah.
Exactly. So if you were to imagine a boat on the surface, on the green part of that, going to the eyeball, that would be the same level of density, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you see the light where it's going? It's actually going to the same level as your eye. And it still shows the sun same level, even though the sun is not at the same level.
And that's a red herring. So what?
The sun is not even the same level as your eye either. It's about the light, where the light goes.
Exactly, because the light is going from what? A less dense medium to, first of all, you have no medium, and then you have the light going into the air. Well, what we're talking about is a boat in the air on the surface of the water, and or well, for example, and then you have a person also on the surface in the same layer of air. So it's not analogous to the sun in this image, in which the light is traveling through all of the different layers here, because that's what this is showing, all of the different densities of air, causing it to bend.
Yes.
That's not the same situation in real life, is it?
Then how come you can see
No, we got
both?
to keep it real. It's not exactly the same, is it?
It's the same. It's about the light. It's not about the
It's not
physical boat itself.
exactly the same, is it? When I say
It's
you have light going from less dense to more dense, and then in the real world, it's just from the same density to the same density, it's not the same, is it? The
if the
words
light
that I
goes
just said aren't analogous, are they?
if light goes up, it's gonna be a different density. It's about the light. It's not about the physical thing
So check it
itself.
out. So check it out. The earth is curved, right? So you
Yeah.
believe? So then if there's something beyond the curvature and the light has to reach your eye, wouldn't it have to go to the less dense area first and then bend back down to the more dense area where you're at?
Yeah. What is your point?
Well, this is completely arbitrary, and obviously there's no way to even there's no there's no way to validate what they're showing right here. As a matter of fact, if you look at Snell's law, it has nothing to do with this diagram. Atmospheric refraction isn't real. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Guess what? Regardless of what level, aka altitude you are above the ground, you can pretty much use the same math. or the same formula and add in the refraction for the air. So guess why I didn't tell you? You know how much extra you get, including the density of the air? We can look at a calculator if you like. Maybe we should do that. Is it
Before you do
Walter
that, can you
Bismarck?
answer? Can you
Is it
answer one of
Walter?
my
No,
questions?
no, hold on. Don't be afraid, my son. Don't
I'm
be
not
afraid.
afraid. I'm gonna ask a question.
How are you going to ask a question while I'm trying to demonstrate something to you?
It's a simple question. It's a throwaway. You're gonna answer it and then you're gonna keep going.
Okay.
How do you then explain when a boat looks like it's floating when it's going away? If
We
it's
can
not a
do
real
that on
thing.
a we can do that on a flat lake. A lake a lake like we have an RC boat example where you have the same effect and the boat is too close for it to possibly be any curvature. So there you go. You saying
What do
how
you
do
call
I
that then?
explain it? You're saying how do I explain it? But the bottom line is what we do know it's not earth curve.
What do you call it then? If it's not atmospheric refraction.
What does it matter if it has nothing to do with your belief?
It matters because you say this atmospheric
No,
refraction
I
is
mean,
not a
what does
thing.
it matter if it doesn't prove that the curve of the earth is doing it?
It matters
Yeah.
because it goes against your statement
What
Right.
statement? It goes against what statement?
that
Dude.
atmospheric refraction is not a thing when it clearly is. And you can see it with your eyes. Like, okay, that's weird. What is that? Oh, it's
Listen,
atmospheric
but
refraction.
you're looking at the image because the image is in your field of view. What somebody else tried to tell you is that an image can be out of your field of view, but the light will bend in a way that you can see it from around a corner. That's not the same as seeing what you're talking about with water or cars, for example, on a hot paved road. Same thing. That's called internal reflection, not refraction, brother, first and foremost.
Then I will agree to disagree then, 'cause that's literally what it's called.
No, it's not.
What?
Then what
Dude.
is atmospheric refraction? It's not a thing. They just made it up.
I just told you what it was that you were describing.
So atmospheric refraction is not a thing, and they made it up.
I just told
Okay.
you what you described, what it actually is called. Total internal reflection.
Yeah, there's multiple names for multiple things going on. It's not just one penumbric term that refers to every optical effect you ever see.
Oh yeah, so you do agree atmospheric refraction is a thing.
Well, define it.
So it is a thing.
Dude, I asked you to define it so I know what
I
the heck you're
asked you a
talking
question
about.
first. So you're gonna say yes or no, and then I'm gonna fight.
I just told you what you described isn't atmospheric refraction. Now, you know what atmospheric refraction is? It's a mathematical concept. That's what it is. Is it a real thing? No, it's not.
Wow.
Yeah, so let's go back to the defining of it. How about you, who asked me what it is, define it so I know what you're talking about.
So do you think it's a real thing? Because I know you think you know what it
Holy
is.
fuck, dude. You
Exactly.
define it. Then I'll
Exactly.
answer you. Exactly. I won't
Because
define what it is.
because
Here,
you
this is you, dude. This is you. I won't
okay.
define what it is, but I
All
want
right.
you to tell me if it's real or not. For
If I
fuck's
did the
sake, dude.
opposite, you would do the same thing to me. So
No,
do you think
What?
okay,
it's a thing?
okay, give an example. Give an example.
Yeah. Yeah,
When
dude.
we ever did that to you.
Dude, here's how this is going to go. You
Multiple
define for
times
you.
in the
Listen, friend.
not you, not
Define
here in the DC,
atmospheric.
but
Hey, dude. I don't give a shit.
oh
Define
yeah.
atmospheric refraction, or you lose your ability to speak in this venue.
So
What's
Wait,
do
your
you
wait, wait,
think
option?
it's
wait, wait, wait,
do
wait.
you
Time
think
out.
it's a thing?
I feel like that'll be
No, there's
letting
no
him off
fucking.
the.
There's no timeout, dude.
That's
Do
gonna
you
let
think
him
it's a
off the
thing?
You
hook. He
define
already
it.
told
No,
you.
no, it don't matter,
He
dude.
already told you what it is. It's that
No, he
picture that he
didn't.
put in there. It's that.
He
It's
has,
that. It,
dude. He's playing
it,
games with me. You understand?
For,
I'm not playing
it
games with you, bro. All I asked you was a question.
it
You
should not
are.
be. It shouldn't. If you have an understanding of what refraction is, you shouldn't have any
but
difficulty
he
right
already.
now giving a definition, or you can consult the oracle. I mean,
I mean, yeah, I guess
cite
that's
your
Yeah,
funny.
source.
or you could
Or you could say, friend, I already posted it in there, 10 minutes after the hour. Can you check it out and then come back and give me an answer? That's fair. But just throwing your hands up in a circular loop of, I won't define it, you just tell me if it's real, that's just retarded.
No,
So what's it going to be, friend?
If I did that to you, you would tell me I was in my feelings.
You have options.
Dude, we're still dicking around here. What's it going to be?
So do you believe in it? Yes or no?
Dude, are you retarded? What's it going to be?
Well, I already answered you, so if you want to default to getting muted or whatever AI is going to do after you heard me answer you, that's your fault.
I understand.
Dude, I just want you to give the smallest concise definition so I understand what you're talking about.
You already know what it is. You don't need me to tell you what it is. That's my problem with you. You already know what it is.
It's actually not a real thing because Globers, look, they make shit up. I can guarantee you know how many times we defeat an argument. As a matter of fact, I don't know if I told you about the Selenilian eclipse, but do you know that the flatearth.ws website came up with their explanation after I fucking said it? So yeah, niggas be out there making shit up. What's so hard to understand about that?
Someone else told me about
Yeah,
that too.
Bro,
And
you gonna define it, or are you gonna keep playing games? What's it gonna be?
Again, you already know what it is. You don't need me to define it.
Okay. See ya.
Hey, it is what it is. I did it yesterday. He's well within his right to do it today.
Let's be clear, friend. I don't know what you mean when you're employing that term, which is why I'm asking you. It's called the Socratic method. You refusing to define it, okay, it's your fault, not mine.
Yeah, it only
I
shows
don't
his lack
understand
of
what your
understanding
boggle
of the
is.
terms he's using.
So, for example, what is total internal reflection? Do you believe in it? Do you believe in total internal reflection, sir? Wait a minute. I don't know what that is. I don't know what you mean by that. Could you explain it to me or define it for me? No, sir. Do you believe in it? Yes or no? If you don't believe in it, you're going to hell. Answer the question right fucking now. Fucking retard, dude. You done made me swear 7 times. Now I'm going to have to flagellate myself for 33 hours to atone for that sin. Sir, when you're ready to define it, you could come off mute. Until that point, you can stay on mute. So what happens is, son, you say a stupid term, someone asks you to define it, then they're just left with, do you believe in it or not? So if I say I believe in it, then what am I agreeing to? Your interpretation, a literal interpretation, a dictionary definition. What am I agreeing to? What contract am I signing when I say I believe in it? See how stupid this is? That's the problem with people like you and Globers. Somebody says this term, which has all these loaded attachments to it, and they just say, oh yeah, of course I believe in gravity. Well, what the fuck do you mean by gravity? Do you mean down? Do you mean up, down and up? Do you mean energetic forces that pull on things? Energetic forces that push on things? Do you mean the bending and warping of space-time? Do you mean the cause? Do you mean the effect? What do you mean, do I believe in gravity? See, it's not that simple, is it? But to you, it's that simple because you have a small mind. So when you're ready to answer the question, you can come off mute. Otherwise, it's pointless to talk to you because we're just talking about differing religious faiths. Do you believe in love after love? Elijah, do you believe in love after love? Yes or no? What do you mean by that? Shut the fuck up and give me the answer. Ay, ay, ay.
so you know what it is.
All right, Kirk, I'm going to give you a chance. I'm going to take you off mute. I expect to hear your understanding of what atmospheric refraction is. All right, let's go. All right, it's your turn to speak, Kirk. Yep, that's what I thought. Crickets. Now, if you don't want to answer, okay, because you're too stubborn, you could also give an example in the reverse that you accused us of doing. Until then, you go back on mute. So you have two ways to get out of it. I gave you two options. You could provide an example of your accusation against us, or you can fulfill your burden of saying what you mean by the terms you say. All right, go on mute until then.
Doesn't what, doesn't Walter Bislin's calculator have refraction built in?
No. The answer is no.
I mean, I know there's no such thing, but
No. It's irrelevant. He doesn't have refraction built in. I'll explain. The function of his calculator, when you have an observation that is not met by the geometry of the Earth, is to increase or decrease the radius of the Earth that you're applying the geometry to. Now, increasing and decreasing the radius of the Earth that you're applying to the geometry to isn't inducing refraction. It's just lowering the geometric obstruction between point A and point B. So it has nothing to do with refraction whatsoever. Now, people will claim that he derived that increase and decrease to the Earth's radius from refraction, but then you have to prove that in the first instance. So this is an example of saying, oh, do you believe atmospheric refraction exists or terrestrial refraction exists? No, listen, if you're referring to the geometric alteration to the Earth's radius in Walter Bislin's calculator, then no, that's not true in reality. It's not just size. I mean, duh. So again, what do you mean by atmospheric refraction, Mr. Kirk? What do you mean by it? What's the definition of it? You can't say, do you believe atmospheric refraction exists? Here's a definition of refraction, because they're two different terms, right? Refraction is refraction, and atmospheric refraction must be something different because it has a modification word in the beginning. So, what do you mean by that?
I mean, he doesn't even know enough, because the actual attempted rebuttal is 7/6 R refraction.
Now, Mr. Kirk, the primary reason why I'm upset at you is because rather than addressing the merits of my contention before I answered your question, which is I want a definition, you accused our side of doing the same. Right? You accused our side of being as weaselly stupid as you. Right? And that's where you done screwed up. So you have the ability, my friend, to salvage your situation by simply defining what you understand or mean by atmospheric refraction, right? Or providing a definition that you're willing to ask me if I believe or don't believe it, or that it represents reality, or you could provide an example of your accusation. Either one will win you a free pass. But I'm not going to have a conversation about something that you refuse to define. That's just retarded. It's a waste of my time, waste of your time, waste of everybody's time. So meanwhile, the United States government, right? Military, decided to test dual band, actually tri-band laser range systems, right, at 120 kilometers. They did their test and they had a telescope on the Hawaiian Islands, right, that they shot the lasers at. It's a 4-meter telescope. And they were going to receive the bands at the telescope to see how much they refracted or how accurate they were at that range, because they want to, have accurate systems of targeting, right? So after the
You're roboting.
Okay. Yeah, you're roboting, bro.
When they got the things, okay, all 4 lasers were received by the target. Okay, so
You're roboting AI.
AI, we're gonna have to change your name to Robbie the Robot.
Eratosthenes. Yeah, it's sad because atmospheric refraction, it doesn't exist, bro. Like, otherwise, how would they be able to shoot down planes from the ground if the planes weren't actually in the position that they calculated for when they shot them down? So clearly, that's not the case. It's just a diagram someone shared just to justify that the initial claim of the horizon being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet being wrong, just to justify that being wrong, they're going to say it's actually an unfalsifiable claim. There's no way to actually verify that that claim is actually true. Second of all,
There is.
you can think for yourself, bro. You're at a beach, you're laying there. The horizon, the curve of the earth is supposed to be at 1 mile. You can see clear as day. Because 1 mile is not that far, 2 miles not that far, 3 miles not that far. You can clearly see that you just see what you see. But you're going to believe that everything that you see beyond 1.2 miles is actually holographic in nature to make it look like it's flatter than what it really is. You really believe that, bro?
AI was actually explaining how you can test to see if the assumed refraction is there using lasers of different wavelength. And the military has done this and continues to use lasers of different wavelengths for their targeting systems, because if things were all holograms in the distance, all of the things they're shooting at and hitting wouldn't actually hit. It's just nonsense. The Globers like to think that it's unfalsifiable so they can maintain their beliefs. The problem is all of this atmospheric refraction stuff is post hoc, after the fact, added just to make things work, when in reality they don't work. They got the size of the Earth from looking at the horizon with the eyes. And so that's where they got their sizes. And then Aristophanes, he doesn't have any refraction in all of his light from the sun. There's no refraction there. Oh, they got the size of the Earth again. So either they have a serious problem where you can't have like your cake and eat it. You gotta actually look at how refraction works. What are the conditions required to refract the light? And they never take into account the angle. If you're going to talk about Snell's law and refraction, you got to talk about the angle of incidence. And if these idiots don't even know about the angle of incidence required, they don't know what refraction is. It just becomes a convenient excuse. If we just bend all of the light, we can make things appear to work. But then when it doesn't work, we just don't bend the light. So we just continue to change things to try to make it fit, even though there's no basis for that. You don't have any evidence that there is refraction there. You just have to say it. That's why, like, when you use lasers of different wavelengths, or you use cameras that are modified for infrared alongside with normal cameras, you should be able to see the difference in refraction between the two wavelengths if all the light is being refracted. But they both see as far, or if not further, in infrared, which is the opposite of what you would expect, considering that infrared refracts less than visible light. So all of a sudden, it's the opposite of what the globers need. They needed the infrared to actually be much closer on the horizon. The horizon needed to be much closer in the infrared because that's what's refracting least, and that's where the horizon should be the most close to the globe sizes. But in the infrared, you actually can see further. So that's the opposite of what the globe would predict based on what they claim with their all the light always bends down idea, which is just not observed in reality.
I wonder if he's listening. Dang, even your background noise is roboting.
Hello.
Welcome
Try
back.
again.
What I miss?
Nothing. We wouldn't dare unmute him and go against your authority.
Well, yeah, but I thought you had presented his definition and his example of you doing the same nonsense that he was doing.
Nah, he didn't say anything. He didn't type anything. He didn't send anything.
Oh. I mean, he's got an accusation on the table. Must be at the forefront of his mind. If he's bold enough to make an accusation in that manner, he should have something to back it up, shouldn't he? Maybe not a specific, but at least a general.
He sent me a video. He sent me a video.
Oh, what was the
See,
video about?
now we're getting somewhere. Except this motherfucker here, yo. Clearly, with Snell's law, it talks about a boundary. Now, even in the video he sent, the words material boundary are literally horizontally across,
right?
Except at the top part of that line, it says less dense air. And at the bottom part of that line, it says more dense air. When they say material boundary, they're talking of Snell's law has to do with light going from one medium to another, air to glass, air to water. So, I mean, I'd feel disrespected that somebody try to pull a fast one on me like this. Because here's just some person explaining something in a video with a diagram they made up. Everything I send you is from university, bro. Not that we have to appeal to an authority.
Right.
I'm just
So,
saying.
okay, so his question to me was, do you believe in atmospheric refraction? And he provided somebody's personal thoughts and opinions and views. So he's basically asking, do you believe in somebody's personal thoughts, opinions, and views? Think about it.
But it's fucked up because it yo, they took what you would find on Google, right? The words material boundary is right there. But there's no material boundary between air and air. Like
Yeah, so
that's insane. I don't look.
yeah, let me finish the laser story. So the laser hit all three lasers hit the same telescope receptor. And after the guy modeled it, and the other guy took that data to do his thesis on it. Okay, so his PhD thesis, and he modeled the attempted models of refraction that are allegedly globe Earth models of refraction. Right? But let's be clear that a tri-band laser, each wavelength would refract at a different rate. And if it followed the standard model, it would have been impossible. Okay, let me say that one more time. Impossible for the lasers to have hit the same 4-meter telescope, because they all would have been curved at different rates across the entire 120 kilometers, and they would have hit at different targets, right? So in order to resolve this fact, because remember, we're trying to use this to target enemies, right? We don't want to miss, right? So when he modeled this, he found that any standard model of refraction based on atmospheric refraction concepts or terrestrial refraction concepts or anything else didn't fit the data. It should have been impossible for the laser to have hit. In fact, the laser shouldn't even have been level for it to hit. The laser should have been pointed up into the sky at like 45 degrees in order for the arc that they claim would exist with atmospheric refraction for the laser to hit the target. His conclusion is that standard models of atmospheric refraction cannot account for real-world scenarios. And a deterministic model of refraction does not exist. Let me repeat. Does not exist. So again, what do you mean by atmospheric refraction? For example, in the demonstration, or sorry, not a demonstration, but in the ideation that you gave to Elijah, you have a discrete boundary between density layers in the atmosphere. That's not what exists in the atmosphere, my friend. What exists in the atmosphere is a non-homogeneous anisotropic media. That means it has infinite variability. There's no hard boundary. There's no boundary to calculate the normal line to get the indices of refraction from. Do you understand? It doesn't exist. Okay, the only place that a hard boundary between a non-homogeneous anisotropic media exists is in a piece of paper in fantasy land. So again, what do you mean by atmospheric refraction? Do you see the problem yet?
I want to hear his response. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, if he's ready to finally fess up what he means by it, or to concede he has no idea what he's talking about, or provide an example where we would answer the question, what do you mean by that, in the same obtuse way he attempted to. So now he has three options to get out of it. So go for it. Third time's a charm, I suppose.
Please don't let me down. Nothing?
This is destined to break.
Well, how unfortunate that the priesthood has taken his cognitive abilities.
So the three.
Oh no, you're roboting.
You have
Yo, first of all, y'all are so quick with these robot memes and shit. Like, it's insane how as soon as somebody robots, y'all are on it. Like, yo.
It's AI. We already know what to expect.
I mean, yeah, but Kirk, what do you think about what's been said for the past 10 minutes? We already know. I mean, isn't it obvious that no one believes people believe in flat Earth? Why? Because when you watch videos about flat Earth, probably some years ago, or if you look in forums on Facebook, they kind of just Jedi mind trick they Jedi mind trick you by telling you nobody really believes in flat Earth. They just tell you that. So I guess that's reverberated through the ether, for the lack of a better term. And people just say that shit like it was their own idea. I can't believe that flat earthers are actually flat earth. There's no way. There's no flat earthers aren't real. They're trolling. Nah. Obviously we know what we're talking about. Damn, fam. You work in a bank. You know how many I hired someone from a bank once, which is crazy. I hope you're getting that good rate of return. I hope they taught you something in there. They typically don't, though. Don't worry about it. I just hope working at a bank, you know the banker's rule of 72. That's all. Help you with life. But what do you think about what AI said about the military refraction test that concluded that this idea that atmospheric refraction is a thing isn't a thing? What do you think about that? And then Drace also cited from the paper. So, I mean, you can find it easily, the information. Drace, can you give him PDF or whatever it is? I've lost energy because I'm starting to lose hope in you and hope in humanity. Happens all the time. It's disappointing.
Give up yet. There's still a few humans alive.
He's going to use the I can't talk excuse so he doesn't have to say out loud using his voice the
He can't
fact
talk. He was
conspiracy.
muted.
I know that, but he said he
Oh.
can't talk because he's at the bank. He typed that in the channel.
No. Somebody asked him, what is he doing? He said bank.
Unmute him, let him talk.
But he has to answer the question first. Now, don't listen to the other troll flat earthers that I'm not even really sure of, because they're the reason that you're still a glober. People like 99% of the flat earthers that are in the way of you actually hearing shit that I would say is the reason that you and all of your friends are still flat earthers. So don't engage them in that.
What?
No
What'd you
offense,
mean
Adam.
there? No, what'd you mean there?
Is that Adam? I don't know you. That's what I mean. I can't vouch for you.
Well, I understand, but I've listened to you for years, and I mean no harm. And level means flat. You need a container for gas pressure. I don't know what else I can say.
All right, fair enough. You're a flat earther, but you have some seedy tactics there. Like you should never off topic push people away. questioning them about their work, things like this. Don't do it, especially not in this server. As a matter of fact, I think that's against the rules. Some level of doxing or something. I don't care if y'all know what I do. Y'all can't take away what I have. So, because I'm a free man. That's my last name, by the way.
Yeah.
I want to change my last name to Truman.
No,
But anyway,
I come around.
are
I
you
come
gonna
around
answer
because
AI's? Sorry.
Take one of his four.
Damn. Where are
roboting
you
against
at,
that.
Radwin is on it.
AI sounding like C-3PO.
I could tell that you've been upset with me about something for a while now, Eli.
No,
I could.
I'm not upset with you at all. I just don't particularly know who you are. Like
Dudes. You
I
gotta
don't hear
pay
you now.
attention.
I hear you now. Go ahead, let him talk. Oh fuck, AI is roboting again. Yeah, nothing against you. I'm just highly skeptical.
Well,
It's not even skeptical against your person. Like I'm just unaware. Like the way that I know Drace, like, cause we've had. I'm not saying you and I haven't had conversations, just not enough from. Like if Wave Mixer was talking, I wouldn't know who he was, and we've actually spoken outside of here briefly. But what I'm saying is I see his name. He types stuff. He says things here and there, but it's not like I've seen him in a back and forth debate multiple times. Like that's what I mean. Like I don't know you. I don't know your. Mm,
I mean, you mind if I go on for a moment?
yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let's see. Well, firstly, I'm fucking awesome. Let's just get that off the table. That one's done.
That's what's up. That's what's up.
Secondly, I have been listening since about 2019, I guess, around COVID. And that, I mean, before that even was my, waking up. I'm a 13-year-old kid looking at the swine flu and looking at the Asians doing the mask thing, and I'm like, this is freaking ridiculous. You spend years in that area watching everything, and eventually it got to be political baseball cards because that's all it was. Is this guy did this guy did that. But then you find flat Earth and you go, oh shit, this is the
Right. So
center.
in the meantime,
Go ahead.
right, sure, but in the meantime, we're waiting for our friend to answer the.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me.
For.
In the meantime, we're waiting for a robot.
And it's hard not to get into the fight, especially when you see how quick that, like AI explained the other night, how quickly, we are the bastards of the world. We are
Kind
the
of yield the
redheaded stepchild.
floor to him to give him an opportunity. Man, you don't gotta wait.
Are we supposed to be unmuting him so he can answer you? You said we don't have to wait. I don't understand. I don't speak ones and zeros.
Yeah, AI dropped out again. I think he's trying to reset his connection.
All right, what I miss?
Nothing.
All right. You didn't have to wait for me for that guy. We're going to yield the floor to and unmute him to see if he's ready to speak to the point he's supposed to address.
Yeah, before he said he had friends over, so he didn't dare speak out loud and typed a little bit. Hopefully that's over and he can speak now. Are you good to go, Kirk?
Kirk, I'm willing to accept that you'll just concede that it's necessary to parse out what is meant by atmospheric refraction before you can really talk about it, based on everything you heard me say. And if you commit yourself to actually engaging in that conversation rather than just glossing right over it and just demanding that people answer whether they believe in something or not without parsing it out first, then I will accept that. Okay, the term refraction with air quotes around it, okay, is a post hoc explanation for why every day there is supersedery observations that are greater than the globe geometric constraints would allow. Right? That's what it is. So when you ask, do I believe in that? Well, of course I believe that globers are creating a matrix of unfalsifiability for their globe by claiming all observations fit the globe, because when they don't, we will just claim bendy wendy light. You see? So I believe that. Yeah, I most certainly believe that that's what globers do. Yeah, I believe that for sure. We had a friend the other day. In fact, we got a clip. We can't play it because I haven't actually downloaded it. It's only a isolated clip, which means it starts at a timestamp, which our bot won't do because we haven't upgraded our bot yet. But the kid basically said that what model of refraction is so that any observation that's made, you can just curve the light to the observer so that every observation fits the globe. Do you know what that means? It means he has a matrix of unfalsifiability, which makes his proposition unscientific and untenable in principle, because it can't be falsified in principle. So it's no different than saying, Zora Nora, the god of love, is the reason why good girls like bad boys. And then you say, well, wait a minute, how do you prove Zora Nora is the reason? You'll be like, well, good girls love bad boys after all, don't they? And then you scratch your chin, you go, oh yeah, Zora Nora must be real.
Zora Nora is awesome, man. I guess.
Yeah, if you're a bad boy, she's awesome. But if you're If you're a good guy that wants to treat a woman respectfully, then you're going to be crapped on because Zora Nora's up to no good.
She belongs to the streets.
So Kirk decided that he's not going to concede because he hasn't been listening to you.
Oh, that's all right. He knows the burden that he has.
Yeah, so I might as well just say, yeah, sorry, Nora, I'm still available.
Okay, fine. He can type his definition, right? What does he mean by atmospheric refraction, right? When he's using that term, asking if I believe in it or not. Or he can give an example of a flat earther answering in the same manner in which he answers when someone asks, what do you mean by that? Just doubling down and asking, no, I'm not going to tell you. I just want to know if you believe it before I tell you what it is. So that's two ways to get out.
He sent you the video already.
Yo, did what y'all told.
Okay, so if it's the video that Elijah talked about, then that doesn't say what atmospheric refraction is. Okay, so let's just say that the video is what he means by atmospheric refraction. Okay, we demonstrated in conversation how that video is nothing. It's just an idea that someone has. So the answer to that is no. I don't believe that that idea that someone has, that the atmosphere is actually in definitive bands to give you a surface from which to calculate the normal for refraction. So no, I don't believe that.
Why don't any of these Globers, or do any of these Globers ever question themselves when they're claiming that what they have is not a religion, yet everything starts with the premise that you have to believe first all of these prepositions? I don't get it.
Yeah. Do you believe the Earth is a globe? No. Do you believe in gravity? I don't know. What do you mean by that? Well, things fall down. Well, of course things fall down. Aha! See, you believe it's a globe. Bruh. All right, so we'll be gracious to you, Mr. Kirk, based on the fact that your attempt to answer the question was the video, and we answered it back with a no. We don't believe that somebody's drawing is reality. And we will consider you to have met your burden, and we will release you from any punitive measures.
He's not happy with the fact that it's a religion. That's the worst point for him.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
You see, Kirk, anyone can claim that light travels like a heat-seeking missile, searching out for your eyeball because it has a mission that it was given by its creator. Hey, light, you always make sure the globe can never be falsified, no matter the supersedery range that goes past the geometry of the alleged globe that everyone believes in. Make sure you strike the observer directly in the eye. No, okay? Light cannot be demonstrated to do that. Now, if you have proof that light does that, okay, by all means, present it. But somebody's drawing of an anisotropic non-homogeneous media that has definitive demarcation points or boundaries between layers, okay, which can't possibly be true, that's not bearing that burden. Keep in mind what I quoted to you earlier. A deterministic model of refraction does not exist in the atmosphere. Does not exist. DOES NOT EXIST. does not exist. But if you
you're roboting quite hard there, just for a second, but that's a good point. I was just thinking because that last part. So for the Globers to have this light that can immediately bend directly to the observer, like disregarding the inhomogeneous medium that we do have with the gases circulating omnidirectionally above the surface, that claim is more supernatural than the supernatural in any sci-fi movie, magazine, or any other or book or any other medium. So this would be an all-seeing, all-thinking, like all-knowing light situation with an intelligence that could bend it exactly to the observer's eye, that it looks flat, even though it's supposed to be 3,959 mile radius, with the consequences at the surface of 3 miles 72 inches or 6 feet, 5 miles 16 feet, 10 miles 66.67 feet. This would be an all-knowing at every position on this globe, that the light could travel to the same observer's eye at every location at all times, immediately, right at this very moment, is supernatural. It's your God. I'll use the floor to AI.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it sounds like. Now, interestingly enough, who is the one curving that light when you think about it? Well, the answer is the person with their piece of paper that's trying to explain to you how it's curving to reach you.
Who the fuck is that
right?
guy?
So,
Who the fuck is that?
exactly, it exists.
Who the fuck is this
It
guy?
exists. It exists on a piece of paper or on a computer screen. That's where it exists.
I know. That's hilarious. It could also exist in other various ways. It can exist in a narration done by these anti-flat earthers on their video, on their YouTubes. Like, it's the God all-knowing. So yes, it could insert itself into the narration of the very anti-flat earthers themselves. Was I mistaken, or was somebody speaking underwater there for a moment?
AI is scuba diving right now.
That's pretty cool. You could probably get a little setup like that, get your little thing that hooks onto your mask, or something. I don't know, like scuba diving with Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. That's right. Blub 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 blub. I mean, blub 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 is actually more scientific than anything I've heard from any of the Globers. Blub 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 blub.
Do you speak any English?
Exactly.
That's the water. You gotta put it behind it. If you don't put it behind it,
What?
everything.
What the hell was that? I mean,
He's scuba
excuse me.
diving with AI right now. Don't worry about it.
Oh, it's kind of like surfing with the alien. I see. Scuba
They're on
diving with AI.
yeah, they're on a scuba trip together.
Yeah, that sounds like a great name for my new album.
Yeah, try to speak up, Kirk, and try to like speak at the mic.
I think he's speaking to his person sitting next to him at work. Probably the person in the lobby, for all I know.
This mic work.
Yeah, the lobby at what office though is what I'm questioning.
No, I mean that's exactly what I said. Probably sitting next to the person that I'm talking to in the lobby, or was.
Oh, I see. You're a double agent, eh? I'm only kidding. We knew this anyway.
Look at his profile picture.
I'm not. I don't like these little tiles. How they put everything in tiles. Let me see. I saw it before. Okay.
It doesn't matter what you think.
You can go outside for it. I'm sorry. Es lo mismo, ¿no?
Oh my God. Blah 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 blah. Are you there?
Well, he just got muted. He's been incoherently mumbling for a while now. I think we broke him.
Yeah. Which psychiatric ward are you in anyway? Oh, he's gone. Well, that's who the that's who the Globers are sending in here now. That's what that's the level we have here. Everybody hears it. You hear it, folks. You heard it right here. All right. Sonny's back and perfect freaking timing. And you're helping me fix my freaking okay, I'm gonna stop saying that. You guys are helping me in the process of fixing my inner tube. Yes.
Kirk, are you able to understand that you were sitting there talking and talking?
Pardon me? Are you talking to Kirk? Oh, Kirk. Kirk, are you there? Captain Kirk. Hello.
Oh, no, hold on. Don't unmute me.
Well, mute yourself then. There you go.
Oh, there you are. Okay, cool. Now you disappeared again? Oh, no, there you are. Boing, boing. My mistake. Excusez-moi. Oh, man. What a world. What a world. Ah. Tiny little pinprick. A tiny little pinprick in an inner tube, but yet they can send a tin can up to 10 to the negative 17 toward vacuum. No problem.
Bruh.
Right, I thought you might say that. It's good to be back. Thanks for lightening my mood. Help me forget about my troubles today. Yeah. There's really a lot to be grateful for. No matter where you are, there's somebody doing worse off. So we see that quite a bit in here. Sorry.
Yep.
So I'm trying to take care of some. Sorry. Go ahead. Who was that?
Did Kirk redeem himself?
I think so. How?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Yes.
He's
What
muted now.
what did you say?
I said,
AI
I said that
AI
Kirk.
unmuted him and then roboted away. Said gave him that was because he sent him a video, so AI said, "Okay, that's good enough," and unmuted him.
Okay. I don't know if that redeems him, but I guess that just means he's unmuted, I guess.
Oh yeah, he's not redeemed. He's just unmuted.
There is a delineation. Yeah, that's a delineation, isn't it? Lines
Well,
are
he was
lines. Go
he
ahead.
was he was supposed to provide what he meant in the question, do you believe in atmospheric refraction? So I say, well, what do you mean by that? So then he provided a video that showed something. And so he's saying that's what I mean by it. And in that video, we just saw them draw out what appears to be a hard boundary in the atmosphere, of which the atmosphere doesn't have hard boundaries. It's anisotropic and non-homogeneous. So then I replied to him, no, I don't believe that. Okay, you provide me that the atmosphere has perfectly horizontal bands that have boundaries that. So no, I don't believe it. There you go.
Why exactly? Why would anyone believe that? That's not how Earth. That's not how the atmo works. The gases above the surface don't act like that at all.
Again,
And you would have to. Oh, wait, can I just finish? Can I just finish? Can I just finish?
Yeah.
So they don't act like that at all. They go omnidirectionally, and they're not in a. They would have to be a static. They would have to be static for their so-called model, and that's all I wanted to say. Thanks.
Yeah, he doesn't know enough. That's the problem. He thinks that we don't know, that we haven't seen all of this stuff in and out. But I mean, obviously, you wouldn't have ground control systems able to shoot fighter jets out of the air if they weren't where they look like they were.
Exactly, and therefore everything else is all elevation angles. It like now that's what we're discovering, that everything they do above the surface, they have to use elevation angles. There has to be a place to start from. So radar included, like all of that, like sonar, radar. Think about it. It's all based on a horizontal, because where else are you going to start? You can't do any of that starting from a curved surface. So it gets even deeper now than navigation. It gets even into the heart of their own technology that does anything above or below or even below the surface.
I mean, maybe he'll kick back. Maybe look, we all know what cognitive dissonance is. Look, I'm still giving you the benefit of the doubt by saying it's cognitive dissonance. Like maybe he'll listen in, maybe he'll hear us have conversations with others. Maybe he needs this. Yo, bring your professor in here, bro. That's
Yeah,
what I want.
that would be cool. Like Sage, was it Sage the other day? Like he had a kind of a change of heart. Now I don't know if that continued. I didn't hear him since then, since the other night. But he listened long enough.
Like, you know what's crazy? What's crazy about this is motherfuckers in school have no fucking idea what's going on in this argument. Like, they have less of an idea. The
Yeah,
astronomers have less than an idea than these anti-flat earthers that have
I know.
been, connected with us. They don't
Yes,
know. Like,
yes,
you should hear
you're
how they
right.
sound when they come in here. They have no fucking clue what we're talking about. They be
Yeah,
like, "What's refraction?" Because
exactly.
obviously, what refraction actually is, and this made up idea of refraction is two different things. This made up idea of refraction is an anti-flat earth argument, which nobody really fucking knows about.
Yeah. Check this out. Like I flat smacked this coffee cart that's down here in the city where I live. So like there's a teenage son of the person that runs it, and they've been there for like 18 years or something at the same place. Anyway, so This guy's a teenager. He's in his late teens, and I had flat smacked him a few months ago, and of course they probably thought I was nuts. But now I come and talk to him, and we talked about school for a second, and I go, "What a torture chamber." He goes, "Why couldn't we just live, love, and be happy?" You know, and I said we could probably learn like everything we needed to actually learn by just doing that. And he says, or Bill Nye. so it's like it does come back around. Like now he's on the. I think he's making jest of like these people that are supposed to be the science, the speakers, you know, the educators, like like, and so this thing, yeah. So it does pay
Bill
off.
Nye, brother.
It pays off because then it goes to the conversation, because if someone's willing to open up the Bill Nye comedy specials, that then I start talking about in depth a little bit more detailed about like, yeah, what about that paper roll Earth that he was showing the ship on? Like what about left to right? So we live so water maintains a curve only going in the direction that you're looking. Hilarious. Like it's just beyond belief. So people are getting it all over. Like it really is. I think more and more people are knowing, and the other ones that just don't care are going to come along too as soon as they look at it. There's no other choice if you're logical, unless you just completely ignore everything that you could possibly test to be empirical. Did I say too much?
Okay. What's that?
Oh, I just
Drake,
I just asked if I said too much.
Oh, because that sounded like someone else saying you said too much. It's like when you walk away from your mic, you change it to a different voice.
No, I changed my voice. I probably have I probably have multiple personalities. But guess what? All of them know the Earth is flat.
Dude, your personality depends on how far away you are from the auditory receiver. Kind of like the Earth's circumference, right?
Okay, maybe so. I don't know. Or refraction kind of fits that bill too.
Exactly.
Well, Drace, can you send Kirk the information?
I did it when you asked.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, good to hear you
All
on
right.
here, Drace. Good to hear you, Drace. It's been a while.
All right, friends. We gotta address something that's been going on in the flat Earth community. So he brought up Bill Nye, which is an important part of this argument I'm going to make. So Bill Nye has a demonstration of a boat going over a model of curved water. So he makes a hard piece of wood or cardboard or something, paints it blue, calls it the curved water, puts the boat on a track, and you see the boat go over the curved water from one camera angle. And from the other camera angle, you see the boat disappear slowly from the bottom up, right? So what you tell yourself is, okay, the presence of a curved surface in between point A and point B to the boat means that I can't see the bottom of the boat. So then you go out into reality and you find a scenario where you can't see the bottom of the boat, and then you say to yourself, oh, that must be curved in the same manner in which my demonstration in Bill Nye's workshop. Okay, now we all know that that's an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy, correct? Yes, that's true. That's what it is.
Right.
So then you provide another example, which is a flat surface, right, at a very shallow angle with a low angular resolution optic, and you get the same result where there's no curve in between point A and point B. So you gave an alternative option, okay? Now, just because you gave an alternative option doesn't change the fact that the first claim was an affirming the consequent fallacy. The second example is not necessary because the form of the logic is fallacious in itself. It doesn't need anything else to inform you that it's fallacious because it's a formal fallacy. The form in which you structure the argument is fallacious. Follow? So just because someone else can give you an alternative, right, doesn't remove the fact that it's logically fallacious. So, for example, if I couldn't give you that alternative explanation, right, does that mean that your logical fallacy is no longer a fallacy?
Nope.
Right. So you still have fallacious logic. So to claim, because I can show this in this instance, means that that's what's occurring in every instance, right? Based on this logic, isn't true. It could be. Don't get me wrong. It's possible. It's just not necessary. So to say it's necessary is when you commit the fallacy. But that's what we have going
There's
on
also
in the
horizon
globe
way beyond
side.
where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Right. Right. So you could apply this exact same reasoning to other things that people are putting forward, like Earth rising up. You know, here I have an example of a density gradient being demonstrated when I apply motion to this container. Therefore, that's what the Earth is doing. It's still the same logical fallacy. And then they would say, well, you don't have a counterexample. That doesn't change that the form of your logic is fallacious. It doesn't change that.
You know the clip that who played that? Whoever just played that clip. That's Bob the science guy, right? Flathead, Mr.
Yep.
Flathead, flat in the back. And what's crazy is he was saying that, you know, that is a hump of water, right? But then in another conversation he said he never said that. I mean, are these your priests? Sir, I mean,
there's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
And then what? 1 week later or whenever it was, I never said that. That sounds retarded. Yeah, well, you said it. Like
You gotta consider, dude. What else, in their view, would be blocking it? If they say it's blocking it, then it must be something that's physically present in between point A and point B. That's the only how you get blocking, right? So the only thing that they have to block anything in their worldview is what? A curved elevation in the center, known as the Sagittah, arc of what? Water. So yes, they believe in water hills
that you can see around. Not
Dude,
only is it,
go ahead.
No, that's I wasn't gonna go ahead.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globe card.
Yeah, so we had man, I can't remember his name, come in and say that he witnessed a boat go out over the water, agreed that water's flat and level. Sorry, not flat and level, just level. But then said that he witnessed the boat raise in altitude as it went away from him, and then lower in altitude as it went away from him. Now, if something's raising up and lowering down in altitude as it goes away from you, that's going over a hill, right?
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. And if something is behind him doing the same thing, is he then inside a butt crack of the Earth? What's happening?
Yeah, butt crack Earth, brother.
But that's crazy because it's supposed to just be descending in your view, which
exactly.
I don't know.
Because it's a butt crack because it has to be.
Well, that definitely goes towards black hole theory. Yeah, butt crack Earth. It solves the black hole paradox. It also explains why Uranus opens up occasionally to let out noxious gas.
So we need to get an expert witness in this field. Must be someone.
But you know,
Some.
I'll hold out hope. I'll hold out hope because you know Brummy. I forget his other monikers, but Brummy, the boxer dude, he was a Jim Panda server person. Like
Are you
he
talking about
thought flat
reasons?
earthers were dumb for reasons. He thought flat earthers were dumb for like a year and a half, 2 years, and then he
Yeah.
met QE, and QE said, "How could you have gas pressure without a container?" And boom, he was no longer a mind diseased globe earther. Then
Yeah.
there
It's
was John
sorry.
Refracted Curvature from the FED, who also was a glober, like, oh, these guys are stupid, argued against us the same way you're arguing, Kirk. Well, worse, actually, until he saw the Black Swan argument. You know why he was afforded something that you're not? Because prior to 2020, and I can prove this to you. As a matter of fact, I kind of showed you, but I'll prove it to you. All the globe earthers, they thought that the horizon was geometric. Not refracted, not over here, not over there. All of their arguments were here's the horizon, and here's how much building is blocked by it. Here's 200 feet missing of this building in Chicago over Lake Pontchartrain. I think, right? Am I tripping? I think Lake
Oh,
Pontchartrain, right? There's
no, Lake
200 feet
Michigan.
missing.
Lake
Who?
Michigan. It would be Lake
No,
Michigan
no.
if
It's
you're
also
talking about
no.
Pontchartrain. He's
Chicago.
also correct.
Oh, my bad. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, brother. Please continue.
That's all right. So yeah, Lake Pontchartrain, 200 feet missing. Now, but that was the day before the Black Swan came out. I argued against Zanuck and I said, "Yo, you can actually see the light of the cars on the causeway, 20 something miles away." And he said the light was refracted up like 100 and something feet. I was like, how could we see that where it is? But at the same time, you think 200. Anyway, the bottom line is all of this shit went out the window when we pointed out how the horizon wasn't geometric. Now, all of a sudden, none of that shit is. All of that shit is in the garbage now. All of that shit is in the bin. They don't even show videos of blockage. That's not even a thing post 2020. So, seeing is that they used to argue that way, John Refracted Curvature was able to see, oh, well, you guys used to argue for this geometric position. Obviously, the Black Swan kills this geometric position, which the Black Swan is really the modus tollens. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. But you can apply that to pretty much anything. And that was it for him. But for you, you have a different level of wizardry where they've kind of patched up all the holes. The problem is they patched up all the holes with with wet paper, with wet
Yikes.
loose leaf. No, with wet one ply toilet tissue. And it hurts me to see you fall for the shit. I don't even know if Kirk's still listening, but good God.
Be a damn shame if he wasn't. All right, that must have been thought provoking for someone, since the person it was intended for is AFK. There is no spoon. So yeah, I think I heard Elijah in explaining what the other person's position was, is that light reflects or refracts upward, and that's how we can see it on the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. That just seems like a really far reach to me, and it doesn't sound very scientific at all to say that. I mean, to go against that you can see it because of that reason. I mean, is that person just entertaining themselves and see how far they can, whatever they're doing? I didn't talk to the person, so I can't really comment anymore. Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear
we
you.
can hear you, Jenny. I just wasn't paying much attention. I was typing.
You're good, bro.
Kirk, are you still here?
Is Elijah still here? Is Bueller here? Bueller? Bueller?
Yeah, I'm still here. What's up, Jenny?
What up, bro? You were talking, and then the person you were talking to just kind of like wafted off into who knows where.
Yeah, it's all good. Maybe he's reading.
It could be anything.
Maybe he's trying to study up on why these flat earthers are so flippin' crazy.
Oh, you know what I need, Sonny? I need to get a baseball hat and cover it with tinfoil. Walk around the house. My mom will just start giggling.
Yeah, good idea.
Mm-hmm.
I do the same.
Oh,
I
and
just
you know
got
what
it.
I'm gonna do? I'm gonna pull a prank on my mom. I saw this meme, and it had somebody wrote on top of aluminum foil, and it said "Flat Earth." I think I saved the meme, but it said "Flat Earth tinfoil."
I think the tinfoil ball cap is going to have some antennae on it. So, but for myself, they're going to have to be aerodynamic antennas. So, I think maybe
Oh.
I'm thinking about like the wings of Mercury on the sides. I think that would be aerodynamic, and act as antennas also. Thanks.
Mm. All right, bravo, Sonny.
Is that because of the spin of the Earth? You're thinking that the wind, you're going to need the aerodynamic hat? Is that why?
No, because I'm on a bicycle. Or I will.
Oh.
Once I finish fixing it, I'm working on it. It's pretty hard for a cripple.
Or
I have a right hurt
Sonny,
hand and a left hurt shoulder, so I'm working with. Yeah, go ahead.
would it matter if your antenna was like behind you?
No, I don't think so. So they could be swayed back like the wings of Mercury, you know, like he has got wings on his feet or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe he's got wings on his helmet too. Someone
You
look
could
that
take
up.
your helmet and cover it with tinfoil.
Tinfoil, and then make tinfoil wings of Mercury on the ball cap.
Yeah.
You get it?
Yes.
That's what I'm
Yes.
talking about.
Why are you guys doing this?
Oh, we don't know. What do you want to do? Oh, because tinfoil hatters, you know. Something. What did you? It was Sonny's fault. It was something he said. It's his fault. Are you trying to save us from? Hey, God Rockin'.
How are you? It's been a while. You haven't been around much, but I've seen you've been here the last couple of days or so. Nice to see you.
No. Well,
Nice
I've been honing my camping skills in the very far corner of my mom's house.
Oh, nice.
I know. I got quite the damn setup, I must say. I'm getting my system down pat so I can go camping for real.
For real, for a long time, maybe, or something?
Oh, well, I don't know, like a day or two or something. I don't know. It depends on the area. I just found how to look on the Department of Natural Resources for my state, which areas allow backpack, where you can backpack in and tent in non-designated camping areas for free. And that's what I want.
That's so weird
Yep.
because when I grew up, and you could go camping anywhere, it didn't matter. There was no regulation. You could put your backpack on, strap your tent, take what, go wherever you wanted in national forest.
Right.
There was no
Right.
regulation.
And well, see, I was trying to find what things that are classified, I think federally. I'll have to look under federal sites maybe, but and maybe the DNR is at federal, but it was a state site. Anyway, an area designated as a conservation area, it does allow camping. And the reason why I know that is because in Missouri, I stayed for quite some time in one. It was in Bloomingdale, Missouri. And I'm trying to.
That's just weird. That's just weird to me because where I live, it's like you just go camping. It doesn't matter where it is, or there's no. I mean, there might be regulations that I'm not aware of that are new or whatever, but it's never been that way. You know, you just.
Well, you got to remember, we reside in a world where people don't give a fuck, and that way there's got to be regulations and such. Like people wouldn't automatically use the philosophy of leave no trace. People are idiots, so that's why they got to do shit like that. I guess that's my.
There's no doubt people are idiots. They leave garbage around. There's certain people that have ruined it for other
irritating. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm swear to God, I'm gonna make some damn signs that say "Don't be a dick. Take care of your trash." I must, because there's this one place right along the river, really close by here, and it's absolutely beautiful. And you're trying to tell me human beings don't know how to pick up a fucking can? It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, don't be a dick. Pick up your trash. It's real simple. Yeah, that's my pet peeve. It's my pet peeve. Okay, so we have allowable areas for us to navigate freely, these little small areas, and people got to fuck it up.
Yeah, lazy people that can't pick up their garbage. Bullshit.
Yeah. So disrespectful.
Yeah, the big man that can't even pick up his own trash. What does mommy need to come back behind you?
Yeah,
Like
your mommy don't work here.
no, I actually call out people in the street that do that. I don't care who they are. Like 6'5". Like, yeah, pick up your own trash, you big fucking baby.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I know. Damn about to like throw down in a moment here.
Right? It's just disrespectful to other people. It's like, geez. The stuff people
You're
put
too
in
old to throw
trash.
down, honey. You're too old for that. You don't need to be hurting yourself now, damn it.
Well, okay, so this is what I thought I would do for my own benefit, right? So I was going to take my mom, well, formerly my stepdad, but he's passed, this handy dandy battery operated weed eater, kind of take care of my favorite spot, make sure it's free of foliage that would attract bugs and shit. Yep, so I can just back up in there with my SUV, pop up the top, and just lounge around.
Well, you better
So
check
that I would be willing to do.
your weed eaters are legal to use.
What? I can't hear you. You sound like you're talking through a can.
Oh, I know. It's my mic. It's messed up. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
No, that's much better. What did you just say?
I said you better check the area to make sure that weed eaters are legal in that area. There's so many regulations out there.
Oh, yeah, yeah. All right, so this is my plan. What I was going to do is I like to get up early in the morning, and so I would just go when the first light, and nobody's going to fucking be around, and I'm just going to do it then. That's what my plan is. I'm going to be covert. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, get in there and get out. So, yeah. But, yeah, I appreciate you bringing it up, and I did, I kind of thought of that already. And it'd have to be like a Saturday morning. Because, city officials or, employees, they're not going to be working on no Saturday unless it's some special project or something. Chances are no.
Wow, you must have a whole different situation out there where you live, because we don't worry about nobody working or what. You just go camping, you just do whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I just don't want to have to pay for camping. I don't need any amenities. I have my own amenities.
Right. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, there's a lot of campgrounds around here that they
So my
charge
next thing
you.
I think I'm going to do is DIY my own shower system. Those little pump sprayer things. And I'm going to like put a different attachment onto it and shit. It's going to be fun. So, yep.
Jenny, try the solar shower. That's actually the best way.
Oh, you're right. I did see that. But I'm looking for no cost right now. And I just bet in my stepdad's garage, there's some sort of thing that I could use for my entire project. I'm pretty confident. I'm damn confident. But we'll see. But yeah, the solar shower, that would definitely be on a future like wish list for camping. Mm-hmm. And then also like making up a shower curtain or something. You can buy the setups where it pops up and everything. That would be my jam.
But the solar shower bag, it's only like $10. It's $10 or
Really?
$11. Yeah, like less than 15, I think.
Oh, well, I'll maybe save myself some time DIYing it and just
Yeah,
get that.
it's just like a black plastic bag that you set in the sun all day long, and then it gets hot, and then when evening time comes and it's time to shower, you got a nice warm shower, and it's just heated up by the sun. They're cheap as hell, like Sonny said. I think it's a black bag that gets hot sitting in the sun.
Yeah, I've watched a ton of camping videos and shit. I know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. In fact, you could probably make one. You could probably make one yourself pretty easily.
Yeah, more than likely. I probably could. There's probably some DIY video on it for YouTube.
You're only going camping for 1 or 2 days. You don't really need a shower, do you?
Actually, no. I cheat and I buy those large personal wipes. You know, like it's mainly marketed for like older adults. You know, like what I mean. But I think they're becoming more popular now. So yeah, I just use that, and I do. Of course, bring extra water, and so yeah, I definitely make concession for that. I don't need to have a shower, but I think it would be extra cool to be able to come up with something at some point.
That's funny you say these wipes for older people. Because I'm older, Jenny, but I don't have any wipes because I'm not to that point yet. I can still take a shower and I can do my own thing, and I don't need no wipes around to wipe my ass. I can take care of that in the bathroom.
Well, now we got that straightened out. I'm glad that got brought up. Okay.
Yeah, let's get that straightened around right now. I'm not that old.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, but I think I'll have to pay attention how they're marked the wording on it next time. Yep. Old people butt wipes.
Oh, geez.
Funny, not funny. I get it. But yeah, man. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to think of any amenities I can create for myself so I don't need a campsite. So like, I bring my own fire starter system and, like maybe my own kindling. And then I've got, like a bag for wood to bring with me. Yeah, I got a whole motherfucking big list.
I bring a chainsaw. That's what I bring.
Yeah, I'm just gonna think a little more like a smaller, like I don't know what kind of saw you call it. Is it a hacksaw? I don't know. Where it's got the long, like skinny blade across the bottom, and then it's got like the bar that holds it, and then the handle.
Actually make for camping a hand chainsaw now. So it's a chainsaw and it's got 2 handles, and you pull it back and forward and it cuts through the timber. So you use it like a
hedge trimmer.
Yeah, but it's just hand operated. So it's just the chain with the teeth and 2 handles, and you just pull it with both hands, like around the back of the branch, and it cuts it really nicely. I've got one.
Wow. Well, that seems kind of heavy.
Chainsaw about a year ago, he bought me a brand new little chainsaw, and
That's not heavy.
I
just love it. I mean, I'm chainsaw certified to cut burning trees on a fire. It's called a Sawyer. I've got a lot of experience with chainsaws, and so when I go in the mountains, I take a damn chainsaw and I cut down any firewood I want. I always cut standing dead trees, though. They're not dead, you don't cut them. Cut a standing dead tree. When it falls, you got all the wood you need for days.
Green wood don't work out too good.
No, you don't have any business cutting a growing tree anyway. There's plenty of standing dead trees in the forest, at least around
here. But yeah, I think like smaller tools is what I was after, like maybe some heavy duty nippers and like a hatchet and some sort of like trowel, the real basic primitive stuff.
Yeah, you're talking physical labor.
Well, yeah, I mean, I do want to have amenities for myself, but I mean, I don't want to forget, everything where I'm going to be. I do have a little camping toilet, but
Dig a hole.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
What did you say? Dig a hole?
Yeah, dig a hole, dig a hole. Dig a hole.
I've done that a few times.
Yo.
I just posted a picture in the live stream of what I was talking about. It's just a little hand tool.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not following you.
That's like can you see the little tool?
Doesn't look
It's like
like a
a
tool to
chain. It's
me.
like a chainsaw. And you wrap it
Yeah, so
around.
that's
You put one
yeah.
hand on
So
each one of those black handles, and you just go
I
back and
think it's
forth with it, and it cuts through really good. Those are nice to have.
it
it's a
cuts through better than a saw.
manual chainsaw.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's what it is. And they work
Dude,
well.
that's
They really do.
amazing.
I mean, you got to be
And it's got a cute
look
little
at them.
pouch for it.
Yeah,
Aw,
leather.
It's a
You can
little bit
nice.
of
find them
work
pretty
to use
cheap
one of
on
those, but they do
Amazon and
work
stuff
well.
like
How much are those bad boys?
that. The ones like these, well that one's expensive, but 84. So this is Australian dollars. You can get one for $39 Australian. So you
American
should be able
money?
to find. You should be able to find one for like $25.
No shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
one of these days I'm gonna have to go to a serious camping store and make up a real wish list and whatnot. I mean, I kind of already have one, but yeah, that's pretty fancy.
It cuts
That's a
through
neat
like
little
butter.
tool.
I love it.
Ooh, you know what?
It's
The
the
coolest tool I've come across of everybody's top 10 whatever lists of camping hacks and all that was the device is called Hot Lips, and I think it's like I don't know what the material, latex or whatever, that's heat resistant, and you put it over the portion of the cup or what have you where you're going to put your mouth on it, and you don't burn yourself on the metal of the campfire cup or pot. But
Miguel,
yeah,
that
that
guy
was
swinging that chainsaw around that hedge, that's got to be the stupidest thing I've ever seen somebody do
what?
with a chainsaw. My goodness.
Dude, what are you talking about? Seriously
In the
though?
live
Is
stream,
is he pulling my chain? Is that what he's fucking doing or what?
no, he's
What
swinging a chainsaw on a rope or something. And I've never seen anything so stupid.
are you talking about? That's a backpacker like emergency kind of tool.
No, I'm talking
Nah,
about
the
the
guy
video
swinging
below
the
that.
chainsaw around.
Oh. Yeah, people are morons. They'll do anything for views.
Yeah,
What the
that
fuck?
guy needs his head.
Moron. All right, that's pretty moronic there. I mean,
Yeah, I guess that's pretty normal for today. You're saying? I
I
guess.
guess, yeah.
The other good thing that I value very much is the collapsible bowls.
Oh, dude.
That
You know what
yeah
though? Yes. Okay. So as a little bit of a hack, I could do a pet bowl. They're like you could buy them at the dollar store.
yeah that's right yeah. So
I mean, so
I've got
there's
a
a
big
shit ton. There's a shit ton of collapsible, convenient shit. Okay, so I came across this one YouTuber, um, the Prepared Wanderer. This dude is fucking amazing. Okay, so he takes I forget what brand of toolbox, but it's a rolling toolbox, and the depth of the toolbox expands out into like different compartments. And, anything you could dream of for like a camp kitchen that dude had in there, it was fucking incredible. And so, anyway, I'm going way off into the weeds. What were we originally talking about?
yeah
Like a second
no
ago,
that's
what
all
did you
right.
say? What did you say?
Oh, the collapsible bowls, but
Oh my gosh, yeah. There's like
yeah
you can buy like a whole set and everything. And I think the cool thing I saw was a foldable spatula. It was pretty badass. Where the pots and pans, like the handle folds
yeah
into towards the pan. Those are kick ass. Um, so yeah, it's real easy to make a wish list for camping gear. And I
yeah.
just recently came
What I've
across the.
started. Oh, yeah, sorry, go.
No, you go ahead. What do you start
No, I
doing?
was just going to say what I've over the years what I've come across is now I take less and less stuff.
Yes.
Like things become essential and others become kind of luxuries.
Right.
And you quickly realize what you don't need. Like you go, oh, that'd be great because, you know, that's what I
Yeah.
do at home. And then you kind of adapt to camping and you go, well, I don't do that when I'm camping, so I don't need that.
True that, bro. I mean, I forget the
Yeah.
other YouTuber I came across that was saying that exact same thing. It's almost like he was saying, he goes into quite the detail on this issue where, you know, it's almost like it's a fine line. Like you don't want to take too much
Yeah.
and because of space, but then again, you don't want to short yourself either and not take enough.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of a debate, really, in that community of
Yeah,
what is needed, what is truly needed to get by.
Yeah, that's right. I have little stackable boxes, and then I take a spare box with me every time I go. And if there's something I haven't used, I put it in the spare box. And then when I get
Oh, good
home, I take
deal.
it out. And then I've come up with a minimalistic kit.
Nice. Yeah,
But then
that's kind of what
of
I'm
course,
shooting for. Mm-hmm.
yeah. When I go by myself, it's a lot different from when I'm taking the family. So, you know.
Yeah, of course. So like I did the same thing. Like I've been actually using my camping gears if I was out actually camping. And I have 2 totes that are the exact same size and they got the clamps on the side, which are a must have. A must have. You have to have that. But anyway, there was a battery operated fan that's got a light on it and then a
Oh yeah.
lantern and I wasn't and a lantern and I wasn't using either one, so it came out and that can stay in my vehicle. But I'm gonna pack accordingly to where, you know, I have my however many totes can fit on the one side of my SUV in the back, and the other side would be emergency if it's raining like hell. I can take shelter in my vehicle and have my sleeping bag in there and shit.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's super fun. There's endless amounts of stuff to do and, you know, like prepare for. It depends on how much you're able to haul gear, you know. I mean, backpack camping is a whole nother talk show. I
That's a
mean,
different game, yeah.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can have a
So,
lightweight, foam mattress, a lightweight tent,
mm-hmm.
a
I'm
sleeping
able to
bag.
sleep. I'm able to sleep on a folded yoga mat and then my
Yeah,
sleeping bag and be totally fine.
yeah.
But with
And with an
that, I put,
inflatable, have you got an inflatable pillow?
dude, I gotta get something like that. I gotta get a camping pillow
Yeah.
because, you know, moisture and that shit'll turn into fucking, what do you call it? Mold and make you fucking sick.
And,
But
also,
yeah,
I found with those trips, I have a vacuum sealer and a dehydrator for the food.
dude,
So
dude,
I
I need to
can
get
make like
another one.
a pasta or something like that, and I put it in the dehydrator, and then I vacuum pack vacuum seal the bags,
Dude,
and
how much did
it's
you pay
really
for your
light.
dehydrator? How much did you pay for your dehydrator? I would love to have one.
Maybe like $100. I think the vacuum
Oh,
sealer was $50.
damn. I need to get that. That sounds incredible. I need to get one. My mom
Vacuum
had one
sealer
when
is the
we're.
best thing that I've ever bought in my life.
The vacuum
Oh,
sealer, yeah,
most
they're so
Yeah.
good.
definitely.
I used to freeze
Because
all
you can
kinds of
chuck
food. You know, you go to the store, you buy whatever you want. I've frozen it in bags and whatnot, but like the vacuum
The
sealer changes the
dehydrator.
game. It's as big as a revelation as knowing that the Earth is not a globe.
Okay, the dehydrator, that takes it up even more up on another
Yeah,
level, if you ask
Yeah.
me.
then you got lightweight.
It's the next
And
level if you know what I mean.
Yes. It's a whole nother level. But yeah, for sure, dude. All you need is something to boil your water in and bam, you're good to fucking go.
yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh my
I
gosh.
find
That
the only problem I have with like backpack camping is you have to take all your own water, which that becomes the weight because
Yeah.
you can't Like you can't not take water. Unless you're near a stream, you can take the little tablets which take all the shit out of the water. But
It
you
really
know,
depends on where you are, I guess, too. Because I'm in Canada, I'm in Quebec, and like water
yeah,
is more
plenty of
abundant
fresh
here
water.
than air. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if
But
you're
okay, so
if you're in the outback, then maybe
Yeah, you got to
so
take your own water here. Yeah, definitely.
so if you were to purchase those dehydrated meals in the camp store, those things are crazy motherfucking expensive. I mean,
Yeah,
if I was
and they have a lot of
a
preservatives in them as well. So
ew.
you can make your own
Yeah.
food, dehydrate it, and have no preservatives in it. If you
Hell
vacuum seal it, you'll be fine.
dude, I
It's a
so
major convenience
appreciate
factor.
it. Dude, I so appreciate. Oh man, like how many different? Do you just dehydrate whatever?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, and then you just add water in your pot
Some things
and
don't
bring it.
reconstitute like super well, but I mean that's like a
I can find that out. I'm sure there's a whole
yeah.
community that does this shit
Yeah,
on YouTube. I'm sure.
yeah, for sure.
Oh
Game changer.
man. Oh, I could do vegetables. Oh, I got to put a
Oh
bug in my
yeah, for
mom's
sure.
ear.
So
I got
I
to
hate
put a bug in my mom's ear is what I need to do. Mhm. Anyway, who was going to say something just now?
to be the party pooper, but can I ask a question?
Yes, you sure can.
Okay, so I've been talking to some guys that I know, and they keep harping on this Santiago to Australia flight path.
Mm.
And you can definitely do it. Like, I don't think that anyone disputes that, like, there are planes that fly from Santiago to Australia, right? Or Sydney, wherever.
Yeah,
I have,
Sydney,
correct.
yeah.
My
I,
wife's
I,
done it twice. She's
I have a
Colombian,
buddy.
so she's done it
Yeah.
twice.
That's so
Yeah.
funny, actually. My buddy is a pilot. His wife's Colombian, too. So that's actually funny synchronicity.
Can,
'Cause the
can
guy
I
that
get a witness?
the guy that I'm mostly talking to about this, like I said, he's a pilot. So um,
Yep.
it's not that like the question is whether you can do it or not, right? If they want to create a straw
No.
man about that, then whatever. I don't need to discuss it
Yeah.
further.
You can do it. Yeah.
But it's not about whether it can be done or not, but it's about the flight times, right? So he's telling me, and I
Well,
mean
it doesn't.
I trust the guy. Like, you know, as much as a glober he is, he's not like a liar generally.
Yeah.
So
But has he flown that flight?
no, see, he's flying in the northern hemisphere or whatever, the center of the plane. Um,
Well, that's not the problem area.
no, I get that, but because of that, he has knowledge of what planes fly there, and he says that the maximum speed that the planes go is about 1,000 kilometers an hour, or I guess 600 and whatever
Yeah. Well,
miles.
that's airspeed.
Okay,
So there's a difference between airspeed and ground speed.
so
So
exactly, he
the
used the
only
word Mach. Like, I guess that's more of the airspeed. I'm just kind of translating it into kind of what I can understand as
yeah. Well,
somebody who
when
is a
you're
layman
over
when it comes to like
when you're over the ocean, you
airplanes
can't
or
actually when you're over the ocean, you can't detect ground speed. So because you've
so
got
see.
no
I don't disagree with you, and I'm okay with that answer, but I don't think that answer satisfies
Well, I didn't
the.
finish.
Sorry, my apologies.
So you got
Keep going. I'm
ground
going to shut
speed,
up.
and then no, you don't have to. It's just, and you got ground speed and airspeed. So if your airspeed is say 700 miles, yeah, and then the actual wind speed that you're in, if that wind is traveling at 300, then you can potentially be traveling at a ground speed of 1,000 miles per hour
Okay.
without actually knowing. So there are wind currents up in the sky, yeah.
Yeah.
So the other problem is, like, they say, oh, this point to this point is this far. How do you measure distance over sea, over water? You can't, can you?
I mean, I guess you. I mean, the only way to really, I guess you could say, physically do it would be to have
Are you gonna
like
say sail?
Well, no, I was gonna say like have it like like a literal measuring tape, but obviously that's completely infeasible and
But
basically
you've
impossible.
got currents. You're on a
Yeah,
fluid.
yeah.
You don't know the distance. The only way to work out distance is speed and time. Yeah.
Right.
So if you don't, like if you're on a moving surface like the water, then how do you get your distance?
So
You get a water speed, but that speed might be going backwards. So you're going forwards at 5 miles per hour, and then you're going forward at 10. The water's going backwards behind you at 5. So really, you're going 5, but the boat reads that you're going 10. So
okay.
you think you're traveling 10 miles per hour, but really you're traveling 5. But also the opposite can work. Yeah, you've got a back
Right.
current. So you could be going 20 miles per hour, but the boat water speed is only reading 10, but you're really traveling 20. So these distances between land, we don't actually know how far they are.
So I don't want to punch down or punch sideways or punch up or whatever, but is this the best explanation that we can come up with for something like this? And again, it's not
For what
because
though?
well,
Like
no, no, and like
he makes a
take
claim that
yeah,
airplane
yeah.
flights prove the globe. How?
No, no, no. They're not necessarily saying that the. Well, yeah, I guess you're right. What I'm saying is that I guess from the perspective of the conversations that I've had,
Yeah.
it's kind of a secondary issue because they still won't
Well, there's no
even
curvature.
exactly
Yeah.
they still won't come out with me to the water. Like I live on an island. I'm in Montreal, so like
Yeah.
we have some places that like, and I've done the observation myself over 18 kilometers, and it's not some of these huge ones that they've done, but obviously there should be 50 feet of curvature, and I can see a lighthouse like from the base up. Um, so I guess like I'm kind of asking the question, not really kind of wanting an answer in a sense, because like until they can
The problems
accept
are,
that.
like they're using a plane as a measuring device. But if you don't know, you've got so many variables that you can't measure.
I mean, that's what I said, and it just was, straw men and diversion. So, I mean, maybe it's just not their time, and I get that.
Well,
I just like,
what their argument is they show you a map, flat map, and they go, see, this is your map. It doesn't work on this map. You go, well, what if that map is not the map?
hmm,
That's just like, how do we know that that's the map? We've got no idea. We jump on a plane, we follow beacons, and they take us to our destination.
yeah,
That's all pilots do. When they're over ocean, they're following the shipping lanes. So they fly, they point in a direction, then they'll get a beacon reading over the ocean. It'll say you're 10 miles off course, correct, northwest. Then they hit the next beacon. Oh, you're back on course. Yep, no worries. They don't have a globe in the cockpit flying around a ball.
yeah. I guess the
Like
realistic answer to this is like I've said this multiple times, and I'm gonna be a little more not say aggressive because like these are guys I've known for like
not aggressive.
20
Yeah, you
years.
don't have to.
Like they're guys I've known for 20 years. Like
Well, ask him if
it's
he
not like
flies
there's going
around
to
a
be a
ball or
problem
not.
with the relationship after, but
Yeah. Ask
I
him if
just
he flies around a ball.
well he says the nose dipping, that's not how it works, and I just have to really I think hammer in like you have to come out with me and do the observation and you tell me what's going on.
Well, he's in a plane cockpit, like
I
he
don't
should be
mean
able to.
I don't mean that. I mean for the curvature. Like the plane thing is like I just had that question because that's something
Yeah,
they've been going off on the last couple of days.
yeah.
Oh, but
Ask him how
this
that flight
Australia.
proves. Ask him how that flight proves the globe.
Well, they say again, it's exactly like what we had discussed earlier. It's because they have a idea in their head about the speed of the plane, and if you extrapolate that, there's going 1,000 kilometers an hour approximately, then it would travel X distance in given time.
You know what you should ask him. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
Well, what you should ask him is if there's any practical difference between what he does and what he thinks he would do on a flat Earth.
Yeah, I like that.
See what he said.
See, the thing is, I think that like I don't want to be that guy who says like some people are completely lost. But I actually, the more like every day that I live, I feel that more and more. Like I don't think there's a certain percentage of people who I think will actually just never get it. Cool.
Yeah, plane flights don't prove anything.
No,
Either way.
I agree. I agree with you, but like it's not like anything for me necessarily to say like this happened and so like it really just comes down to, like I said, the observation of the non-existent curvature is really, I think that's what got me. Like, I mean, I've been into like this idea since maybe 2017, and then I kind of like, I mean, there's that meme about the stages of Glober, like Glober denial or whatever. I think I moved through the first couple of stages quick, but then I was stuck in like a, could it be, for quite a long time, and then maybe about a year ago I was like, no, for sure it is. Like I've known for a while it is. It's just been that like it's like to not make it seem funny, but it to a degree it does seem like almost like a coming out of the closet kind of thing, because once I started like talking about it, it became it's kind of funny how it works. It became almost the only thing we all talk about now. Like even if from their perspective it's all jokes and ha ha ha, you must be so stupid. Like it's just funny how like it just took over like the conversation of a lot of things. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm satisfied with the answers I got. To me, like this is not something that is such a big problem, but it was just something that they kept harping on. So I was like, can I get like maybe a little bit better of an explanation so that I can not necessarily dismiss it or anything, but be like, the truth is that we can't really know. Did I just come in here and just completely silence the whole Discord? What happened?
Everybody's stunned, speechless. No words for this.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel sometimes, like, shit, man. The best one was earlier today when I was talking about the lighthouse. I get a message back. Can we just circle back to the fact that you're basing flatness of the Earth on being able to see a lighthouse from a distance? A lighthouse which is made to notify people from a distance to not take their boat towards land? Just have to point out the absurdity of saying you can see a lighthouse from far away, therefore no curvature. It was literally made to be seen by anyone in the area of the water.
Yeah, that's not addressing the argument though.
No, but
because the point is where it is with respect to what the Earth curve should be, right?
It's exactly literally the point. He's like literally exactly acknowledging what I'm trying to say. the light would go off into space or wherever, you know, like
Yeah, he's making your argument.
literally.
That's
It's
right.
like
It was made to be
exactly.
seen.
It would only work on a plane.
And if they were making it to be seen on a globe, they wouldn't make it like that because it wouldn't be seen.
They would have to point it down at the exact right angle that like it would just skim the water at the physical horizon, and that would be the best possible lighthouse that you could ever make.
So what are they trying to say then? They're making it to be seen like while accounting for curvature and plus refraction.
Well, I guess exactly.
Like,
They're assuming that light is bending somehow around, you know, the globe.
Yeah.
That's
Let's see where
the main crux of the
Yeah,
idea
let's see
that
where
they're trying to get at, I think.
let's see where they calculated for that in the design plans.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially when it comes to the fact that the atmosphere or whatever, atmos plane, the air around us is not constant. So building a lighthouse would actually be futile because you could never be sure that the right weather conditions would exist for that light to even hit the area on a boat to signal there's a shoreline. It's obviously all very insane. But some people are plugged in, man.
Yeah, it's like, just give up. Come on.
Well, that's why I say, like, I really just have to like force the issue. I think of like, come see the lack of curvature with me. Like, you don't have to accept like what I'm saying just based off of this. It's like, I mean, it's kind of like what Dave Weiss says in some of the videos where he like he'll talk to somebody for an hour and he'll tell them like, if you believe the Earth is flat after this hour, like that's not good. You shouldn't. 1 hour of research into this is not enough. Not even close. I mean, I like I said, I've been on this for 6 months, like hard, and like I know I'm only barely scratching the surface.
Right, because you can hear all the arguments, and in and of themselves, they can be sound, right? But you still have to go and find out: is this stuff true? Is the information they're giving me true? Are the numbers or the math what they say it is? Right? Is it true that you can see beyond what you should with the curvature? Like, you can hear the claims, but you have to go and check it out, right?
Exactly. And that was even for me. Like I said, for me, the thing that really, like, it's not even to say I'm too trusting. I wouldn't even say that at all. I'm actually pretty paranoid. But I think that like it's the preponderance of evidence, right? When you have 1,000 people filming something that shouldn't exist, meaning, you know, a distance observation that could not exist on a globe. There's no way, I mean, mathematically, that every single person is running it through Photoshop. Like, that's an even bigger conspiracy than the globe conspiracy would have to be. To actually claim that everybody who's filming these long distance shots is somehow manipulating it. That's a way bigger conspiracy.
It's ridiculous. How do you even manipulate like a camcorder video at the beach like that to look authentic like that?
Oh, but well, this is the thing, right? These are the same people who like buy the whole the narrative on evolution. You know, even a 0.0000000000001% chance means it could happen. So, what do you have to say to that, huh? There could be a 0.000000000 chance that it could happen.
Then after that, they're going to defer to Occam's razor, right?
But the simplest explanation is just that you see too far.
Exactly. Well, that's what they give us all the time. Occam's razor, Occam's razor.
Funny enough, I've never heard the Occam's razor argument. Like,
well, I have. Not really lately, though.
Like, in what context, though? Because, like, the Occam's razor argument, I don't see how any of the Occam's razor argument could exist.
They use it a lot for NASA and moon landing and stuff like that.
Meaning that, like, they would have had to have been telling the truth because it would have just been too hard to, like, fake it?
Yeah, it would have been too hard to fake it. The simplest story is that they just did it, like they said.
Check it out, you guys. Hold on. Check it out, you guys. Remember that Occam's razor is not the simplest explanation. It's the explanation with the least amount of fallacies or presuppositions. The least amount of presuppositions.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, so it's a logical sequence. It's not the simplest one. It's the one that requires the least amount of presuppositions. That's it.
Cool. Thank you for the new information. I feel like my brain is expanding every day. And I'm not being sarcastic. I'm just, I had a few drinks today, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's crazy how many different areas this conversation leads into and just how much you find out about everything.
Well, exactly. Like I've always been like, ever since like, like 2014, 15, that's when I kind of got into like the alternative information realm. And a lot of it started on like, the secret space program and the aliens are going to touch my butt and like shit like that. So, but once you kind of go a little bit deeper and, it, the truth is that there's no bottom to the rabbit hole. Like it just keeps going. You just have to, I think once you get past the flat earth thing, like it's already such a like mind bending, like ego destroyer that in a way it's good and it's bad. It can be very positive, but also negative in the sense that you're willing to accept a lot more like fantastical information, but also that means you could be very easily led falsely. And I
I
found
would
that a
kind of
lot.
disagree there
Okay.
because, like, the globe is fantastical and you're definitely less susceptible to accepting that.
Yeah, I mean, in the context of what I was trying to, where I was getting at is like, I was like I'm in Canada, so like we had like a lot of tyranny in the last couple of years, for certain reasons that we won't talk about. But once people kind of like accepted in their mind that like the government, they lie about a lot. I feel like in that community, it ends up being like there's a lot of viral information that goes around that's not true. Like there was a video that was circulating around. It's like a 15-minute clip of Justin Trudeau talking about taking away people's rights, and but that video is actually, it is false. As much as he's doing that, like actually that video in context shows that he was not talking about this specifically, but people ran with that as if it was like, look, it's proof he's, destroying civil liberties. It's like, actually, that's not even what he said. Like, but I don't disagree with you about him destroying civil liberties. And speaking of that, I don't know if I can get too much into this, but do you guys know about what's going on in Canada with the news sharing legislation that they just put in? I'm going to assume, I guess people don't know about it. I'll just keep talking about it so that there's, information put out there. But they made it basically illegal to share news on social media, from misinformation. And I'm sure you guys have seen that clip from maybe about a month or two ago. It might have been longer, but Justin Trudeau is talking about how we have to censor the internet because people are starting to believe that the earth is flat and it's very dangerous. I'm paraphrasing, but that is the gist of what he said, which is insane. Whoever, what, how did ever a belief that the earth is flat ever hurt somebody? I mean, realistically, right? Like people lie all the time and actually causes very bad damage, like to the world when it comes to like fake wars and everything. But like, what flat earth believer is causing physical harm to anybody by believing, or not even believing, but knowing that the earth is not a globe?
You're harming their bottom line with all the funding they get.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you open it up a little bit and kind of understand that they talk like, out the side of their mouth. Exactly. They're not exact. He's not exactly lying. He's not lying when he's saying that the belief in the flat Earth is dangerous. Yeah, it is hella dangerous for people who want to continue to lie. Anybody else have anything interesting to talk about? I feel like I've been talking a lot. This is a gift I've had, though, so.
Don't worry. People will cut you off when they're ready to talk.
Mm.
You're doing good.
All right. Well, welcome to the Truckistan podcast, where I just keep talking.
Well, you're not lying, so that's a bonus.
I mean, I try not to. I was having this discussion with a friend the other day about like whether lying would be good, right? I have a buddy who his sister has like a pretty severe like autoimmune problem. Not necessarily related to some of the very safe and very effective medicine that people have been taking recently because she had it before. But the point is that I was telling him she should look into a ketogenic diet. Not necessarily for the long term, but because it has a lot of benefits when it comes to anti-inflammatory properties and being able to metabolize fats as fuel instead of carbohydrates. And he's like, I've tried to talk to her, and I'm like, why don't you just lie to her? Like, tell her that like a friend who did this and like they got like so much benefit, so that she at least tries it, right? Because a lot of these people, they kind of sink into their victimhood and they kind of like it, being a victim. Oh, I have this problem, I can't do things. So like, would that be like it is a lie, but like, would it be wrong to do that? Like, if it could potentially like change your family's life? Like without any like negative, like without any harms to other people. I mean, because like obviously if you lie about being able to, if you lie about something like to get money, for instance, yeah, maybe you harmed someone, but like
What would you be lying about?
well, I told him that he should tell her that he has a friend who had a similar issue and that they did this and it cleared up for them.
So if that's true, couldn't you just find an example of that and then just use that rather
Yeah,
than
he
just
has,
saying a
but I
friend?
think like do you know Jordan Peterson?
Yeah.
Yeah, so his daughter and him, I guess, had some sort of problems like with this also, and they tried like they
All
call it like
meat.
a carnivore diet, exactly, and like because of the properties of not consuming carbohydrates, you're not spiking insulin, and insulin is super inflammatory. So a lot of this inflammation related disease tends to kind of go away when you adopt a low insulin diet. And like he's brought that up to them, but I feel like it's too impersonal. You know what I mean? It's like kind of out there. It's like in an orbit, if you will, to at least keep some topic for what's
You want
going
it
on
to be,
here.
you want it to be more personal than just offering advice because it worked for somebody else.
Exactly. It's like yeah, this random person on the internet did it, and it worked for them because this person is like very plugged in. Like his sister, I mean, is very plugged in. Has no idea who like any of these people are. Not that like you should know who Jordan Peterson is, but he's got his own problems. But um, just that like it's as good as saying like a Martian, a purple Martian did it and it worked. Like
Just tell them that you've been doing a lot of research on it, and if they respect you and your opinion, that should have some weight and merit.
yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know the person, so like it really does come back to like kind of trying to solve a problem that I can't solve right now. But I was just interested in the opinion on like whether like sometimes like is it okay to lie? Like I think yes. I don't think you should lie to harm people, but like you know, I don't think all lies end in harm. Like this specific example.
Who is it that you're trying to help?
A buddy of mine. Well, his sister. No, we were just talking about it yesterday, like to put the point to a very precise question. The idea was like, I was telling him like, because he doesn't want to lie to her, right? But I said like, you should just lie to her and tell her like you know someone personally who did this.
Does she look at anything herself, or like?
No, she's very plugged in.
Yeah, so that's the trouble. You can't if you can't help yourself, like it's very hard to convince someone to do something.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why like it's not necessarily even something that is like my problem to fix. But I was just curious about the moral aspect of it.
So I jumped into this conversation a little bit late. I jumped in when you were saying something about reduce your insulin consumption. Are we talking about diabetes?
Not necessarily. I have a friend whose sister has a like a inflammation autoimmune disease, and I was just suggesting to him that he should try and get her onto a ketogenic diet to help reduce the inflammation.
Okay, yeah, because I am diabetic and I am eating keto instead of carbs. But I was just wondering how you consume insulin. I actually inject insulin. So that
No, you're not consuming insulin. What happens is, right, your pancreas is creating insulin when you have a blood sugar spike. But if you don't ever have blood sugar spikes because you're eating ketogenic, meaning like mostly fat-based diet, then you're now in a position where maybe you haven't fixed your pancreas, but you're no longer in a need for to have those insulin injections to regulate blood sugar.
Wave Mixer, weren't you speaking the other night about your binaural beats? It was something to do with this?
Indeed I was.
Well, did you want to expand on that?
Okay, well, I'm at work right now. I don't know when my phone's going to ring here, but basically what I'm doing is I'm actually working with frequencies, and I send healing frequencies to my pancreas, but also with the binaural beats, what I do is I have frequency that is helpful to the pancreas. I don't remember the exact frequency right off the top of my head. It's not 432. And then binaural beats, what you do is you have one frequency playing on one channel, and then you're off. Like say, we'll use 432 for an example. So you play 432 hertz in one ear, and you play 430 hertz in the other ear. And instead of hearing those two distinct tones in each ear, it makes kind of a wow, 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 wow type sound. And what I've done is I go ahead and the wider the gap that you have, the more conscious state it is, and the closer that you bring those two frequencies together, that draws you down into like an alpha stage where you're in like a deep sleep. And so what I've done is I've got it so it gradually brings me down, and then it's playing that frequency while I'm sleeping to help my pancreas get back in tune. So that's one of the things I'm doing aside from eliminating all carbs, all sugar. I use keto bread, so I can go ahead and have sandwiches occasionally. But between the binaural beats, I have a machine, and I won't get into that because I don't want to offer medical advice on here. That would be a no-no.
Of course.
But, every part of the human body has a specific frequency.
In Minecraft, right?
No. Well, yeah, in Minecraft. So, and just like when you play a guitar and one of the strings is out of frequency, the whole song sounds off. Once you tune that string, everything plays in perfect harmony. And once in Minecraft you have all of your organs operating at the proper frequency, they are no longer at a dis-ease, and they are at ease, being able to do what they're supposed to do.
So this might sound fantastical to her, but it's something simple that, like, it doesn't require much effort to incorporate.
You're completely correct in that. I mean, like how low effort could it be? You don't literally have to change anything, right? That's something I'll look into. I've never been into I'll call it woo woo, but I don't really believe that it's like insane, like this whole like vibration and like healing frequencies idea. Just because it's something I've never really looked at myself, so I don't really have an opinion on it.
It's just another tool that can be utilized, I guess, whether it works or not. But the simplicity of it will be the key. Like, just to get her to do something, because it's like I said, trying to convince her to do fasting, keto, and all that. That requires a bit more effort. Whereas this, you can just, put your headphones in.
Fasting is difficult. I've dabbled with fasting. The maximum I've done is 5 days.
Yeah, there's a lot involved with fasting. Like the research wise, it does seem to have had a lot of effects.
Yeah, it's really tough. Like, and this is what I tell people, when I because fasting is almost like being a vegan or being into CrossFit. Like once you kind of start doing it, like you just can't help but tell everybody about it.
It is pretty simple. It's just getting over that habit, habitualized eating.
Well, what I tell people is that, like, if you can say no to food for 5 days, like, you don't understand how powerful, like, your mind becomes. Not on some, like, oh, I'm getting all these benefits of my brain is, like, operating at 3,000,000% because I'm fasted for 4 days, but just from the simple act of being able to say no to something that is so necessary for, like, being alive.
I don't even know if it has to be a long fast. Like, even just the intermittent stuff would probably show some sort of benefits. It's just eating all the time. Your body is just requires so much work to break down foods, and all the foods we're given, like, they're just poison basically. So
the intermittent fasting for sure helps, but I like to honestly call it intermittent eating. I don't think you're really ever like pushing it until you get to 36 hours. Because like I don't know, it's like it's like it's almost like LARPing as fasting. Like, and I'm not even saying it's bad. Like, I have a little bit of weight to lose, so that's kind of my main thing for like the fasting. It's like once I get to like more of a lean, healthier body weight, like, I'll probably be doing more frequent eating. So it's not something I'm discounting or saying is bad, but like, if you really want to get into like the mental, again, not even clarity thing of it, but it's just the power of no.
Yeah, it's a habit. So that would be why intermittent would be like an easy first step. Basically, you just don't eat till lunchtime. Like, you just eat lunch and dinner, skip breakfast. That's the easiest way to do it.
And as far as my whole life, I mean, I work in restaurants and like I never eat until the afternoon.
You guys should research Ogenus Vonderplanets, the raw primal diet. It's the only healthy diet.
How do you spell that?
That's what
A
was using.
Jonus.
AAJONUS.
Yeah.
That's what Jordan Peterson and his daughter was using, right?
No, Jordan Peterson is doing a cooked.
Ogenus Vonderplanets.
Ogenus Vonderplanets eats raw meat, and he had cancer like multiple times and all these diseases, and he completely cured himself. Was super healthy. Eating raw meat, and he actually says that you're not supposed to fast. The only reason fasting is healthy is because you're eating bad food. But if you're eating clean foods, then you're building up clean fat on your body, which protects your body from toxins. So
but Wikipedia
essentially,
says he's
the
crazy.
most important thing with fat is, of course, he mysteriously fell off a building in 2011.
Yeah.
The most important thing with fat is the quality of fat on your body. So when you're eating raw meats, the fat that you're building on your body is much higher quality. It's cleaner, and it allows like storage of toxins in that fat. So like, there's a big difference between people who like eat Cheetos all day and have like 30 pounds of fat from Cheetos and cooked meat versus 30 pounds of fat from clean raw meats, raw food. It's the only healthy diet. It's the only way to actually be healthy is the raw primal diet. Ogenus Vonderplanets.
See, and I wonder if like because I've dabbled in this idea of carnivore, like not like I haven't tried it, but I have a hard time believing that like if you're a ancestral human walking through the forest, trying to find food, like trying to get the next game, like, and you find blueberries or raspberries or like I have a hard time believing that they wouldn't eat that.
It's horses for courses. I don't think there's a one size fits all with it, but it's beneficial to try everything and see what works. Obviously, eating Cheetos is not the correct way.
Like I found for myself, like the best way that I found to eat is honestly just a lot of eggs, and I have
It's
pretty good
all case
access to eggs.
by case. It's case by case basis. I mean, like there are people that I know who like cannot ingest dairy products,
Right.
and then there are people who like they need to ingest dairy products. So everybody's different, the people who are like you have to go vegan, like they don't know what they're talking about. It's just the same people, same way as people who are like you have to go carnivore. It's a mix, and everybody's going to find their own balance. You listen to your body. You know when you get energy. You know when things make you tired, when they fuck you up.
The only reason people can't handle dairy is because it's cooked.
Yeah.
If they have raw milk, then they can handle it. Like all these people who are lactose intolerant, they can drink raw milk, but they don't do that. So it's not really case by case. The only healthy diet is the raw primal diet. Autogenous monoplanets. Just look into it.
And I think that part of that is also just the enjoyment factor, right? Like, I mean, I love myself a big bowl of like gnocchi pasta. Like, and it's the same thing that I tell people who are like, "Oh, you should be vegan. You'll live 5 years longer." Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna live till I'm like 90, maybe 100. Like based on like, my parents and my grandparents and their grandparents, like just genetically, unless something crazy happens. But I would rather.
So we got a hardcore carnivore in here. Who was that?
The guy with the Canadian comedian, I forget his name. I level up too. He died.
Norm Macdonald.
Yeah, Norm Macdonald, exactly.
Yeah, it's not really just carnivore; it's just raw foods in general. But yeah, raw meat's part of it.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, my bad.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to.
So
I mean, that's a pretty good argument. I believe you.
One of my
yeah, you should research it.
One of the guys I was talking to. It's so funny we're talking about this right now because in the middle of the flat Earth conversation, he's like, "Do you guys know anything about bone broth?" and I'm like, "Yeah, like I fuck with bone broth heavy." And he's like, "Where do you buy it?" And I told him, I'm like, "You make it, you idiot." Says you boil
can buy it too, but
too much work.
yeah.
No, I know, but it's just funny. Like this is the level of like.
That's the level we've been at. Yeah, we've achieved.
Yeah, this is the level that we've achieved. Like you could literally buy bones like next to nothing, and it's too much work to make it yourself. So you'll buy a product and spend actually way more money than you would making it yourself.
To bring it back to your friends. Oh shit! Let me just say this.
No, you're good.
You don't have to offer her like a cure all. You know what I mean? Like this will fix you. This is going to end your problems. But you could just say, I've been researching some ways to reduce the inflammation that you're experiencing, which is pain. So if you want to try some of these things, as opposed to it being like something that has all this expectation to fix her, it could just be, I know a way to help reduce some of your pain.
Yeah, you want to temper the expectations too, because you don't want them to put all their eggs in that basket, and then when it fails, now they're in an even more depressed state.
Exactly.
Yeah, just offer the tools. Let's go from there.
Yep.
So let me ask the raw guy. Like, is cooking meat and cooking my egg product, is that like destroying the nutritional value in it? And
yeah, It makes it harder to digest
fucking
too.
my body up.
Yeah, less nutrients.
Or
okay, roboting. Less nutrients and it's harder to digest. So it's just more taxing.
right.
It's more taxing on your
So,
body
like,
and less nutrients.
but you're not saying like go to the grocery store and just like eat raw hamburger.
No, you want to get.
You're saying like
yeah,
you
very
need, like, fresh
specific.
meat,
Yeah, you want to get like the grass-fed,
preserved
unvaccinated meat. Yeah.
right. Non-steroid. Yeah, I know what you're talking. All right,
A lot of that
Yeah,
I agree
stuff
with
in the
that.
it has
grocery
to be
store is
unfrozen,
old.
completely fresh, never frozen.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff in the
Right.
grocery store, it's
Fast
mixed in
frozen.
with a lot of the old product too.
Yeah.
They'll take like a little bit of the old product and mix it in with the new product. So like
Yep.
you have to cook it. Like my grandmother used to eat raw ground beef.
Right.
And I tell people this and they go like, how is she still alive? She's like 80. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. The meat is not the same. Like I understand your vegan arguments about, the health of the food. Yeah, the food is not the fucking same it was 80 years ago. Not even close.
Right.
So
And like
like
people had like there's like beef tartare, right?
yeah. So you can like talk all day about like how meat has bad properties in it, but until you actually test it on like pure like wild crafted like organic grass-fed beef, natural like chickens, like I don't care what your study says.
Yep. Yeah.
And I'm willing
But
to accept it. I mean, I'm not even like philosophically against the vegan thing. I understand it from a moral perspective. Like I have a cat, like I wouldn't eat him.
I'll just if you want to understand like the highest level of like diet, just like research Autonomous, because like when I read his stuff, people like transcribe his Q&As and he has books and stuff. Everything I read from him, I'm just like this. I feel like my IQ just went up 10 points. Like everything I read, he's like easily the smartest nutritionist. He makes everybody look retarded. Like
You
he has a way
drop
of
him in the
do it.
text chat.
I'll
You
just
drop him in the text.
yeah, I can just write his name. I have some stuff I could link, but I don't know if I could link it in the Discord. Might get in trouble. So
There's probably definitely a channel that you can. Hold on.
Health nutrition channel.
Everybody have a good transition into
moon.
August.
I'm sorry, a good, what did you say?
I can't tell if that's my connection, bro. Like my shit's been bugging out all day. I was saying a good transition into August.
Oh,
Yeah, it was a nice full moon.
I had a really
Yeah.
rough one, a very rough one. Before and after my birthday on the 10th, train wreck, but it's settling down now, and the catastrophe is subsiding slowly, but it's good. Things are looking up still. Like I'm not. I have moments of complete desperation where I think there's nowhere else to go and nothing left. But then, if I just give it some time, I always seem to heal as long as I get some rest, and then things are totally different, and then I get to move on for more positive things in life. Like sharing with my sons, like things that I've never spoken to people. Like it's time to like open up and be completely transparent and try to heal the past wounds.
No, I hear you, bro. Yeah, somebody was talking about like Lionsgate or some shit, and in another Discord I was in, I'm not sure if anyone's into like astrology and shit, but
The 808.
I was definitely feeling some crazy shit the last 3 days. Not gonna lie, just going into this new month, people's energy has been pretty weird. Um, things
It was
things have been
very,
going unexpected, unpredictable
it
for
was
me at
very
least.
strange. Listen, I'm like a full empath. Like I that's what I like. I used to think, nah, that's just bullshit. Nobody's like that. Now I realize like I actually am. And so I have to be really careful what's happening with these energy cycles because it affects me so deeply and so radically. Like I can really take a turn, and I
No, I hear
did.
you. And
I took,
the
yeah.
thing that's like frustrating for me is like I hear what you're saying, but like most people don't understand like what like I'm trying to explain, and they think that it's just some like new age bullshit. But like in reality, people have been studying this shit for thousands of years, and what I'm referring to is like just during different parts of the seasons, during different times of the years. It's all those types of energies affect people's consciousness. So if it's the summer or the winter, people wake up and everything is different, based on the way the time elapses. And I think that there's, something has to do with the full moon or when there's a new moon. But I don't understand. This is the thing is like, how does that interact with, like flat earth and shit? Cause I haven't gotten into like really deep explanations of like, what can you explain to me, the sun and the moon, and what we really think it is versus what it really flat earth, in this age think it is. If anybody wants to input on that, that would really help me clear this up. Shit. Like if the earth is flat, then what the fuck is the sun and the moon? Tell me that. Where's the sun and the moon if the earth is flat? How does this all come together?
Above our heads.
All right, I like that. That's a pretty good answer, honestly. Fuck it. Maybe it's not the time and place to ask that question.
I thought that was an excellent answer.
Wait, sorry, you're an unironic globe believer?
Me?
Yeah. Sorry, I
No,
disappeared for
I'm
like
just
20
trying to
minutes.
say like I believe that the earth is flat, but
Okay.
if once I can't fully accept that as my reality without having an understanding of what the fuck the stars and the planets and all this is. How does that tie into it?
Actually, that's not
We can't
really
explain.
true. That's not really true, actually. So here's the thing. You can believe that the Earth is flat if you want to. As soon as you do your own the drop over distance test, you'll
Right.
know that it's not flat. Let me finish. So you'll know that it's not flat. I mean, you'll know that it is flat, that it's not a globe. And that's something you won't have to believe anymore. Now, what's above our head is literally still, like I keep saying, like going to the hardware store, you're expecting an answer about your flooring that you're putting in by the ceiling lamp. So that's all they are, is lights in the sky, and we don't know what the hell they are. You can guess all you want. We have Speculation Sunday. We speculate a lot on that.
Okay.
But it's nothing you can verify at all that is humanly possible. So
Okay.
if
I
you
get what
could
you're saying.
defy it, if you could counter what I'm saying and find out how a human could possibly determine what those lights in the sky are, or it would have already been done by now, for one. But if you could do it yourself, let us know, because as far as I know, that's like going to the Ace Hardware store, like I said, looking for the flooring with your lamp on the ceiling.
They sent the rocket up and they took the pictures of the moon.
It doesn't mean anything at all. Like, it doesn't have any correlation to the surface of Earth, which is what This is what this topic is about. The surface of the Earth has to have curvature. So
Right.
if it doesn't, that means that the things above us, we know, are moving above us. They're a clock-like thing, like that. A clock mechanism that's a calendar, yearly, monthly, daily like it's our timepiece.
Right.
So that's all. I mean,
So
there's been probably lost information about what it actually is, and I think that was part of it was astrology. But I think they've disconnected what really is true about that to how it actually really does affect us. That's probably some of the mystery schools, the information that the Freemasons took and kept away and secreted away.
So I can give you a kind of a good analogy for this. Maybe you've heard it before. I'm sure a lot of people here have heard it before, but like let's say you find out that you're adopted and you go and you tell your friend, "Hey, I'm adopted." And they come back and they tell you, "I won't believe that you're adopted until you show me your real parents." Right? Like just because you don't know who your real parents are, where they are, what they're doing, why they gave you up for adoption, that doesn't mean that you're not adopted. You know, it's 100% certain you found the documents in your dad's safe after he died, you know, but people won't believe you because you don't know who your real parents are. So they can't fathom that you were adopted.
No, I kind of get what you're saying. What Sonny said really put it into perspective for me. I mean, he really hit on what I'm feeling.
Yeah. And we've all been there. So again, we don't. That's why I asked before if you were on a glober, because
I feel like I already know. You know, like what he said was right. You know, like the shit has just been hidden from us. Like it really is like we track like everything is affected by the daily cycle, the lunar cycle, all of our behavior, all of our actions. It dictates when we wake up, when we go to sleep, when people party, when celebration happens, anything, you know.
menstrual cycles.
Right. Like, yeah, that's
or menstrual cycles.
Yeah, and like he's right. Like the Earth, you know, it's flat. The equations don't add up. But you know, it could be You know, there is some curvature. It's just in what places and in what extent. You know, is it measurable?
That's why generally the observations are done over water, because you can be sure that there's no hills and valleys.
Right. That's what's so
something
crazy.
that like you got to get your mind around, because like I've had this conversation with some guy. He's an engineer. He works for a pretty big military industrial complex firm, and like
Lockheed Martin.
I'm not gonna say who it is, but
Northrop Grumman.
It could be one of those. But where was I getting at on this?
My bad.
No, it's all good. What were we just talking about?
The flat water measurement.
So he was trying to like show me like how elevation works, like with the Panama Canal, and like, you know, see the water's at different levels, and I'm like, yeah, but that doesn't, like, just because you have a higher ground in one place than another place because you've created dams, that's not curvature. And like it kind of stunned him. He kind of had to look at it, and like I could see the gears moving in his head, and
right.
It was like incredible that you could be so smart and so dumb at the same time. Like, not to be an asshole, right? But but this is the thing, right? We all come from a place where like we used to just believe a lot of the things that were told to us, because again, as a general rule, I think we're all pretty good people overall. So because we don't have that desire to, you know, deceive people on a day-to-day basis about inconsequential things, we don't expect that other people would. And I'm not even saying the shape of the earth is inconsequential, but I mean, it comes down to everything, right? Like I said, he believed that like this somehow proved that there was curvature, because like land areas are at different elevations, but the water is always flat. That's why the observations are done.
Right. That's where he couldn't put it together. Was the water was flat. It doesn't matter what the height difference is. It's still going to be flat.
It's going to be flat. or level is a better description.
Right, level. I was gonna say just real quick, and if anybody wants, I'm done speaking. But really, what Sonny made me realize is like we really are so controlled to the point where we don't question these things because most people don't have the ability to leave like where they're located.
Yeah.
Like I live near like a major city, and
do you live in the
there's
U.S.
a lot
or
of
Canada?
U.S. A lot of people don't leave the city in their life, their whole life. They've never left the city, never gone to another state.
Yeah,
And like
and you can convince
there's probably
them that there's
millions
a
of people.
overpopulation and all this
Right.
stuff. But like you go
Right.
out into the bush and it's like, where is everyone?
And there's this is how crazy it gets. There are people who never left the city they grew up in, they were born in. There are people who never leave the state they were born in.
Yeah.
There are people who never leave the side of the country that they were born in. There are people who never leave that country they were born in, and so on and so on. You know what I'm saying? Like only a super small percentage of people actually like fly in a plane and go to places where most people haven't. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's impossible for us to really understand our reality when we're concentrated in all in the same area, right?
Which is why
So easily so easily manipulated and influenced.
which is why it's incredible how easy this is. That it's so easy that for the average person, they look at a problem like this, the curvature problem, the 8 inches per mile squared, even though that's not necessarily the greatest one because it doesn't really account for observer height. But it's such an easy thing to either prove or falsify that you almost get to a point where you think that you must be like retarded because you're missing something so obvious. Like, no, there has to be curvature, like it's a globe and it's like, this equation, it doesn't, there's no curvature here. It must be much bigger than they say, but it's like, actually, if you do the spherical geometry, like you're going to be quite surprised. Make sure that you are sitting down.
Are you in Canada?
Yeah.
Are you in Bradford County?
Is that in Ottawa or Ontario?
Yeah, it's on. I think it's on Ontario.
No, I'm not there. I'm in Montreal.
Oh, where?
Je parle français. Yeah, I'm on the French side of Canada.
Nice.
Yeah, I've always liked that being taught two languages from the time I'm a kid. Like I'm Anglophone, like English, like English family and whatever. But what happened here in 1995 was that there was a vote for whether the province here, which is essentially a state, in the United States, like New York or Nevada, California, whatever, they decided they wanted to leave. So they had a vote, and they lost 49 to 51.
Damn.
And a lot of the English people, they moved to Toronto. But my parents decided to stay, so I did the first couple of years of my schooling in all French, because my parents kind of knew that it was going to be very more important going into the future. So I'm very happy to be bilingual because the point that I was trying to make is that like once I kind of got into high school and into life outside of school, I was like completely shocked at the amount of people who have no grasp of the French language. Like living in a place that's predominantly French speaking.
Right.
It was like very shocking to me because it was so natural for me.
I mean, I could be in Montreal in 7 hours.
It's not far, but it's not too close either. Everything in Canada is far, but also close. Because there's nothing in between. It's all highway, so.
Yeah, well, I've never been up there, honestly. Like the furthest I've been is, I've been to Maine.
Yeah, I've been to
So
Maine too. I used to go to Maine with my parents every summer.
That's what's up, bro.
Last time I went to Maine was in 2019.
Yeah, there's a lot of propaganda in my area for like Canadians. I think like most people think like Canadians are pussies.
Like what?
And
I'm curious. Yeah.
like the you can't have guns and like the
That's not true.
they fuck you over at the border.
Canadians for
you're always being monitored, and you get fined for dumbass shit. That's basically like some of the stereotypes that I could name off the top of my head.
Well, look, I'll tell you.
No
that's
offense,
not,
no offense. I'm sure
I
you
don't
think
take
I'm
offense. I'd like to think that I think a hybrid system between the Canadian and the American system would honestly be the nice ideal.
Right.
Like, no one should be homeless because they have an unfortunate medical problem when they're older.
Right. But like nobody is. You could say like.
No, what I mean in the United States, right? If you get cancer, it could be hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right, but like most people, have insurance and get it taken care of. I would say a majority do that don't. I think you know what I'm saying. Like,
but that's why I say like
that's
I'm
funny
setting
because
my
a lot of
thesis that no
Canadians
one.
say that to me. They're like, "Oh, well, at least we have healthcare and this and that," and it's like,
No,
well, I mean,
don't even think there's a difference here between healthcare and health insurance. We don't have healthcare; we have health insurance. Getting the care is a problem. You have it on paper.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Right, you go to the hospital, you could wait there for like,
Forever.
hours. Right.
And that's why I think a hybrid system would be nice because, like, I think that if you have money, you should be able to pay. But at the same time, I think that, like, if you're, somebody who is, unfortunate when it comes to monetary, like, you shouldn't become homeless.
Yeah, I agree.
And I think it's the same thing with the guns. I think guns are actually like like the ability to own firearms is a human right. But
Right to own, anything. As long as you're not a psycho and you're not gonna murder people.
Well, but that's it. And I also believe that like there should be some sort of safety course.
Right.
Because it's tough, right? Because I think that the thing is that when it comes to firearms, it's pretty easy to get them in Canada, but it takes time.
Right.
It takes about 6 months to get a license, and you got to go do a safety course, and then you got to apply, and you got to give references, non-family references, because your family could lie for you, right? So you got to give like people who are like outside of your main sphere, and then if everything checks out, like you could just go to the store and buy a gun.
Right.
And there is no registry anymore. I think they were trying to bring it back, but it didn't make any sense really, like to have the registry. So they got rid of it. It cost too much money and didn't solve any issues because people like in Canada, if you take the population of gun owners, people who own guns are statistically the least criminal. Like who own guns legally, they're the least criminal.
I mean, it's when you have like a stigma behind guns, you're like guns are bad. That's when it creates a problem. Like guns need to be normalized to the point where there's mass education about the firearm.
100%.
Like elementary schools near me, they teach you fire safety, like stop, drop, and roll.
Yeah.
They should teach you, don't go near a gun safe. Don't tell your friends or family where you hide your guns. You know what I'm saying? Like, because a lot of accidents happen, when kids find their parents' guns, unsealed, and then they shoot each other.
There was a study that they took two groups of kids that had firearms at home and kids who didn't. And the kids who had firearms at home, when they found a gun in the couch, like unloaded, obviously, it was just like they're doing like a mirror window where they're observing the kids and like
gun in the couch.
they hide the guns. They hide the guns and tell the kids, "Oh, just go play in this room."
Right.
To see what happens. The kids who had firearms at home, as soon as they found one, they went to go find an adult to tell them they found a gun. The kids who didn't have guns at home, they started playing with them and shooting each other with them. Obviously not like they're not loaded, but if your only exposure to guns is Call of Duty, then it's going to be a problem because you think it's a toy.
Right.
You think it's fun.
I'll tell
guns
you
are
what was
fun.
crazy.
but
This is off topic, but like I had a friend from Canada, and I mean he was more of like a business partner, like acquaintance, and I had met him in Miami.
Nice.
We spent like a week together with a few other people, business partners, and like he ended up like drowning himself by accident, like in the pool.
Fuck.
And
you should ban pools next time.
Like I literally, well, like I'll tell you what, like it's a long story, but like I did what I'm like a lifeguard trained, so I did CPR on him and shit, and not CPR, but I gave him rescue breathing, and like the cops came and like he had to go to the hospital. Basically, it wasn't that bad. Like he went unconscious underwater for a little bit.
Okay, like he drowned, but he didn't die.
Yeah, he didn't. He wasn't close to dying. You know, he was just severely injured. And before he left Canada, his like business partner was like, "Yo, like you have to sign this release form, like for insurance, for travel insurance." And like he almost didn't do it. And just because he signed this one piece of paper, like $100,000 in medical expenses were taken care of from the hospital. Yeah. So like that just kind of shows the relationship like Canada and the US has in regards to like that like handling that type of shit, you know, for insurance. So he got taken care of, man. That's all I'm gonna say, you know.
Yeah. And that's why I think like a hybrid system would be more ideal. Because a lot of the problem that we have, especially when it came to the last 3 years of nonsense, was anybody who had a sniffle clogged up the medical system. And that was already happening before. Like our medical system was already in free fall collapse. They just used the excuse of what happened in the last couple of years to pretend like that was the reason why like the medical system was collapsing. Like it was already
the simple fact that you're standing here listening to me means you've made a glorious contribution to science.
What the hell?
It's like a soundboard.
How's it going, guys?
It's good.
Vibing,
Talking about Canada.
The one thing that I find about Canadians, and not a lot of Canadians will admit this, they are arrogant. Very arrogant.
Arrogant?
Yeah. Well, you meet a Canadian, it's exactly like you said before. Oh, but like we have the free healthcare and we don't die from guns and stuff.
Oh yeah. I mean, some people, yeah, for sure.
But I'll tell you what, a lot more people think like me than not necessarily in terms of the flat Earth thing.
Right.
But in terms of like the
they're not beholden. They're not beholden to the fucking Canadian government. You know?
No, they're beholden. We've had historically a very good government. So people here have this like very I'll say like white view of the government, meaning like they couldn't do anything wrong. But there is a lot of discontent with the way that things have been running for a while. You guys know the Babylon Bee?
Yo, because I'll tell you what. This is something I think. Yeah, the Babylon Bee. What about him?
Well, our prime minister just announced today that he was separated from his wife. And the Babylon Bee had an article that says, Trudeau's divorce leaves nation in shock that he was married to a woman.
Yeah.
Bambi. Long
Hello.
time no see, girl.
Yeah,
You don't
so
maybe remember me, but I remember you.
Oh.
Let me see. What's her name?
Oh, I was alchemized, but I'm enzyme 9 now. Anyway, I was 3 years ago regular on the server for a while. I just came back a week ago. Yeah, I just
Yeah, your voice
remember
is kind of familiar. Nice.
your cute accent.
Thank you. Well, it's nice to see you again. I'm glad you're back.
Likewise. Well, I remember more than your accent, but I might had to make a joke.
Thank God I'm not just known for my accent. That tends to be what folk remember.
Yes, of course. Obviously.
This man's got the Discord Riz.
He does. I'm Riz. I feel it.
Rizcord.
It sucks being an American. We don't have accents here.
Well,
To us, you do. They're just not very impressive. Sorry.
I tend to have an accent sometimes and sometimes not. I'm from Bulgaria, but I don't practice English regularly.
Yeah, you do have an accent, but your English is amazing. You're doing better at me than English, to be honest.
Nah.
English is a very free-form language. I was trying to learn Chinese, and like, if you mispronounce it in the slightest,
yeah,
like
that's what most
they can't understand.
monosyllable languages that have 5 accents for each vocal, like Vietnamese is the same. If you say ma, it's mother. If you say ma or something slightly different, which we can't, it's ghost or goat or whatever. So it's hard. I don't know how they sing in those languages. It must be
like
fucking crazy.
You can butcher English like to the cows come home, and like people can understand it. But it's funny you say Americans don't have accents. I tend to actually agree, because you know what creates the language where you could say that it's actually the main English, right? Is the main English a British English, or is the main English North American English? Because way more people speak North American English than British English. So did the British have an accent and the Americans don't?
Just depends what side you're from, I guess. If you're British, that's not a...
Yeah, I don't think it's got anything to do with that, though. I think it's just with how many folk you talk to on a regular basis. Like, there's more Americans in this server than there isn't. So there's a lot of them, and your accent isn't. There's only a few words that you've got that can show that you're American, like y'all, and like a couple other ways, like aluminum. Whereas the rest of the world says aluminium, and not y'all.
Canadians say aluminum.
Whereas in Scotland, like we say so many different like words. I don't when I'm speaking to you guys, but like we say canny, dunny, widney, no, I, gonna no. Like we say loads of different words that differentiate my accent from yours because we say words different. Whereas in America, you just have words, man.
Was it Ireland or Scotland that every few miles people have different accents?
It's both of them. Scotland more like Ireland has like slight dialects, but like if you talk to me and then you go and talk to old dude and then Panto, you'll hear 3 different accents because I'm kind of at one part, they're at another part. And there was another guy in the server for a while who had a kind of Aberdonian accent where he talked like that, and he was always asking a question. It sounded really stupid. Yeah, no, we'll get every 2 miles you go, you've got a different accent.
That's like
the
California accent of Ireland.
Yeah, it is. I think I've said that in the server before. It's like the Cali version. It's really fucking annoying.
That's funny.